Oh, and it is right there. So that suddenly came off the screen quicker than I. That suddenly came off the screen quicker than I anticipated. Everyone tebasa ewejelewo. So do you know what that means? If you see them and you don't run, you will be bathed in blood. I'm not quite sure what that means, but I think I think just on a literal interpretation, it doesn't really bode well for whoever sees whoever whatever. Hopefully, am I dipping in and off the screen? What's going on here? Can everybody hear me? Okay. We've happened upon another weekend again, and we've happened actually upon the weekend that then leads us into the festive season. So we don't quite know. We don't quite know how we're going to do that festive season. We probably run all the way to Boxing Day, skip Christmas, and then go. I don't know. We run all the way to Christmas Eve, skip Christmas, and then pick it up from Boxing Day. That sounds like. Does that sound reasonable? I think it's. Yes. So yes. Good day to you. Good to be in your company. And how are you? So let's do that. Good day to you. Good to be in your company. And how are you? That's how we always start. We start with a greeting. And then we invite you to click on the like button, which some of you do, but not sufficient enough of you. So if you've not yet formed the habit of doing that, then please do that. I already explained countlessly the reasons why you should do that. So just go on and do it. If you are inclined to do it, then do it. But if you are not going to be persuaded to do it, I don't think anything that I have to say is going to move you either way. But if you feel moved, if you can be moved by the persuasion to do it, then be persuaded to do it. But if you are not for the moving, then just stay where you are. So that's it. It's a good day to you. Like I said, we've happened upon another weekend. And of course, as ever, we're transmitting. Glad to be in your company. We don't. I personally, when I say I mean we. There's no. When I say we, rather, I mean I, because there's no we. I don't have like a team. It's just me making noise, as I'm sure a lot of you have concluded already. So by we, I mean the collective we, not the royal we, but the all-encompassment that is the plurality. So yes. Click on the like button if you haven't done that already. If you're not already subscribed, please correct that as well. I'm not quite sure why people are so reticent. There was a time that we were every day getting 50 to 100 subs. We quickly shot through 10,000, 20,000, etc., etc. And then suddenly, it's almost like a hustle so just subscribe if you're not already subscribed. Or if you've had reason to unsubscribe in the past, then you have every reason to resubscribe, because you continuously gorge on the diet. You know, whether it must be to your palate. If you are continuously here, then it must be to your palate. What the dish that is being served up must be to the peculiarities of your, to whatever, to the peculiarities of your palate. Because if it is not, then you would not be. So whether it jars you in some way, whether it doesn't align with your politics, if you continuously, routinely digest the space, then it behooves that you should subscribe. Otherwise, you're almost tantamount to a pickpocket. It's almost like you're stealing. If you are just passing by, I'm encouraging you to subscribe. But if you routinely come here and you're not subscribed, then you can extrapolate that and project it to a logic that lands on stealing. It's like pickpocketing. So don't be a pickpocket. Subscribe. So like and subsequently subscribe. Do those two things. And then if you want to come and join me on the screen, the hyperlink that says StreamYard, that invites you into the studio. We are always looking for new voices. If you've never been before, we're keen to hear from you. We're always on the search for new voices, just really because that enriches and expands the conversation. That's why. So like, share, subscribe. Click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard to come and join me on the screen. And then super taps towards the screen, just like Bosun does. Bosun did rather. I was going to say just routinely, so I wasn't misspeaking. But then when you switch thoughts and then say. So just like Bosun did there, so super chat towards the stream. There was a time we were routinely getting our 5 super chats. We want to get back to those days more. So super chat towards the stream and all of that. So like, share, subscribe, super chat towards the stream. Come into the studio, have a conversation. Kick back and relax into it. So all of those things. So do all of those things all at once and at the same time. All at once and at the same time. Shall we just launch into it? I'm not quite sure how lengthy this session would be, unless of course Mike or Joma or whoever. Thomas is not likely to turn up because it's in Ibadan celebrating his mother's birthday. I've been trying to phone him just to catch up with him, but even his phone is not to have reached at the moment. So unless somebody turns up, almost likely to be a shortest session. 3, maybe no longer than 4 hours. I don't anticipate, but let's just launch into it. A lot has been happening within the political space, but then what takes center stage actually is the release now of this Rasta man, Dele Farotimi. So it looks as though he may well be spending Christmas with his family after all, much to the chagrin, much to the it looks as though he may well be spending Christmas with his family after all. Well, that's good news for him and his family anyway. So it looks as though he may well be spending Christmas with his family, so long as he fulfills the conditions set for his bail. So 4 conditions of Faritomi'S bail. So what are they? So let's have it. A federal high court in Abuja has granted bail to human rights lawyer and activist Dele Farotimi over the alleged defamation suit against him. The court's decision was made with certain conditions to ensure the defendant's availability for trial. The defendant must provide 2 sureties, one of whom must be a house owner in Ado-Ekiti, the state capital. So that's one. He must also deposit his international passport with the court registry and is prohibited from traveling outside the country without the court's permission. So that's 2. In addition, he is required to provide a bond of 30 million naira. Lastly, the court refrained him from granting media interviews, both electronic or print, pending the determination of the substantive suit. So those are the key. Now this last one now. This last one now, there's a bit of ambiguity to it. So is it restrained from having is it a total media blackout, or is it just a blackout in relation to the case pending? So if somebody wants to invite him to a cooking show and ask him on his preference between either akara or moi moi, is he allowed to do that in a public space? So there's an ambiguity to this one. Lastly, the court refrained him from granting media interviews, both electronic or print, pending the determination of the substantive suit. So now, yes, there's an ambiguity to that, and I suspect the interpretation of that particular clause is that it must not speak on the case. So they cannot bar him universally from interacting with the media. So they cannot, but they can bar him because it exceeds the purview of that court to universally ban him from speaking to the media. But the court can bar him universally from speaking to that case, because it will prejudice then what the decisions might then be if it's already canvassing it and legislating it in the public space. So I suspect that last clause may be narrowed to just the particular case going. So just to rehash it again. Just to rehash it again, so 4 conditions of Faritomi'S bail. Yes, let's go to the conditions. The bail conditions: the defendant must provide 2 sureties, one of whom must have a home in Ado-Ekiti, the state capital. So this surety now must be a very brave man, because Ado-Ekiti and the entirety of Ekiti State belongs to Afe Babalola. So anybody that stands surety for Faritomi, by extension, but just by the very token of that action, presents himself as essentially being in opposition to Afe Babalola. So there it is. Anybody that stands surety for Faritomi, because he will present documents, of course. So two sureties, by the way. So the people that stand surety for Faritomi, they must be homeowners in Ado-Ekiti, and whoever presents themselves as surety for Faritomi, they, by the very token of that action, present themselves as oppositions to Afe Babalola. So once the dust has been settled regarding this Faritomi matter, they will still have Afe Babalola to contend with. So that will be his mortal enemies within that space. He must also deposit his international passports with the court registry and is prohibited from traveling outside the country without the court permission. So I wonder how quickly this can be fulfilled, because I suspect that his passport will be in Lagos and he's been detained in Ekiti. So is he then is he out and about now is the thing. So there's that. So this one is the easiest attainable of all of the conditions. In addition, is required to provide a bond of 30 million naira. So I thought that was a reasonable amount, actually, almost even derisory. So the bail conditions are not that stringent. Certainly not something he should not be able to hurdle. But the most important thing is they've released him in time for him to spend Christmas with his family. So that's always a good thing. But the wider question is that should he have been released at all? That's the wider question. So let me actually put this more regularly to hand. The wider question is, should he have been released at all? And there's an argument to suggest that he should not have been released, because his detention should have been punitive. And why should his detention be punitive? His detention should be punitive because court summons were served to him severally. He chose to ignore it. A bench warrant was issued for his arrest. He went on the media to mock it. So now the law now reaches and grabs him by the collar and slings him into a jail cell. So now the punishment then should be he cannot present himself as being above the law, and that is why he should not have been granted bail. So if he has no regard for the law, then the law should have no regard for his liberty. And I'm not being unreasonable or excessively harsh. If he has no regard for the law, then the law should have no regard for his liberties. That's just the way it works. You know, several court summons issued, a warrant for his arrest issued, and he goes on the media space to mock it that is above the law. So it must. I don't object to him being released to spend Christmas with his family. It's no skin of my nose, but my argument would have been that he should have been detained in that court for a minimum of 3 to 6 months to have time to reflect on his actions. So that would have been my recommendation. So we go on from... Actually, do we have a clip of Faritomi being released? Maybe we could play you that and then we move on to something else. Apologies for my deep-throatedness, by the way. I think I may be carrying somewhat of a flu. But this is when Dele Farotimi was granted bail. So there it is right there. So that was Faritomi's bail process right there. So that was Faritomi's bail process. But now, Forbes, to a more non-controversial topic, Forbes has released yet his latest rich list. And of course, the Nigerians make the list, but where do they stand and who are they? So the Nigerians make the list. Where do they stand and who are they? 3 Nigerians make Forbes list of wealthiest Black Americans. So I think these are Nigerian Americans, so you can't be both. 3 Nigerians make Forbes list of wealthiest Black Americans. So, and by the way, that is not to say that they are richer than Dangote. You have to see that that is not to say that they are richer than Dangote. You have to see that they are narrowing it to the specificity, if there's such a word, of America. So they're saying Black Americans. So that is 3 Nigerians make Forbes list of wealthiest Black Americans. Who are they? 3 Nigerians made the Forbes list of the most powerful, impactful, and wealthiest Black Americans in 2024. The Nigerians on the list are Wemimo Abe, Tope Awotona, and Adebayo Ogunlesi, all based in the United States. Abe, 32. Is it Abe or Abe? So I don't know how you want to pronounce it. You tell me. 3 Nigerians made the Forbes list of the most powerful, impactful, and wealthiest Black Americans in 2024. The Nigerians on the list are Wemimo Abe, Tope Awotona, and Adebayo Ogunlesi, all based in the United States. Abe is the co-founder and co-CEO of Esusu, a New York fintech startup that helps renters build their credit history and scores by reporting rent payments to credit bureaus. So I thought that was a service that should already be existing, but there it is. According to Forbes, more than 20,000 properties currently offers a Susu service, and some 1.8 million Americans have used a Susu to record a rent payment. In early 2022, a Susu raised $130 million in funding at a $1 billion valuation. Before founding a Susu, Abe, who grew up in Lagos, Nigeria, worked as a mergers and acquisition consultant at PwC and co-founded a non-profit and data analytic startup. Report has it that his Nigerian mother sold her wedding ring to fund his travel and education in the United States. So that would be a lie, of course. No, I'm not sure how much. That's an embellishment. That's an addendum. That's an added on to just embellish a storyline. I don't think that his mother's wedding ring would have funded anything. How expensive could it have been that would fund anything? Awotono is the Awotono 43 is the founder CEO. Calendly, a scheduling software startup with I'm going to start this entirely all over again. I don't like the way I'm reading it. 3 Nigerians made the Forbes list of the most powerful, impactful, and wealthiest Black Americans in 2024. The Nigerians on the list are Wemimo Abe, Tope Awotona, and Adebayo Ogunlesi, all based in the United States. Abe is the co-founder and co-CEO Esusu, a New York fintech startup that helps renters to build their credit history and scores by reporting rent payments to credit bureaus. According to Forbes, more than 20,000 properties currently offer a Susu service, and some 1.8 million Americans have used a Susu to record a rent payment. In early 2022, a Susu raised $130 million in funding at a valuation of $1 billion valuation. Before founding Esusu, Abe, who grew up in Lagos, Nigeria, worked as a mergers and acquisitions consultant at PwC and co-founded a non-profit and data analytics startup. Reports has it that his Nigerian mother sold her wedding ring to fund his travel and education in the United States. Awotono 43 is the founder and CEO Calendly, a scheduling software startup with private investors valued at $3 billion in 2021. At the age of 15, Awotono moved to Atlanta from Lagos from Lagos, where he was born. He studied computer science at the University of Georgia before switching majors to business and management information. After working as a salesman for several tech firms and launching a few failed startups, Awotona cashed in on his 401k. Is that 401k? 401k. I don't know. I will turn a question on his. Is that 401k? What was that? What's that? 401k. After working as a salesman for several tech firms and launching a few failed startups, Awotona cashed in on his 401 bracket K in 2013 to found Calendly because he was frustrated with the number of emails it required to schedule meetings. After bootstrapping the company for several years, in 2021, Awotona raised $350 million to further scale Calendly. Today, is worth an estimated $1.4 billion. Adebayo Ogunlesi, so we all know who that is, at 70, is the chairman, co-founder, Global Infrastructure Partners, a New York-based private equity firm, Global Infrastructural Partners. In October, GIP, that's the acronym for Global Infrastructure Partners, in October, GIP was acquired by BlackRock for $12.5 billion in cash and shares, with Ogunlesi remaining the chairman and CEO of GIP. Today, Forbes estimates Ogunlesi, who earned a Bachelor of Arts degree from Oxford, a Juris Doctor, Juris, that's G-U-R-I-S, a Juris Doctor from Harvard Law School, and an MBA from Harvard Business School. You know now, you know the key to success is not what you know, it's not even who you know, it's where you went to. You know, the success of this guy, this Adebayo Ogunlesi, his success may or may not be as a result of his genius, but I can bet you right here that a lot of his success are down to these two spaces. A doctor from Harvard Law School and an MBA from Harvard Business School. So just with that on a CV, that opens up so many doors that probably you, maybe not me, because I can open many doors. So that opens up so many doors of opportunities at the toppest echelons of whichever society. If somebody knocks on your door now, you're the president of, let's say, Liberia, and they say the man looking for you is a Harvard doctor with an MBA from Harvard. You will say, let him in. I want to hear what he has to say. If somebody knocks on your door and they say, "Oh, it's a MBA from Unzuka or University of Ibadan," you say, "What is that?" Arrest him and throw him in the cell. So that Harvard name alone is probably a lot of his success wraps around that. In October, GIP was acquired by BlackRock for $12.5 billion in cash and shares, with Ogunlesi remaining chairman and CEO of GIP. Today, Forbes estimates Ogunlesi, who earned a Bachelor of Arts degree from Oxford. I think this guy must have come from privilege. So there's no one step that was missed as it straddles the topmost echelons of education globally. He earned his Bachelor of Arts from Oxford, which is already sufficient enough for you to be the CEO. That puts you already in the bracket of the 1% of the 1%, or just having a degree from Oxford. That already brackets him. But then he goes on to get a PhD in law from Harvard and an MBA from Harvard as well. He has a net worth of $1.7 billion. After clerking for Supreme Court Justice Thurgood Marshall in the early 1980s, Ogunlesi worked as an attorney at the New York law firm Cravath, Swine and More. Prior to co-founding GIP in 2006, Ogunlesi spent more than 20 years as an investment banker at Credit Suisse. Others on the list of wealthiest Black Americans include Dr. Dre, LeBron James, Michael Jordan, Beyonce, Jay-Z, and Gary Lineker, to mention a few. So there it is right there. And I don't think the indigenous Americans got their wealth through brain work. They got it through just singing and dancing. Yahaya Bello released after bail conditions met. So it is the season to be releasing. It seems to be what the courts are doing. It is the season to be releasing. Yahaya Bello released after meeting bail conditions. So quickly on this, former Kogi State Governor Yahaya Bello has been released from Kuje Custodial Center after meeting the bail conditions set by the Federal Capital Territory in Maitama, Abuja. The spokesperson for the Nigerian Correctional Service, FCT Command, Adamu Duzar, confirmed this on Friday, December the 20th. He said, Yahaya Bello has been released after meeting the bail conditions. He was released this evening, Friday. The controller of the prison service in Abuja, Ajibogun Olatubosun, was on the ground to ensure his smooth release and that all protocols were observed. Bello was granted bail on Thursday by Justice Miriam Anene in the sum of 500 million naira. The conditions include providing 3 sureties, each owning property in select high-value areas of Abuja, such as Maitama, Guzape, and Asokoro. The court also ordered Bello to surrender his passport and restricted his travel outside Nigeria without prior permission. The former governor, alongside Shaibu Oricha and Abdusalam Hudu, face a 16-count charge of conspiracy, criminal breach of trust, and unlawful possession of property brought by the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission. All 3 have pleaded not guilty. The justice had rejected Bello's initial bail application on procedural grounds, but granted bail to his co-defendant. So I'm glad I read this actually. So Yahaya Bello had appealed for bail immediately after his arrest, but the court rejected it. Why did they reject it? Not because they felt he wasn't deserving or not, but because the application for bail was not properly filed. So now transmute that to the Faritomi narrative. He was rejected bail for exactly the same reason. They filed his bail, initially, he's been granted bail now, but at his initial filing, they filed his bail application orally, and the court said they wanted it filed formally. So that's why they detained him till today. And ditto exactly mirroring what happened to Yahaya Bello. So it's not as though a set of rules are being used for Faritomi or not. It's the same set of principles, the same set of law procedurals being used in most instances. As exemplified by this, Justice Anene had rejected Bello's initial bail application on procedural grounds, but granted bail to his co-defendants. Bello's fresh application was approved on Thursday, December the 19th. So he beat Faritomi out of prison by just a day. Peter Obi reacts as Governor Adeleke moves to pardon man sentenced to death for stealing a fowl. So this is a storyline that has been circulating for the past few days. We've been avoiding it, but we landed there eventually. It's the narrative of this. Then at the point of incident, a 17-year-old boy who allegedly stole a chicken, and for doing that, then they sentenced him to death. I think this will be in Osun State. So unbelievable stuff. But Peter Obi reacts as Adeleke moves to pardon man sentenced to death for stealing fowl. So, this is what frustrates. So we hear of unknown gunmen ravaging and savaging all over the southeast. Peter Obi never even coughs in that direction. But as soon as somebody drops a plate and it breaks on the floor anywhere in Kutu, in Jalingo or Ibadan, is quickly in the media saying that somebody has dropped a plate in Jalingo, somebody has dropped a plate in Ibadan. Look at this, so bad government. When can we continue like this? Bad government. But several monarchs were killed in whatever Abakaliki yesterday and the day before, and for the last 6 years, every day is a slaughter. He doesn't say anything about that, but let anybody sneeze in the wrong way in Lagos, he will be writing chapter and verse on Twitter. Peter Obi reacts as Governor Adeleke moves to pardon man sentenced to death for stealing a fowl, I should say. But there's more to this story actually than at first instance. But let me give you the readout first. Labour Party presidential candidate in 2023, Peter Obi, has commended Osun State Governor Ademola Adeleke for taking steps to grant pardon to Segun Olowore, to Segun Olowore. So yes, let's get that name and let's start again. Labour, and by the way, apologies for my splattering and all. It's just I think I'm carrying a bit of a heavy chest. Maybe that's the beginnings of a flu. Labour Party presidential candidate in 2023, Peter Obi, has commended Osun State Governor Ademola Adeleke for taking steps to grant pardon to Segun Olowore. We talk about Olowore kò ní wá jalè now, so kékeré ní pálapàla yẹn. Labour Party presidential candidate in 2023, Peter Obi, has granted. Oh, what's going on here? That's my thing. I was switching out. All right. You know, it's always funky where I am, so the funk continues. Can anyone see me? Am I still there? Let me see. Let me just move this here. So that's Peter Obi running commentaries on any and everything as he always does. So yes, so we're back. NEPA has brought the light back. All right. So quickly through this, Labour Party presidential candidate in 2023, Peter Obi, has commended Osun State Governor Ademola Adeleke for taking steps to grant pardon to Segun Olowore, who was sentenced to death for stealing fowl and eggs. Obi lamented that Olowokere, his name has changed, had already spent 17 years in prison for stealing a fowl, stating that the sentence alone far exceeded the demands of justice. So I may agree with him on that, but there are elements to this case that if it's not covered by Peter Obi, almost certainly will not be. I will add elements. I will add you the backstory of this case, and then you would want to make the determination then. Even with the backstory, by the way, the judgment is still excessive, but stealing the fowl is not the totality of the narrative. So just stay there, stay steady. We get to the bottom of it. All right, one more time from the top and all the way through. Labour Party presidential candidate in 2023, Peter Obi, has commended Osun State Governor Ademola Adeleke for taking steps to grant pardon to Segun Olowore, who was sentenced to death for stealing fowl and eggs. Obi lamented that Olowokere had already spent 14 years in prison for stealing a fowl, stating that the sentence alone far exceeds the demand of justice. He stated this via his X handle. Is anybody following what's going on with Uptown, by the way? It's causing quite a lot of stir on Twitter space. If anybody is following that space, if you want to talk about it, then you can hop on. I'm not going to bring it up as a story, but we are aware that it's out there. He stated this via his X handle, formerly known as Twitter. I wish they would not drop this formerly Twitter. If you are insisting that it's still Twitter, I'm one of those that thinks that this South African guy made a mistake by changing an already established brand name. But if you are going with the change, just refer to it as X. So you don't have to tell us it's formerly Twitter. Everybody knows what it is. He stated this via his X handle, formerly known as Twitter, at Peter Obi on Friday, December the 20th. The former Anambra State governor described Olowokere's case as the harsh inequalities of the Nigerian legal system. Obi said those who embezzled billions of public funds are celebrated even when caught and taken to court. This case underscores the harsh inequalities of the Nigerian legal system. If you dare to speak freely, you are treated as a criminal and silenced. If you embezzle billions of public funds, you are celebrated even when caught and taken to court. I think we just saw that play out with Yahaya Bello. He further stated that the Nigerian judiciary system rewards impunity whilst punishing the integrity of the people. I don't think integrity quite comes in with somebody that actually factually stole. So I'm not quite sure. Maybe the guy is disputing that he did steal, but the narrative is a narrative of theft. So it's not punishing integrity in this instance. Maybe it's using that as a touch point to make other references. Of course, he's speaking to the Faritomi'S space with a comment. He stated that the Nigerian judiciary system rewards impunity whilst punishing the integrity of the people. It is a system that rewards impunity whilst punishing integrity. A stark indictment of our need for urgent judicial reform and genuine accountability in governance. So that's Obi right there, leaping into that space to have his own little to cut his own slice. So it says yes. So this is the actual story. Meanwhile, correspondents reported that a medical doctor, Dr. Femi Olaleye, shared details of how Oluwokere, who is now 31, spent 14 years in prison. The court sentenced Oluwokere to death by hanging as a 17-year-old for allegedly stealing fowl in Osun State in 2010. Olaleye said he first met Oluwokere at the Kirikiri Maximum Prison. So what's a doctor doing in Kirikiri? In Amuwo or Dofin area, local government area of Lagos State. So what does it tell us? This is not adding anything. It ends there. What has he said? Oh, all right. I thought this guy would give us the backdrop, but the storyline for and by the way, the punishment is still excessive, and the amount of time that this guy has spent in prison is simply ungodly, and it speaks to just the rot within the system. So I consider all of that. But the storyline of this guy, this young man, custody over a fowl and some eggs. The storyline though was that the guy had what was like it was a non-fatal gun, maybe like a stun gun or a toy gun. That was what he used to effect the robbery. The guy denies that he ever did anything at all. So it's still consistent in denying that he stole the fowl. But the storyline is that the guy he used a gun, but not a real gun, but then of course the person being robbed would not know if it's a real gun or not, and a cutlass to effect that robbery. So if that was the case, then you can sorry, what's going on? Can you see me? If that was the case, I was saying, if that was the case, then you can see why the law would toe a harsh line. If he used a gun and a cutlass to effect that robbery, then you can see why the law toed a harsh line. Even with the law, even with that though, the line is still too harsh. Certainly not death by hanging, and certainly not 14 years of his life in prison. 2-3 years, even 6 months would have been sufficient enough. The price of a man's liberty versus the cost of a chicken. You know, so that's that. So that's that. So that's the storyline of Peter Obi leaping on yet another opportunity. Court finally grants bail to Dele Farotimi with 30 million naira condition. So I think we've already covered that space. Let's go on from that to this one. It is ignorance of law raised to power 1,000. lawyer Enebihi Effiong tackles police PRO Adejobi for saying cursing someone online is a criminal offense. So I'm going to take you into this space in a moment. So listen, man, Sabo, I'm happy not to have you here, but if you are going to be here, just behave yourself. I'm going to take you into this space in a moment, but it says this is ignorance of the law raised to power 1000. Lawyer Enebihi Effiong tackles police PRO Adejobi for saying cursing someone online is a criminal offense. So these are the offshoots now of the Dele Farotimi case. So as I was saying in the previous conversation I was having earlier on today, it looks as though they cracked down the backlash on the excesses that we've been seeing. Did you know that so one of these cards, one of these, that's CAD, not CARD, no good is probably what that means. One of these characters, one of these characters. So I just let me just do this. Oh, all right. So one of these characters, one of these commentators on social media, on that Twitter space, he actually came up with the storyline that the EFCC raided El Rufai's home, found about 80 billion in cash, about $1 billion, 80 billion naira in cash, about $1 billion in cash, and all of these fantastical stories. And that story started to regurgitate within that particular circle. So those are the sort of excesses that that people are looking to pull back. So those are the sort of excesses that the Dele Farotimi particular case now is looking to pull back. But this is the excess of it actually, because this is let me just give you the readout and I'll give you my commentaries after. This is ignorance of the law raised to power 1000. Lawyer Enebihi Effiong tackles police PRO Adejobi for saying cursing someone online is a criminal offense. So let's have it. Human rights lawyer Enebihi Effiong has tackled police public relations officer ACP Olumuyiwa, pardon me, Olumuyiwa Adejobi for saying raining direct curses on someone online is cyberbullying, which is a criminal offense and punishable. So now Nigeria has this Nigeria has this cyberbullying a new edict in its criminal justice laws that is quite ambiguous and subject to abuse. So I think this is the space we're entering now. So as much as you want them to pull back the excesses of just these wild, unfettered commentaries that we're hearing all the time, or just the vileness of the abuse and just the casual defamation of names and all. So you want those excesses pulled back, but then you don't want it to constrain free speech. So is where that balance is really, is where we want to find. So the extreme of the excesses are somebody like Dele Farotimi telling us that a senior lawyer corrupted the judiciary system and procured a fraudulent judgment. So that's an extreme excess right there. And the further excess in terms of trying to curb it is now this police officer telling us that if you insult a politician, it will put you in prison. So between those two far extremes, the middle ground is where we're looking to get. Human rights lawyer Enebihi Effiong has tackled police public relations officer ACP Olumuyiwa Adejobi for saying raining direct curses on someone online is cyberbullying, which is a criminal offense and punishable. In a post shared on X today, December the 20th, Adejobi wrote. So this is from the police PRO. Raining direct curses on someone online is cyberbullying, not expression of free speech or criticism. And cyberbullying which is even different from defamation, is a criminal offense and punishable, be guided. And these are part of the charges leveled against Faritomi, by the way. The defamation one is being leveled against him by Afe Babalola, Afe Babalola, but there's an additional charge being leveled against him, which I think is coming from the police force itself, which is around that cyberbullying narrative. So that guy is going to spend a lot of time in the courts. Faritomi, that is. Reacting via his X handle, Inibihi said Adejobi's statement reeks of ignorance. He stated that no part of the Nigerian law says that raining curses on anyone is punishable. He wrote, "This is ignorance of the law raised to power 1000. The fact that this very ridiculous opinion is from the spokesperson of the primary law enforcement agency in Nigeria says a lot about the decadence of our institutions. To be clear, raining curses on someone is not a criminal offense, and I challenge the first PRO to cite any law that supports his statement. By virtue of Section 36, Sub 12 of the Nigerian Constitution, for an act or omission to be termed a crime, it must be expressly and specifically defined as such under a written law. This first PRO has a history of inventing imaginary offenses from his head. Also, curses do not constitute threats to life of the person that is cursed." I don't know. I don't know. If you go to some places in Ondo, a curse can be a threat to your life. Or in fact, it can lead to the immediate cessation of your life. Sorry that my voice is getting thicker and thicker. It's not. I'm not trying to funk it up for the ladies. I think I'm having the beginnings of a flu. Also, curses do not constitute threats to life of the person that is cursed. Curses do not have effect or value in the eyes of the law for the simple reason that they are premised on superstition or at best the supernatural forces. For example, telling someone "it shall not be well with you" is a prayer. A prayer can be positive or negative. Wishing somebody evil is also not a matter of legal redress. The law does not concern itself with trifling things and spiritual matters. What is more appalling is the fact that the supposed image maker of the Nigerian police does not know that the Cybercrime Act has been amended and that the notorious wordings of the provision of the old Section 24, which the police have been using to witch hunt critics, has been repealed. So I did remember vaguely that I thought the entirety of the cybercrime law had been repealed, but the more ambiguous clause seems to have been repealed, according to this guy that purports to be a lawyer. I don't know him. I don't know his backdrop. I urge Nigerians to ignore the misleading statement of Prince, whatever his name is, as same as baseless. What a shame. So this is it now. The police making up the law on the half, and it is meant to be. If the police PRO man does not even know the law, and what he's saying is contrary to the law, then what hope do we have? That's just the thing. Federal government to scale down Lagos Calabar Coastal Highway to 6 lanes. So I don't want them to lose the ambition of this project to economics, I think he wants to rush it through so he completes it within his own 2 terms. That's the thing. But I think he should look to the prosperity of it rather than the accolades that he is looking to get. If it's completed, he should just try and complete as much as he can within his tenure, either 1 or 2 years, but not losing the grandioseness of that project, because it's meant to be a project of grandeur. And if you lose the grandioseness, then you lose the essence of it. It should be epic and opulent and grand, and a statement of an announcement to the world that, look, This is Nigeria, and this is how we do things. Federal government to scale down Lagos Calabar Coastal Highway to 6 lanes. How many lanes was it before? Was it 10? The federal government says the Lagos Calabar Coastal Highway project will be reviewed from 10 years to 6 lanes and for a lower cost. The Minister of Works, Dave Umahi, made the disclosure during a tour of the highway on Friday. He said that the review will soon be presented to the Federal Executive Council. Mr. Umahi said the review had become necessary because of variations in designs and interventions, such as excavation of refuse of 10 meters deep and backfilling. He also cited salvaging of some structures by the magnanimity of President Bola Tinubu. Mr. Umahi said, what we are going to do is that we are going to use part of that land to put a service lane for them. We are going to be reviewing this contract to accommodate what is not there. There are places like that landmark where we had to build a retaining wall. It looks as though they are very neat, not out of the economics of it, but out of contention, saving people's lands, important spaces and monuments, etc., etc. So I think this might well be what led to the variation. So that's the end of the readouts. Let me send the link in. Anybody that wants to join, so that we can have a conversation. So let me send the link in. All right, we go on to the clips we have, and then we see what happens after that. So the link is in the comment section. If you want the conversation, it is a participatory sport, as I said. So now it's very rare that that somebody that his name ends with El Rufai would ever say anything that I agree with. But I concur with what this guy says is saying here in toto. I concur with what this guy is saying here in totality. Watch this. This is El Rufai's son, who is now a member of the House of Representatives, representing whichever northern hamlet is representing.
So the recurrent issue is in every budget, even a young person like myself, we budget for vehicles every year, we budget for utensils every year. So what I would like us to do, sir, to open more revenues or block loopholes, is to look at all these ministries that are bringing their budgets. If they bought vehicles last year, please, they should just relax now. Vehicles do not expire. These are the little things, Mr. Speaker, that unless we start looking at them, the loopholes we talk about will not come out. I want to thank the leadership for sessions like this and other experienced members. It's a learning opportunity. But on this, the Oronsai report, sir, should be implemented. It is key. That is one. The second and most important thing to me, since I was I'm still a young man, since I was a boy, budgets every year come with new computers, new furniture. These things don't expire, sir. We should cut them out totally. We can't be asking Nigerians. We can't have a tax reform bill that could shape the fiscal shape of this country. Well, as leaders, we are not cutting anything. So I urge the chairman, I'm honored, sir, that I chair a committee that has CBN, but my budget is not on here. But committee chairman that are more experienced than myself should look into this. Nigerians are tired of every agency buying fork and knife every year.
All right. I have to say I agree with that. Every single year they budget for computers. What happened to the old ones? So they budget for vehicles. Every single year they budget for vehicles. So the vehicles don't have the budget for furniture every single year. In fact, not only should it be stopped, we should go back and audit some of these things to ask where the old ones are or where the new ones are. What happened to the car you bought last year if you're buying a new one this year? What happened to the computers you bought last year if you're buying new ones this year? Where are those furnitures that you spent countless billions on last year if you're buying new ones? So these are the things, it's just a portal for a relentless looting. It just goes under the radar. So so casually. Hold on. All right. I was going to avoid this, but I'll bring it to your attention anyway. This is our friend Uptown right here that is under the cosh somewhat, is under the spotlight within the Twitter space with the goings on. People are riding against him somewhat. I'm not quite sure what's going on there, but I stand with Uptown for whatever that counts for. I stand with Uptown. So maybe that's another hashtag we have to start now. I stand with Uptown. So I stand with Uptown. Let me play you the next clip now. This is what air freight now looks like in Nigeria now. Only in Nigeria will you see some, maybe in India as well, but you don't want India to be the example that you want to follow. I was aghast. I was left agape when I saw this. Watch. Right. When I saw that clip, there was only one thing that I thought was missing. I was just expecting somebody to be hanging from the door saying, Oshodi ma wole o, agege straight, mu change dani o, ma so yin po ni o. You know, they've turned air freight now into that's essentially a mole. I don't know, man. Only in Nigeria would you see such a thing, but there it is right there. So only in Nigeria would you see such a thing. But this guy right here, if there was ever, if we could transmute one person's judgment to another person to be applied, to be applied, then I will ask for the, rather than clemency or pardon that Adeleke granted that young boy that stole a fowl or did not, rather than the clemency, what he should have done was to transmute that boy's sentence, now man's sentence, that death sentence, because, you know, death sentence is hard currency, or you don't get it every day. So just hold on to that death sentence that's already been passed, remove it from that boy, and transmute it now to the main protagonist of this clip that I'm about to play you now. So hold that death sentence in animated suspension, lob it like a basketball, you know that American sport they call basketball, lob it and let it land in the basket of this person, the main protagonist in this clip that I'm about to play you now. This guy deserves 2, not 1, but 2 death penalties. All right, we don't appear to have commentaries for this. I thought it came with commentaries. Actually, it's coming from TVC. But this sprawling edifice that you're seeing is a warehouse built by your former CBN governor. You know, it's stealing the money and just plunking it everywhere. So this is yet another piece of asset. This is I think 170 something hectares. This is what you're seeing here. So this is the warehouse then for all of his stolen goods, everything in there stolen, including the land, including the building. We also the small town that he built in Abuja are just endless stealing by this guy Emefiele. So if they could transmute that death penalty from that boy to this man, I don't think too many Nigerians would object. So I don't think too many Nigerians would object. We have one last one. You know, it's never complete, of course, until we've taken a side swipe at Peter Obi. So here is the side swipe at Peter Obi, the side swipe of the day at Peter Obi.
Peter Obi wears only black shoe, and I have 2 pairs of it anytime, and I travel with it. The purpose of shoe is to protect the leg from being hurt. Nothing else. So that people are wearing one They go and buy $200 one, $300. It's a waste of time. I buy this from Marks and Spencer. $49.99. Finish. It's a shoe. Nothing else. I've said it openly to everybody. This is the only watch I have. I won it for 17 years. Purpose of watch is to keep time. Why would I keep a watch at home? Whose time is he keeping? The only place I have a house officially built is in Onitsha. If you see any house anywhere in Lagos, Abuja, anywhere belonging to P2B, confiscate it.
All right. If you see any house anywhere, Lagos, Abuja, belonging to P2B, confiscate it. So could somebody please take a lawyer to number 7 Aerodrome Road in Apapa and put notice on that property and take possession? Number 7 Aerodrome Road in Apapa, go and put a notice on it and seize charge of it. This guy is a pathological liar. Is a pathological liar. So he's saying that if you see any house in Lagos or Abuja under the name of P2B, seize it, take it. But then, of course, the names, the houses will not be in the name of P2B. We saw it with this Pandora something when he went and hid monies that he was stealing from his from the government, from the in his period as the governor of Anambra State. He was parking that money under a shell company, which was in the name of his daughter. Is it Alexandra or something? I can't quite recall. So that's what he did there. And then he can then say that if you find any company under my name, seize it. Because it's not, of course, under his name, because he's doing it by proxy or hiding it behind the shell company. So all these assets, P2B will have a house in Abuja. Of course he would. Not just a house, probably a small estate. But that estate will be under a company name. We know that he owns number 7 Aerodrome Road in Apapa. Everybody knows he owns that. But then that will be under a company name. So when he's telling you, if you find anything under my name, seize it or whatever it is, that's just, sleight of hand, Sakama J, abracadabra. So that's abracadabra. So that's that. That's all the readouts. The link is in the comment section. If you want the conversation, hop on. We'll play the Kegite music, see what happens next. First, the Kegites. And anybody that wants to join Bosso in the super chat can do that as well.
Only water, where they see my water. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí àkẹ́kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Bobby Master kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Chief Wáìlà tí kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosonama ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And that is right there. May death have nothing to do with us. Ejele is still incarcerated, and hence the hashtag on the platform. So hashtag free Injele speak. So hashtag free Injele. Joining us Dewale, always a delight when he's here. Baba here, so always a delight when Baba is here. Choma makes an appearance. There's Chi right there. So as I said, anybody else that wants to, Martin Honey, you have to come back because your device never connects fully with the stream anytime you do try to come on. So if you want to come on, but make sure your device is connecting fully with the stream. So let's kick it off, start it off with Choma, who makes a rare cameo appearance. Choma, waiting there for now. The new latest host of the One Man platform, Choma. Can anyone hear me, by the way?
Yeah, we can hear you.
All right. So, kick it off for us then, Dewale, since I don't think Choma is fully ready yet. Do you want to kick it off? I'm not quite sure what you are looking at in the news. Dele Farotimi, of course, released, but with the ball chain still somewhat around his legs. The rich list, which just come out, a lot of Yoruba names. Yahaya Bello released with conditionalities. Peter be speaking on that boy that stole a foul, etc., etc. So let's hear from you, Dewale.
Thank you, One Man, and greetings to all the viewers and the listeners across the globe, and friends at the comment section. Welcome to the new edition of One Man Went to More show. As you were reading those stories, and I was trying to wrap my head around why can't the magistrate court grant a personal recognition bail to, the accused? I mean, why do they have to cough out huge amount of money just to grant the bail? Seizing his passport, international passport, should be enough. In the person of Dele Farotimi, I don't think the court should go all the way, but it seems that is the standard practice, which I'm completely against in the first place. Nevertheless, Dele Farotimi is not going anywhere, and I'm a little bit weird of the court sensationalize this case and allowing it to fester in the media or on the social media for so long. Now, I know mistake could happen, administrative mistake could happen to the fact that led to the postponement of his bails and all that. But 50 million, 30 million, even though it's a magistrate court case, I wonder why we don't have in the judiciary system where all our court administrative can be, harmonized in a way that can streamline to just one, bail instead of just this duplicity of judiciary process. Now, even though it's been granted, he has to produce surety in the position of maybe a director at this government agency. To me, it's just a too long line to grant someone a bail. It's unnecessary and it does not make any sense. However, I'm glad that it's going to be at least come home, to celebrate Christmas with his family. But nonetheless, that doesn't mean that he's out of the wood yet. And even though he pleaded not guilty, I wonder.
I have to agree with you, Dewale, that I don't know quite why they couldn't grant him bail on self-recognition. It is a known quantity, and it's an unlikely flight risk. There's very little chance that he would run.
That's true. And I don't know. Maybe a lawyer can shed more light on it. It's more or less like the standard practice. Yes,
is
sir.
it written on his forehead that it's not a flight risk?
Well, taking away his international passport should be enough. The monetary aspect of it, I don't see the correlation or how that money is going to be, prevent him from traveling if he needed to travel out of the country.
No, we don't have the bail bondsmen in Nigeria. our bail is not monetized. It's just that the person that will sign the bail bond has to provide, he can put in a 30 million naira cash when the situation demands it at the drop of a hat. That's just all. You just sign to say, hold me for 30 million if he runs away. That's just simply simple.
I still think it's unnecessary.
Somebody is suggesting that Peter B fronted that money. I don't know. That's unverified, but carry on.
No, that's not true. No money
I don't
anywhere
know
is
how the
paid.
process is in Nigeria, but
That
so
person
mainly
should know.
it's
That's the
unnecessary.
process. That is the process. Nobody pays anything.
Well, and also Yahaya Bello also being granted bail. I think you said that almost the same administrative mistake that happens during the filing that delayed their bail. That's another thing. Mistake do happen, but before application can be accepted, I think there should be some level of way to verify it before it's being tendered to the judge or it's being presented to the judge. There's a way they get perused before the judge, used it during the proceeding. But I'm not saying that sometimes they deliberately allow that to happen so that they can delay and drag the case and for the accused to be in the custody for a while. But those are the reform that we should be making. And that led me to, speaking to that young man that has been in the prison for 14 years. I look at it where you were reading this case. How can somebody still, let's say he robbed the owner of that fowl? That would be an aggravated robbery. An aggravated robbery is a felony, if I'm not mistaken. Aggravated robbery shouldn't take between 10 to 20 or 30 years. Depends on the gravity or the way the crime was perpetrated. And the judge will use that to, look for the appropriate judgment, but usually between 10 years, a decade to within 10 to 30 years. So they will find the one that fit into that position. Now, when somebody steals a fowl and is also claiming that he was innocent and has been in the prison for 14 years, just a fowl, that should, to me, I think that should be a theft. Theft. But I don't know how it's been codified in Nigerian law. But a theft shouldn't be more than 10 years. Let's just say, because a theft is supposed to be a misdemeanor, except it occur maybe more than once or twice. But it make mockery of our judiciary system. Honestly, I still believe strongly in the jury system, where an accused stand a chance to prove his or her case, and he found guilty, is going to be by his own by the jury to make such pronouncement, but after weighing the options, than one individual looking at the merit of the case presented and decided this is where he's going to stand in terms of judgment. I still believe it's a little bit. I believe that I believe the jury system works, um, but in a way, for someone who has been in the custody for 14 years and being overlooked, because I tell you this: if that video clips of his parents have not surfaced, probably that young man will still be in custody from now. But the governor to jump on the bandwagon simply because it's now being trending. Oh, they have to do right by that young man. Honestly, that shouldn't be. There should be a commission that will review cases of those who have been remanded in custody and look at the ones that have, distinguished themselves and see if they can grant them some maybe clemency or parole. I mean, during a festivity like this, will have been a better occasion for the governor.
Dewale, if human rights space is willing to take on this guy's case, I suspect that he may well have a case against Osun State's judicial system. You know, for
Ah,
all that Peter Obi said, saying that the punishment outweighs the, it's not justice
yeah,
anymore. It's not a matter. This is just it's excessive. It's just
yeah,
brutal.
yeah. But Obi should shut up. Obi should keep quiet. How many people did he grant clemency when he was a governor?
He
How
used to
many?
kill them now. He used to just kill them.
Well, I can't prove that with moment, so I'm
No,
not
there was a
able to.
time he killed a whole bunch of them and threw them in the river
So
somewhere.
that
Yeah.
tells you the eye service, hypocrisy of the so-called opposition. Or Obi should keep quiet. If there's anybody that have the moral temerity to query or question what government does, not Obi. It shouldn't be Obi, because when he was a governor, how many people did he grant a clemency? None, zero. I mean, governors hardly even sign what do you call it, the one that condemned them by anger or whatever, or the descent. They don't even sign it. They just leave it there, and that's why people stay in prison for God knows how long, because they're scared. I don't know if they are conscious because of all the bad stuff they've done. So, but I believe the Obi is just pursuing a cheap popularity. You see, that speaks to his this condemnation about him junketing media, or always tweeting about one story or the other. Every trending story is like is in connivance with the Arise News or any of these bloggers. Is always tweeting, getting involved in unnecessary mundane topic. I'm not saying this, to me, it's unnecessary jumping on this bandwagon of the guy, of the Osun State guy. It's not necessary. But you should have left it to the blogger. I mean, it's already succeeded by the story being out there in the public. So why are you jumping on the bandwagon? Would he have done something different if he was made the president? It's just go and sit down. But I think him having a case against the government, I'm talking about the young man. I doubt it, because I haven't seen anybody that's able to successfully sue the government, even when they are being exonerated, and yet I haven't seen it being compensated enough in Nigeria. I haven't. I don't know if they take it up. I don't know. But we will talk more about it so that I won't occupy the space. But briefly, before I let Baba or any other person come up, that young lawyer called Effion. What's his name? Effion. What's his name again?
And it be he.
Enihibe. That guy. Every time I see him on the television, it's like a jester. I'm not a lawyer, but I can tell you the serious one. It was it not our in-house lawyer, Ogbeni, that said one day that every time you see a lawyer on the television, just know that they are not what they are sought, because the one that actually, litigate cases in the court, they don't usually come in front of the camera. This is the same guy that was accused and remanded in custody for contempt of the court. They shave his boy's beard and shave his head and throw him in the jail, simply because he was accused of going against the judge. When the judge give you the directive, then you have to follow. And he was found in contempt of the court, and he was punished. So, because if a lawyer that knows what he's doing, he knows that these are the proceedings in the court. There's some things you cannot do, right? Just as that son was recused from Faritomi'S case. Because how can a son who should keep himself abreast of every update in law, especially magistrate law, now decided he want to go and represent someone when he's been you know that he cannot represent somebody especially in the magistrate court as a son. You know, he should have known that before he took up the brief. But that tells you that, look, sometimes we may claim that we know it all in every profession, but nobody knows it all. So the Adejobi, the I'm talking about the police PRO now, that tweeted and said, "Oh, raining curses on others will be considered an abuse." I agree with him totally, and I'll tell you why. I don't know any one of us. maybe those who are in the comment section too have experienced. If you have been a gamer like me, you will notice that when you play game online, you come across so many characters. And I'll tell you this, I've seen a lot, I've heard a lot. Honestly, in my own household, there are some games that I don't allow my kids to play. Even myself as an adult, I don't even play those games because I've come across so many people that say things that sometimes and I imagine that you can imagine this being said to a 10 years old, 12 years old, how they are going to take it. So bullying could come in any form or shape. So when you accuse somebody, and I'll tell you this, it gets to people, especially those who are in the public space. When you rain curses on them and you say things, that you don't know their background, you don't know where they're coming from. Yes, they post stuff out there, and then we are so used to this calling people stupid, idiot, momo in our space in Nigeria, and I think it's ignorant. Even the social media platform, there's always something that they post, especially on YouTube. They will tell you, be civil, respect others, don't do this, don't do that, because they recognize that what you said matters. And when you say things, you never know how that person is going to take it. What if the other person take it and go harm in ourselves? What would you call that? So abuse could come in any form. It depends on how it's been proven in the court. And if it happens that what you said is what led to this person's demise, look, you are going to be liable criminally. Pure and simple. And for that lawyer to be saying, no, he doesn't know what he's doing, he doesn't know what he's doing. Well, I always think that, people think they know it all. No, when you abuse somebody, yes, it's a freedom of speech, but on what ground, on what context are you abusing this person? So until one day it's proven in the court, that's when people will realize that you just can't, keep typing and abusing others and saying things that you don't know how long or how far it's going to affect the receiver, and you think, well, I have a freedom. I can say things. I can type things. I can put anything out there in the space. It won't have any effect on me. After all, I'm allowed to do that. The law permits me to do that. Well, the day is going to come that will be proven wrong, because when you refuse to be civil and you refuse to, treat other the way you're going to be treated, and then you get liable for what you said, then you realize that sometimes law can be interpreted. Law is ambiguous in nature anyway. It's subject to multiple interpretation. That's why it's not a one-way
But
traffic
but
thing.
but, but I agree with you somewhat though, because they call them keyboard warriors, don't they? These people that go online, they hide behind their computer. A lot of them probably just in their underwear, barely hanging out, just typing abuse at everybody. But people forget that the people on the other side are human beings as well.
That's true.
I've seen. Was it even Sheon Kuti that I saw? That somebody insulted and he went wild. It wasn't even that much of an insult, but you could see that it's like the culmination of so many of these things. So, uh,
Yeah.
so I
I used
I
to-
somewhat agree is what I mean. Sorry, carry on.
yeah, I mean, people may disagree with me and say, well, that shouldn't even constitute abuse or bullying. Cyberbullying could come in any form of shape. Cyberbullying could come in, uh, when somebody say, well, you posted it online, so it's subject to anybody could respond because you put your business out there. Oh yeah, but the thing is, you are not solicited to respond. Must you respond to everything that has been posted online? No, you are not mandated to respond. Sometimes I think it comes with maturity. There are times you come across certain things being posted, and you are so itched enough that you needed to give response. You needed to respond back to this individual. Like it bothers you if you don't respond. And then when you are responding, you are not going to be coherent. You are not going to be civil. You are not going to be, reasonable. All you want to do is just to call the person, Olori Buruku, and we are known for that. Well, I think it has to do with culture. But even when we are praising somebody, we are still calling that person weary, you know, weary this, weary that. And that, I think that's what we are known for. But we shouldn't take that to the online space, because you never can tell who you are communicating with, who is receiving that. What if that person take it and decided, you know what, I'm going to commit suicide, I'm going to do this, and they ended up taking their own life? How would you take? You can imagine. So, to me, argue with the police PRO that reading courses, even the guy, even the effiong of a guy, if somebody is cursing him out, how would you feel? He will be smiling and say, "Oh, God bless you for cursing me out." Would he? So, and for him not to even call that abuse is, to me, is ludicrous. But anyway, let me leave the floor for maybe Baba and others to come in, and I will join in after. Thank you, Woman.
All right, thank you. So thank you, Dewale, for opening it up. Stay with us. Let's go to Choma before we go to Baba. I think Choma may be ready for us now. So Choma, the floor is yours. You know the talking points, so let's hear your thoughts. Choma.
Good evening, one man.
Good evening. Well done for yesterday, by the way. Rave reviews from everybody. They said they don't want. They said they don't want me back anymore. That they found a new champion now.
It is okay. Thank you for giving me the opportunity. Yeah, I'm here to speak on, I think, 3 headlines, including the one that Mr. Adewale just finished speaking on. So first I want to talk about the man that was sentenced to 16 years to death is it death penalty for for stealing?
Yes, it was death. It was death, but he spent 16 years and then it was granted a pardon.
Yeah, I really thank God for the life of the Osun State governor. This is what governors are supposed to do, pardon, people when the law is just very unfair to them. I don't understand why the judge even ruled that penalty. Does it make sense to you? So see, it just imagine that type of judge is like Afe Baba, Afe Baba, the one that sent Dele Farotimi in jail. That reminds me of Afe Babalola or whatever his name is. Just inhumane. What kind of judge who does that? I don't know if I'm making sense. First of all, the boy is wrong for stealing. I've never stolen in my life. If stealing is absolutely wrong, but he's a kid. You don't give death sentence to a child. That is why I can't take anything in Nigeria seriously. Woman, do you see what I'm saying? Are you there?
No, I see it in this instance, not with the Faritomi narrative, because I hold a different view on that from you.
But this alone,
this alone. I think that judge should actually be named. We need to know who that judge is. And how he justifies this.
Yeah. So that is why it's people don't take Nigeria seriously, because look a judge ruled against a child, putting a child in death sentence. Even in this country, they don't rule death sentence for kids, even for murder. You get my point? They send them for psych evaluation. I don't know. But they don't send them to that sentence, even for murder. So it's like we really need to evaluate our Nigerian judiciary, all of them, even the one that ruled against Peter Obi's victory.
There are flaws in this. No, no, now you're taking it too
No,
far.
I'm not just giving you.
Now
But
you're
this
taking.
is how they are. How they
Peter, be
are.
secured no victory. Peter, be secured no victory. So, he couldn't present anything in court. So I think that's taking it too far. But no, I cannot argue with you on this one. It's just it beggars belief. It's unfathomable that a 17-year, even if that boy stole that chicken and the boy continues to deny, now the man, now 31 years, imagine. That's a life. I suppose it's still recoverable at 31, but
And one
it's
man's
almost destroyed.
one man. I know it's his fault for stealing, right? But I'm sure he didn't get a chance to plead his case, you know. But here's the thing, right? It just absolutely like barbaric to sentence a teenager to death. I mean, this judge he's kind of evil. And just imagine many other judges we have like that in Nigeria. So that is why I stand with what's her name? What's the lady, the prime minister name? You know,
Kemi Badenoch.
yes, because this innocent boy was tortured as a
He's
teenager
not
by
innocent. Why is he become innocent?
One
He's a
man,
thief.
one
He's a
man.
thief
Can
now.
I please interject?
No, you can't interject.
Chioma has the floor. Chioma has the floor.
No,
I want to interject. Okay, please.
unless you're agreeing with me, you can't interject because I don't have all night. I have things I have to do. So
Okay,
1 minute, right? Yeah, don't worry. When I'm done, I'll be quick. So yeah, that judge, he's very cruel, and we have many others like this judge. Reminded me of, is it Afe Baba? What's his name again? The one that put Dele Farotimi in jail.
Afe Babalola.
Afe Babalola. It's just wicked souls, inhumane. It makes you wonder: are these human beings? We have a lot of wicked people in Nigeria. So that is why I tell you, this Japa thing is real. I don't know anyone want to stay in that country. So Kemi Badnoch is right. Anything she says about Nigeria is fact. Because look at what we have. So the other topic about Dele Farotimi, right? I'm so happy that he's been granted bail. And I'm sorry for the Afe, what's his name? Afe Babalola, whatever his name is. He should be ashamed, honestly. And one man, I was right and you were wrong because you were like, oh, he's gonna spend the holidays in jail. I literally just came here to let you know that he's gonna be bailed out. So what do you think about that?
No, I don't think he should have been granted that bail. Not for any other reason that he was sent several court summons. He ignored it. He was aware that there was a bench warrant out for his arrest. He ignored it. So now, by doing that, this guy now places himself above the law, and the law has to assert his dominion. What do you mean for defamation, not freedom of speech now?
That was a civil matter. That's yes. It doesn't matter. It's personal. If I feel they can take it in the streets, they can blow each other. Who cares? Why should you arrest someone because someone decided to have an opinion? If he wants to,
it wasn't arrested.
It
was arrested for ignoring court orders. They summoned him to court. Now it wasn't to arrest somebody. So somebody is allowed to ignore court orders.
He said that court order was illegal. I heard
that's so it's his determination that there it is. This new Nigeria that a lot of people claim that they are fighting for. It sounds like the old Nigeria that we've always had. So you determine that the law doesn't apply to you and therefore you ignore it. How is that different from what's going on already?
That's not the case. It's freedom of speech. If Afe Babalola, whatever his name is against Dele, he can write his own book too, tit for tat. But I guess he's too old for that, and he's still fighting. Anyway, so I'm happy that Dele Farotimi is granted bail, and I wish him well. And I hope the judge is a human being and not an APC member, because you know how they are. But so do you notice even it was the PDP governor that what do you call it, that pardoned that boy. So I mean, APC would never. I just really came on this platform just to point out two things. Osun State governor is a PDP. He pardoned an innocent boy, even though he stole the thing, but he was a kid. I've never stolen in my life. It's wrong, but he's a kid. I mean, we should give him some grace. I don't know if I'm making sense, but we have wicked people in that country. It's so disgusting. So that is a PDP governor. APC would never. Heartless people. So, and then, yeah, there's another topic. What's the other topic? After
we were talking about the rich list.
No, the one that Mr. Adewale just finished. It was the
cyberbullying narrative.
I mean, with all due respect, that was such a pathetic law. I mean, Nigerians are just like, why can't they just make laws that make sense? Why can't you make law against, committed fraud, like anything that would hold all these governors in contempt? You get what I'm saying? Why are you making laws against normal citizens just living their life? That's how they express themselves. I mean, Nigeria is just a mess. Let people feel free to talk about it. Let people feel free to go off on each other. Why can't these lawmakers make law that, that's enforcing, against crimes, like real legitimate crimes these governors are committed. I mean, someone like Governor Bello, wasn't it fraud that he committed, stealing billions? Why don't they make laws against governors stealing, public funds? You get my point? Things that make sense. Why are we focusing on freedom of speech? Because you guys don't want us to criticize the government. You guys are so sensitive. This is why Trump won the election. We have too many softies. You guys don't want to be criticized. The government. I mean, they're just... I don't know, Nigeria, they need to focus on the right things. Like they're just distracted by social media. I don't know if I'm making sense, woman. They're so distracted. This is not what we should be doing. We should be making.
Can you hear me?
Oh.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Is Governor Yahaya Bello, is he with the authorities? Is he been taken through the courts?
But you know how long it took for that to happen? You know how long it took? I mean, he was joking with the system. I mean,
and then the system caught up with him eventually, yes.
Eventually, but can you guys focus on the people committing the real crimes? That's what I'm saying. You see what I'm saying? Like if the government if they can focus on themselves, they're the criminals. Leave us regular civilians alone. Let us deal with our own basbos. Stop arresting people for freedom of speech.
So it's freedom of speech too. Now, do you know what defamation is actually? I'm sure you do. Somebody of your high education.
Of course, I know, but it's a civil matter. Let people deal with this. Stop making stupid laws. Like there's so many laws, that is just punishing civilians that are already suffering. Where are the laws that are punishing governors and presidents and all these lawmakers? You see what I'm saying? Like
I think the laws are applicable to everyone. I don't think there's a statute in the books that says, "Oh, these laws only apply to poor people." I don't think that's how it works. I'm not sure, but I don't think
the law is applicable to everyone, because that's why they're stealing They're stealing so much money. Like the governors are just stealing all this money. There's so many oil theft. It's just so many things that is wrong in our society because of our leaders. It's not the civilians, it's our leaders. So they need to make better laws. Leave people alone. Let people have their freedom of speech. That's the only way they get to vent. And if anyone has a problem with it, then deal with it in a civil manner, but not making stupid laws. Like, I hate stupid stuff.
Let me ask you a question, Choma. There was a story that went viral over the last week, 10 days, of an allegation that the EFCC raided El Rufai's premises. They found 80 billion naira, countless millions of dollars, bags and bags of millions of euros, etc., etc. The only thing wrong with that story is that it is categorically not true. So is the person putting forward that story, is he or she allowed to do that under free speech?
It's freedom of speech, and everyone is allowed to say what they feel like. That's why America is the greatest country.
Including building a false narrative about an individual and damaging the person's image.
Then you can sue them personally. You don't just go and arrest people.
Wait, Choma. I think you should maybe calm down and let one man repeat.
No, I think you should probably stay quiet and let me finish. What I'm trying to say, one man, right? People should follow the proper procedure. You can sue someone personally. You don't just go and be arresting people. That's childish. We need to act like a civilized society. Why are we making these are stupid laws, man? We need to focus on making laws that bring back the money that we're still stealing.
Let me ask you another question. Do you think there's such a thing? Do you think cyberbullying? Do you think such a thing exists? Do you think is something that possibly exists? Cyberbullying.
It's not sensitive. If I don't think it exists, if it bothers you that you're being bullied on social media, then it's not for you. Get off social media. Stop being a punk. Period. Like, why are we raising little peas? I don't want to say the word, but you know what I mean, little pussies. Like, get off social media if you can't handle it. If you can't handle the heat, then get the hell out. What are you doing on social media if you're such a coward? Like, what are you doing on social media? It's not for you. You're special. Get out. Go somewhere else.
All right. Somebody is asking if you've been at the wine. Is this Choma talking or is it red wine?
No, it's
is this red wine talking?
I think that judge really triggered me. Just hearing that a kid was sentenced by hanging. So, just gruesome. Like, how evil. That one alone just triggered me big time. And then just imagine the kind of leaders we have in that country. That is why I stand with Kemi. Like, this is just an example. We're making stupid laws and we're putting people in jail for stupid reasons, and we're sentencing innocent kids to death penalty. That's like, what? It doesn't make sense. So that's what I came here to say, But I'm happy that Peter Obi is speaking on that and giving it attention. Shame on that judge. I really hope that judge just like.
What about the atrocities? What about the atrocities in the Southeast with the unknown gunmen and all that? When is Peter Obi going to speak to us about that?
Oh, I don't know.
He shouldn't care about that one.
He should care, but is there anything happening in that space recently? No.
Every single day there's
he only speaks on things that are trending at the moment, and he has the right to speak on whatever he feels like. It's freedom of speech, just like Obasanjo can speak on whatever he feels like as well. There's nothing wrong with that. But Nigerian lawmakers are trying to silence people because they don't want people criticizing the government. And that's wrong. This is why Trump won the election. I thank God for Trump. You know, I thank God for America. I mean, America is really leading by example, but I don't know, Nigerians are just so backward.
Yeah,
Oh
you're
my
going to
God.
start chanting USA, USA in a moment, isn't it? Well, this the completely indoctrinated.
I love the United States of America. Every time I hear news about Nigeria, I just thank God of the United States. We have a country that is blessed by the heavens and the earth, you know, that just a blessed country that is unlike the riffraffs, you know, just a Nigeria, just a joke. I can't believe what I'm hearing, you know. Yeah, that's all I have to say.
All right. All right, Bill, stay with us, Chioma, for as long as you can. Let Arogidigba have that interjection, and then we go on to Baba. You wanted to interject when Chioma was in flow.
Thank you very much, one man. Have a good evening to you all. It's been a while. I've not had a chance to join you in a while. Baba, Echo
Arogidigba, Bawo, happy weekend.
And thank you very much, Baba.
Àmì àṣẹ Èdùmàrè àti ìwọ náà wà pẹ́ láyé o, wà tẹ̀lé pẹ́.
Baba, ohun ńlá ló ń gbàdúrà yẹn o, so let me tap into ohun ńlá ni I'll tell you about it later, but ohun ńlá ló ń gbàdúrà. All right.
Àṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Àṣẹ wò, àṣẹ wà wówó.
One man, it's good to be here again.
Always a delight in your company. But Baba has the floor, by the way, so you're only having a minor interjection.
Yes, I will be very quick.
But stay there. We want to still hear from you fully. But
I'll be very quick. I'll be very quick to say that in a country where in Texas, in Georgia, I know for a fact that in Texas and in Georgia and in the likes of Mississippi, that an individual who is considered under the age of 18 who commits an aggravated crime can be tried as an adult. And we have seen historically in the United States of America, in fact, that there's been discriminatory convictions charging young people as young as 14 years old. And in fact, there are individuals in jails in the United States of America who went into jail as young people below the age of 18 and who are serving 25 years to life. I'm not talking about one individual. I'm talking about two individuals. I'm talking about it's a rampant matter. And in fact, there's organizations that are set up to try and help those individuals overturn those convictions. Some of those individuals have been convicted under wrong, false evidence. They've been convicted because obviously they are minority individuals, discriminatory convictions. So for Chairman to come here and pontificate about wicked judges, I think is rather rich. I happen to be from Osun State, in fact. I do not think that the judgment for the 17-year-old lad is, I think it's a bit over the top. However, I'd like to clarify some things. First of all, he is not innocent. And in fact, there was never a time that the young boy claimed innocence. Okay? He was convicted not for robbery, but for armed robbery, aggravated assault, and attempted murder. In fact, it was himself and another individual that were convicted. I do think that the judgment was rather very extreme and very harsh. There's something very peculiar about Nigeria, unlike the United States of America. Unlike Nigeria, in more than 20, 30 years, not a single governor, in fact, it's very rare for a single governor to actually sign and commit an individual that has been sentenced to death to sign for that individual to actually be killed under the law, according to the judgments. Very rare. So, I think we just want to clarify that. I do think the judgment is harsh. However, the judgment itself is in line with the Criminal Justice Act.
Yes, but would you say it's harsh though? Because if we look at
it, just one man, I started by saying it is rather harsh. However, I want to clarify that the boy
But is
never
it
claimed to be
excessively
innocent.
harsh? Is it excessively
It is.
harsh?
It's
No,
extremely. I think it was excessive.
look,
It's not a new case. I was aware of it at the time.
yeah, look at what has been alleged. So he stole a chicken, and then you're saying they are killing him. So that
no. So one man. What happened
yeah,
is, I know that he says. I know that. So one man. This is the story. He ended up only getting away stealing a chicken. However, when he did go to commit the crime, he went there with possession of a weapon, a firearm. And he went there and they committed aggravated assault with a firearm, an attempted murder. That is, in fact, is what he's been convicted for. He's not been convicted of robbery. He's been convicted of armed robbery, aggravated assault with a firearm, and attempted murder.
Yeah, but I was actually in the process of.
It is, however, very extreme. The conviction, the judgment itself is very extreme. For what? For I think there be some leniency. I think
on what basis? On what basis?
On the basis of age.
Yes.
And on the basis of the results of their actions. Because although they attempted to commit murder,
hold on. Do you know how the law? You know there are two elements to law. Two elements. There's one element that they call mens reas. So that's one. And then there's a second element called actus reas. So those are Latin words.
Yes.
So mens reas means criminal intention, and then actus reas means criminal action. So for conviction, for conviction in law, those two areas has to sequence. There has to be the criminal intent and then a subsequent criminal action. If that guy carried out armed robbery with the fatal weapons, fatalistic weapons, with the intention to cause harm and to dispossess, and you are saying that he only stole the chicken, but the intentions would have been to steal more than that chicken. You know, we are not even sure what level of harm was caused in the course of that. If you look at the totality of it, you may still say that the sentence was harsh because of his age, but you cannot say it's excessively harsh.
The sentence was harsh. I think it was excessive.
I don't think it's harsh. To be honest with you.
So the judge obviously had the discretion. The judge had the discretion. I think in his discretionary powers, I think he should have applied some leniency. I think so. However, the governor, for whatever reason, obviously, because the case is not new. And I think there's a terrible flaw in the actions of the Nigerian Bar Association. The Bar Association is actually meant to work with the Magistrate Court to actually go into jails frequently to evaluate cases, because the Nigerian jails are overcrowded. The living conditions of the prisoners is very poor. A lot of individuals are there who are even pending to have their case heard. 10 years, 20 years. The Nigerian Bar Association, me as an individual, I don't like grandstanding. I hate it, I despise it. The Nigerian Bar Association has failed. All their different chapters across the states have failed in trying to see how they can look at cases, work with the magistrates, work with the governors to see, to look at individual cases and see, what can they do to correct, because it's meant to be a correctional service, and to improve the society. And they failed. And I think it's very rich of Peter Obi, a man in whose state, under whose leadership, armed robbers and supposed armed robbers and kidnappers were killed in their hundreds and dumped into the river. Those cases till today have not been resolved. And
without recourse to law, he just had them shot and thrown in the river.
Yes, because at the time there was a terrible situation of kidnap in the southeast. It was very terrible. And it's been suggested that the SARS, kind of like a special anti-robbery squad that was operating in Anambra, and the anti-cultism squad were very excessive, that they actually acted extrajudicial in an extrajudicial manner. And that has never been, and Peter Obi has never accounted. Is in fact, any time that matter comes up, is always deflected and always run up. And in fact, during the NSAS tribunals, the man actually went to court and did everything to avoid actually going to the tribunal and helping the families of the several young men who might have been killed extrajudicially, to help the families to, bring a conclusion. So I think it's rather rich of him as an individual, hypocritical, to even delve into a matter in Osun State, where as an individual, he, with the complicity of the police and the special anti-robbery squad, did the things they did. So that's just that. I think it's, the governor of the states is going to pardon this young man. I do hope the young man has come to understand the gravity of his actions. But I doubt he has, because one thing about Nigerian prisons is it hardens individuals. An individual that goes in there usually tends to come out much more hardened, having mingled with criminals and people of the underworld. So, so that's what I have to say. So thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Rose. Stay with us. We want more from you, but that last statement right there is the unfortunate offshoot of what's just happened to this boy. Now he went to prison stealing a chicken, but after 17 years, this guy will probably come out a full-blown armed robber, maybe even a hired killer. So it's not going to come out a reformed character or somebody that's of repentance. But Baba, floor is yours. Good to have you, Baba. Always a delight. Everybody now looks forward to hearing from you almost every day. So, Baba, the conversation, your contribution.
Yes, thank you, one man. A very fine evening to you, my co-panelists, and people of the comment section. I commend you and salute you too, and our viewers. Have you click the like button? If you are not an eavesdropper, please do that. It's a decent thing to do. Yes, woman, I think I will just delve into this issue of Osun State. I don't know much about it. Just for whatever reason, I just not interested in it. But the point where that caught my interest is the emotions people are put into it. They turn it into, I think in their modern lingo, they want to use it to cash cruise. Laws are laws. That's why they tie the eyes of Lady Justice, and because law is blind. In this country, the penalty for an armed robbery is death by hanging or firing squad. That is the law. I'm not saying this young man did it or not, but the only thing is, if I have to reference what I know, I've seen people condemned to death for using the instrument of ordinary 6 inches nail. I've seen people condemned to death for using knife to rob a woman they thought was carrying money in a nylon bag, only to end up seeing in the bag baby diaper with shit inside. They were condemned. Whether they were eventually executed or hanged, I don't know. But that is the law. I had the governor had pardoned him, but he went further beyond his powers to want to institute a commission of inquiry to the circumstances, how he came to be condemned. And he's been called to order that is beyond his purview. As a governor of a state, he has no right to question the decision of a court. If he has any beef with the court or the judge, he should go to the the Judicial Council to lay a report. But people will call it beyond emotions. It's just about catching cruise. And Shurui also involved himself in that. You know who I call Shurui? Peter Obi, of course, is Shurui. And that title he has forever and ever. Shurui. That's his title. For Dele Farotimi, you see, at times when we play clever, our cleverness at times catches up with us, whether we like it or not. His calculation in this case actually failed. Failed in the sense that he is convinced by his own, the limit of his law knowledge, that the worst Afe Babalola could do is take him to court, sue him, civil matter. And we all know that there are civil cases bordering on libel that it takes at least about 15 years before they can come to conclusion. Because at every stage, be it High Court, Court of Appeal, it could even be in the first court of instance at the High Court, it could be at the High Court for 7 years. Why? Because at every point, there will be a kind of clauses of law that they will want interpretation that might take them to appeal courts while they suspend whatever is going on at the substantive suit in the High Court, and from appeal to Supreme Court and then back to High Court. It's a long journey. So trying to malign or libel a man of 95, he knew definitely the case, I mean, he will be there, and of course he will get the glory, because once the affair is dead, then you cannot libel or defame a dead man. End of matter. But he miscalculated.
Sorry, Baba. I align with that thought, because I thought it as well, that he waited 11 years, thinking. I thought it was
when the man has advanced in age.
Yeah, yes. You are picking a fight with a 95-year. I mean, who does that?
Yeah, because he miscalculated that they could use criminal justice this thing against him. And I listened to Professor Chidi Odinkalu. You understand? And in the frame of what I've said before on this panel, you heard that a case is instituted against you in Ekiti, and you are a lawyer. Even though if it's a kind of cash and carry thing, as a lawyer, you attack it immediately. Yahaya Bello did not go to court. He was dodging, but he sent his lawyers to every case that has been put against him. His lawyers were always there. His lawyers were always there. Odikalu case was which classical. Odikalu commented on in 2019 on what El Rufai said as a governor during the elections. He didn't say El Rufai didn't say anything according to Odikalu. When he won the election, he now quietly went to a magistrate court, just exactly what Dele Farotimi said Afe Babalola did, according to Farotimi. El Rufai went to court. First hearing, they didn't see Odikalu. He didn't know about it. Second hearing.
Sorry, Baba. Talk amongst yourself. I'm going to need about 10 minutes, but Choma will be around, so we're letting people in and out. But carry on.
Okay. Second adjournment, Odikalu did not appear, and a bench warrant was issued against Odikalu. Now he was lucky. A policeman called him in Abuja. He said he almost didn't pick the phone. Then the policeman now, he picked the phone and said, I'm a policeman, but there is something going on in Kaduna against you, and a warrant has been issued. What did Ado-Ekiti do? He said he called a friend, a friendly chamber, a lawyer in Kaduna, to help him look into the matter. And that was how they tackled the matter. Law against law. And of course, the warrant was cancelled. Now, as a lawyer, Farotimi, why didn't Farotimi tackle it? Except he was like brazen and he just doesn't care. If he were not to be a lawyer, one could pardon his insolence. But being a lawyer, he should have called somebody to say, look into this thing for me and tackle it. But he left himself open for whatever has happened to him up to this point. And we shouldn't be unmindful that it's just not the magistrate thing that he's facing. He's facing also a cyber crime of the federal courts in Ekiti. That's another different level entirely. Because that is the law in Ibe. He is trying to now say the police PPRO doesn't know what he's talking about. They created the law. They are always abreast of it. So on all fronts, it's being tackled. And if I were him, if I were Afe Babalola, that's exactly what I would do. And that's what we do in that country. Even today, bringing that case on a Friday, what happened in courts today? I mean, they don't even realize that. They just try to take extra 3 days because it's not going to get out of that place until Monday. In the sense that the magistrate came and said, oh, I forgot my ruling. And it took some time to kill time. It took some time before the magistrate said, okay, he's gotten it. He sent somebody home to go and bring it. And he pronounced the bail conditions and things like that. So before they can bring his passport, before they can find somebody with landed property in Ekiti, before they can find somebody that can prove that he has 30 million in his account, and that would not be any problem. He can drop it. He can drop it at the drop of a hat. Not today anymore, because the court closes is a half day. And once the court closes, there is nothing, because if the magistrate has the final signature on the release warrant, so he's going to be there at least till Monday. So another 3 days that has taken his detention to 3 weeks. So that's what we classical. If I have to arrest somebody in Nigeria, I want to punish, no matter how big the person is. I'm not going to arrest him on a Thursday, Wednesday, or Tuesday, Monday. I'll go around 12 o'clock on Friday. They'll go and arrest him on a Friday. So by the time the noise settles on Friday evening, it will be too late. Everybody has closed in the police station or wherever he's taken to. They don't work weekends officially for administratively. So he has to wait till Monday. I've taken my pound of flesh, even if he works free on Monday. But I made sure, like typical Nigerian, oh, you know, go sleep house today. Me you were abused. Okay, today I will show you. That's all. That's what we do, no matter the pretense. You can type anything you want. It's ingrained in us as Nigerians. I won't call it wickedness. It's just whether it's in the water we drink, I don't know. Whether it's in the air we breathe in, I don't know. It's just like the Air Peace aircraft. Look at how they were rushing like Russians. I said it. It's been like that. I made an example of what happens in the mid-80s. The other day I was commenting on Kemi Badenoch's matter, looking at that period. That's what happens. Way back, it's been like that. It's in our character, in our DNA. Anybody can come and say, well, I'm different. But that's what we do. The other day I talked about the guy, the legislator who slapped the Uber driver. I talked here and everybody think, oh, why should he do? And I've had people here say, do you know who I am? Just like that guy said, the legislator. It's in the tip of our tongue. That's how we speak. That's how we speak. I said the Uber driver would take money. That's better for him. Which Nigeria wouldn't want to chop slap and collect a Toyota Corolla and some millions? The case ended just the way I predicted. I'm not going to pretend. I won't call us wicked. It's just we're all cut from the same cloth. Pretend as much as you want. Wash yourself clean with Osho Okoto. Now you sabi. So one man, are you there now? Next topic. Okay, anybody knows the next topic? Or World Peace, are you there?
The next topic is I think the next topic is no, you already spoke on that. The man that was sentenced to death penalty for stealing a fowl.
Well, I've commented on that I don't know much about it, and but I just quoted the law about armed robbery, that even if you use nail or knife, it's robbery, it's robbery. I don't know what exactly the guy did or anything. That's what I said about that. It's just like I talk about the governor not having the power to institute a commission of inquiry to look into the judgment that sentenced the young man to death or life or whatever they put him in for, because he doesn't own the federal judiciary system. And the best he could do is report the matter to the Judicial Council. So if that's all that there is to do.
There's another one, the defamation law.
Sorry, Chairman, before you proceed. Baba.
Yes, sir.
So whether that young man committed robbery or theft, do you think the pronouncement of death by hanging actually merited that crime? Or should I say the crime merited that such, huge judgment when, after all, no life was lost, but a sentence by death or by death or hanging or whatever it is? Do you think it's too much or it's actually commensurate with the crime?
You see, I am reluctant, very reluctant to really come to judgment without knowing the details. Because even though I'm surprised, I ask myself, but all those involved must be adults. And I really want to know exactly what happens before I can now say confidently that no, this is it. Because we've had in this age and time we are in our country, I think it is very dangerous to just jump into logical or illogical conclusion only to end up having egg on your face when the truth really unravels. So I'm very reluctant, but I know we will, in the next 3 days, as the hoopla continues, we will come to know exactly what happened. And therefrom, I think I will be able to now say my piece about that.
I mean, Baba, before you proceed to the next topic, it's not uncommon for people to have miscarriage of judgment in Nigeria, and it's subject to one person interpretation of the law. And I felt that no matter the circumstances surrounding this young man's crime, in as much as no life was lost, even if it's just form of robbery or aggravated robbery, apparently he was a minor or getting to an adulthood when the crime actually occurred. But to have granted him, or to have, that pronouncement of sentence, hanging by death, or how do they put it together? I'm thinking that it's just excessive. But because
Adewale.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yes.
This case, I think it happens during Buhari regime. Sometimes around 2015. So I because I saw the caption. But let me tell you this, I know the people that are involved. You understand? I know the parents. I know the guy.
Oh, good. Very good.
And even
Oh,
the
no,
The
owner,
person
listen.
assaulted not a
Very
lawyer.
good. Let's
A
listen.
lawyer
Let's
in
listen, please.
OAU. Was he an OAU lawyer? Sorry, a professor or something, a lecturer.
the owner of the poultry is even the elder brother of the father of this child that we are talking about. You know, it was a case of armed robbery. They went to the poultry with, that's what I heard though. Because when I saw, because they went to this, one of these actress that has a podcast. What's her name?
Biola Adebayo.
Dele Adebayo. That was what actually escalated this, because the child has been in, that guy has been in prison for almost 14 years or so. So, as Baba said, we need, anytime we hear stories, we need to tread with caution the way we make our pronouncement or assertion online. Because
Yeah,
even
but
no, just hold on. Because if you listen to that podcast very well, the man even said it, that his own brother testified against the boy. So it goes beyond what we are. Though
okay.
we might be discussing that. Okay, maybe because what does the law says when this kind of thing happen? I think that's what it might be. So our own layman this time say, okay, it's not commensurate. We can say that, but because when this thing happen, even I have a police officer who was my former classmate. Immediately I posted it on my class blog that this thing happened. It was one that actually now sent the details, some of the details to us, that this is actually what it was a case of armed robbery.
Okay.
Though it's a pathetic story. And
Okay.
the
And
punishment to me is too much for that kind of offense. But what they are saying is that if you look at our law, what was the punishment for doing such a thing? So we might be discussing that you have to review our law so that people that committed such an offense will not be sentenced to.
so a robbery that ended up with stealing a fowl.
Wait, please, Adewale, just give me 30 seconds. Yeah,
No, see,
Felix,
you
I
have the
don't.
floor, Baba. I'm
Wait,
sorry. I'm
Felix,
still on the one.
Felix, in the comment section, I don't know where you come from, but I want to believe you are an Igbo man. And if you think what happened in Oyo State 3 days ago, where 36 kids died, is about hunger, no, the Yoruba people are not hungry. That was a giveaway, a Christmas something, which you may not do in your village or wherever your father and mother came from. Yorubas are not hungry. You understand? Wherever you come from, they are hungry in your village. And they may be eating human being. Idiots. Carry on, Adewale.
Yes. Well, I. The case is pathetic, but our law. You see,
I think I heard the parents saying that he was even a medical student or something like that.
so, but the boy vehemently, rejected that accusation and denied, perpetrating that crime. And that was the main reason why he was sentenced, because till he was sentenced, he kept denying that he was not part of it, that he didn't. But let's just assume that he did. Let's assume that every allegation leveled against him were actually true for robbery, for stealing property. Hey, baby. But the thing is, to me, I believe it's okay, I'm talking. To me, I believe the judgment was misplaced. At that age, I don't think sentencing a minor slash adult should be sentenced to, being handed down such a severe
You think
punishment.
as at that, if he was a medical student, it would be a minor as at that
What I
time?
foresee happening is that people that were interested, the parties interested in that case, actually used their position to wield such huge punishment on that boy. Let's just assume that he actually did. those who are interested
I
in
said
that case.
it's even a family member. Is if the
Ah,
owner of the
so
boat is a family member.
it's just wronging. To me, it's just completely wrong. Look, there should have been a corrective punishment handed down to him. Being a first time offender, but dead by hanging, for crying out loud. That is just, and everybody stays silent all this while. And even the person that got his property stolen or being robbed.
It has been in public domains for years. I don't. So I think maybe God just wanted to use this lady to actually save that poor boy.
Well,
Because
that
now
tells you.
And there are two. It's not only one. I think there are two
justice
in the cases. In the case,
the commissioner for justice in Osun State has already sat with the parents, and they said they are going to find something to do about it.
The criminal code in Osun State should be revised, should completely overhauled, completely, because it's just nonsensical. Make nonsense of the law. Baba, please carry on. Thank you.
yeah, it depends on whatever. If there's no, in the absence of any other topic, I think the next person can take over.
Oh, Baba, there's one more. The defamation law. There's lawmaker that passed the defamation law. I think it was a officer or something like that. I have to.
I can hardly hear you, Chioma.
There's a defamation law. Were you here in the beginning of the show?
You mean the one concerning Inibehe, Efyong, and the police PPRO?
Yes, yes. Yes, sir. Yes.
Yes, Chichi. I don't the law. I mean, I know there is this cyber law about libel, defamation, or things like that. I know they enacted it less than a year ago. I know it's a new law, and a lot of people are not aware about it, and not even many lawyers. But I know a lot of people have dragged themselves to Abuja, Very Dark Man, and a host of some actresses and things like that. I think it's on that law they are detaining one another and things like that. Maybe he, if young, has not acquainted himself with that new legislation. So I don't know. But if the police says there is a law like that, there is a law like that. But I know there is a lot of bullying going on in the cyberspace. And I know a lot of children have committed suicide because of what happened to them. A lot of stuff goes on with this Sony, this Sony game, and this what's it called now? Just my phone. Pardon me. A lot of game on the cyberspace, and strangers totally play games together, and they use very foul languages
That's
and
on
words.
PlayStation.
Yeah, PlayStation. Thank you.
Well, I mean, what happened to parental guidance? You know, where are these kids' parents? You get what I'm saying?
Look,
if they're too young to
I have a freshman. His room is just like how many meters away from where I stand now? He's back on holidays. He has his station there, and I know what I hear. And when I don't like it, this is America. There's nothing I can do other than to say, stop it. I don't want to hear that language or anything. Stamping of foot on the ground and things like. Look, it's a different ballgame. If it's in Africa now, of course, I can remove his door and say, you are not going to sleep with dog today. I can do anything, but there's nothing I can do here. So America is a different ballgame. But when it's in Nigeria or in Africa, the law is the law. It is different. There is free speech, absolute free speech in America. But back home, anywhere, the speech is not absolute. It's not absolute. Here, you like an adult 17, 18, you can't even touch the equipment. If you say, don't come to my room, what do you want to do? It's you, it's your house, it's your property. But then he's is his father's house too, or her father's house. So he has his right, the father has the right. So everybody has to have a middle road. But in Africa, father is father. Father is the head of the house. Whether you go to police station or do anything, they will even laugh or at your face and say, "Get out of here. Go and listen to what your father is saying." So it's a different ball game entirely. And I don't know. I don't know. I think the lawyers should go and study the law. Yeah.
Baba,
Yes, sir.
Baba, I think in the early 80s when internet was becoming the in thing, the internet bubble, and then now people didn't envisage that there will be a time will come where online interaction will becomes the norm, and most of our law being put in place, whether
Sorry,
in that.
Dewale. Akin, your device is not connecting, so go out and come back in. Sorry, carry on, Dewale.
Okay, so most of our law were actually not made to cater for all this imagined situation that we found ourselves. So it kind of make mockery of those analog laws that we have in the book. So applying those laws into all these new development, it kind of mismatch in a way, and that's why to prove those cases in the court is going to take a while. But until the legislatives in every country come to town with the fact that they needed to promulgate law that will protect the minors, the vulnerables, in a way, they will keep having this argument or this argument about whether this is applicable, this is not applicable.
Adewale, lest I forget, there is a case recently, I think this year, 2 Nigerian children, siblings, were brought to America from Nigeria, were extradited because they bullied an American kid, I think in Texas, and that kid committed suicide.
Oh, yes, that's true. I remember the case.
That's good.
I remember.
So our governments, they are trying to fine-tune the cyber law because our laws have to catch up with the time into this century, because all we have is archaic. But the cyberspace, the things that concerns computer, they are very, very different entirely. So we have to legislate new laws and birth new laws into life to mitigate against all of these things. Thank God Ogbeni is here, the lawyer. So I think he can put in a kind of legal perspective into what we are discussing.
Before Benny comes in, Baba, I was playing game one day, and there was these 2 scenarios. First was, I think, encounter with a minor. The second encounter was with an adult. The minor one was the one that got me a little bit confused. I was playing game with this boy. It was Fever 23, I believe, at that time. And the next thing I heard was, "Oh, can you show me your cock?" Pardon my French for those who are online listening.
Oh, goodness me. Yeah.
No, I didn't intend to, but I wanted to make just to paint the picture.
Yeah.
I was taken aback. And
So
he
sorry,
started.
sorry, Dewale. Akin, your device is still not connecting. I don't know why. I click on mute and unmute 3 times. That should usually fixes it. Mute and unmute 3 times. Sorry, Dewale, carry on.
So at first I was trying to okay, this is how you're going to play this game. Press this, press that. But it was kind of like, when you get comfortable with somebody and you started talking stuff. And I was like, no, even if you are gay, please, this is wrong.
And that boy could be in Romania.
It could be exploited. And I said no. And immediately I exit the game, because that was at first I said, look, do you know who you're talking to? Do you know this is wrong? You can't do this online. Does your parents know you say this online? But I realized that I'm actually talking to a minor. I shouldn't be. So I cut it off. The second encounter was when I was actually playing with an adult, supposedly an adult. And he was winning. Apparently he was beating me and all that, but he took it personal. And the next thing I heard was like, you stupid faggot, idiot, all those words. And I was like, at the point, so I told him, I said, look, I could trace your IP. I know you are playing this game from the United States. So when you heard that, and I said, look, you wanna try me? I said, I will track you and I will get you for what you are doing, bullying people online. Now you can imagine that happening to a minor son, a minor child. I actually have a child of his, older enough, but what was playing in my head was like, okay, you can imagine this is happening to a minor playing this game, being beaten like this, and this person is cussing him out, even sending messages in the same platform. So all these things are attribute of bullying, cyberbullying, and it's not helping anybody. So when you said, your heart no go touch ground, all those things, people look at why people are being negative to them. People take it to heart, and you can't control how people, hear things or how they perceive things. So when you have, hopefully there will be law that will protect, and I hope the law that it's a cyberbullying law will be able to protect people who are vulnerable in that category.
Dewale, I'm not sure if you've heard of a platform called Omegle. Have you heard of it, Omegle?
No.
All right, don't go there.
I will explore it. I will explore it one way because you mentioned it now. I will.
You know what you just said there is what reminded me of that platform. It's wild out there on social media. It's there's a reason why people put all these age blocking things for their children. It is rough. Yeah, it's rough.
Some people shouldn't be on social media without parental guidance. I mean, like, what's this generation turning into? The parents are supposed to be watching their kids. If you're too soft to be on social media, then get off. Even Mr. Adeosun, don't be sensitive,
Where is your permission? Where is your
social media is for?
Where is your own permission note to be here?
Stop censoring people.
So, So social media should be for those who are emotionless, right?
If you can handle it, it's people that can handle critics and gospels. If you can't handle it, then just get off. Stop being sensitive. That is what you guys tried to do during the election. You try to use emotional blackmail. You can't do that. You cannot censor people. People can use the F word. They can curse you out, and there's nothing you can do about it. Free speech. If you can't handle it, get off.
All right.
To censor people, that is annoying.
All right. I'm not sure where we are, but I think Baba may still have the floor. So let's have a bit more structure so we can get to people quicker. So Baba continues. After Baba, we go to Aruki Degba. Zita is here. I think Ogbeni, especially for that going on in Ibadan, which is not all it may appear to be. And then we land on Akinzo, who makes one of his cameo appearances. So Baba, carry on.
I think if with the permission and cooperation of co-panelists and your good self, I think at this point we may bring in Ogbeni to give us some legal perspective on both what happened in Ibadan and this young man's death sentence case in Osun. If, with your permission, I seek your indulgence for that.
I second that. I second Baba's suggestion.
All right, since there's no objection, Ogbeni, the floor is yours. If you're ready for us, Ogbeni, yes.
It's been a while.
It's been a while now, but I know that it's a logo share and all that.
It's another time of the year for marking and assessment of students.
Yes,
I couldn't really. I don't really have that time. Baba, I agree to sir. Ekalesa.
Ogbeni, Adura wa gba o.
Madam Sita Adewale Arogidigba, everyone, I agree to Shoma in the house, Akin and everyone. I know to all our listeners and audience, please like, subscribe, and share. Woma, I would like to speak first on this death sentence thing because I've been hearing a lot of comment about it, not on this platform. I've not been able to review the program on the platform for like 3 days now. So pardon me. But I've been hearing a lot on other, particularly mainstream media. Somebody drew my attention to it, and I first told the person that it is very, very impossible that somebody will be convicted to death for stealing. There is no law in Nigeria that states that make stealing a capital offense. There is no law. There is no way you get that in Nigeria. But unfortunately, I saw the governor of Osun responding, saying clemency will be given and all sorts. But when I went a bit into the thing, I've not been able. I've told some of my friends in Osun if they could get the judgment to let me see. But I saw BBC report on it, and what I can bring out from it was that case was an armed robbery case, not stealing. That's the little I can bring out from that case for now. Yes, I sympathize with the parents because I saw the mom saying the boy happened to be the only child of the family. The law is law, Oma. You see, but these days we see our politicians playing to the gallery, being persuaded by what I call the vox populi, or people pick things on media, and then people start making noise of it. Then based on that, discretions that politicians that you're supposed to exercise in a very strict sense and on particular issues, you just exercise it to satisfy the public. The law is strict. The law is not sentimental. And that is why whoever is involved, a judge will make his pronouncement and sentence the person either to death or whatever punishment, because that is what justice demands. Even if it's going to be your own son or daughter, that is what justice demands. So the little I've been able to pick online or from BBC report was that I think the young guy with a friend, another friend, they went to a policeman house and they were armed with what BBC called a old-fashioned wooden gun. So the first question I ask myself is whether it is old-fashioned, whether it is den gun, whether it is whatever thing you call it. Firearms Act in Nigeria describe any gun, anything firearms. If you go to somebody's house with a knife to attack the person and to collect something from the person, his belongings, it's called armed robbery. By the definition of our criminal code act, that is armed robbery, and penal code armed robbery. Armed robbery simply means that robbery is different from armed robbery. Let me start by saying stealing is different from robbery. Robbery is different from armed robbery, and they don't attract the same penalty. Let's start with that. The penalty for robbery is different from penalty for stealing. The penalty for stealing is different from the penalty from armed robbery. So let me start with armed robbery. Armed robbery is that you are going there to steal, okay, to rob, but you are armed. That means you are not just going there. You have things that is capable of taking somebody's life, okay, be it knife, be it machete, be it gun, be it anything that is they call lethal, a firearm, a lethal weapon. You go with it to the person's house. In fact, there are case laws in Nigeria that say even if what you go with the person's house to is even a toy gun, as long as you can put fear in that person's mind at that time, and the person reasonably believed that what you're holding is actually a gun, and you actually portray it to be a gun to the person, that's armed robbery. Okay? Because the person fears for his life. When the person fears for his life that you are harmed, then it is armed robbery. And under the Nigerian Penal Code or our criminal laws, that attract death penalty. Whoever want to change it now, we'll go back to the National Assembly to change it together. We won't change it because of one case or two cases. And that's why I keep talking about these sentiments that we put on social media. That's not how society work. If we have a standard and we all agreed that this is a crime in our space, if you step the boundary, then you have the punishment.
Benny, can you just give me 10 seconds? Let me help too, because in US, if you remember very well, O.J. Simpson went to collect his own property. He learns that somebody is somewhere is having his Heisman Trophy and other of his things, personal effects. He went with a friend who has a gun in a pouch on his waist, and they went there. It's his property, and he collected it. The guy did not unpin the gun or anything, but O.J. Simpson was charged for armed robbery because the guy said he was afraid when they came, and the other guy seems armed, even though they didn't use their arms. And O.J. Simpson claimed in the court that he didn't even know the guy he has a logger pack on his waist. But O.J. Simpson was sentenced for 20 years. I think he spent about 14 years in jail before he was let out on parole until he died or something like that. Sorry, just to put perspective on what you said. Thank you for the time.
Okay, so thank you, sir. Thank you, Baba. Yeah. So in Nigeria, capital offense, capital punishment, which is death penalty, is still part of our criminal laws, except we want to start changing it. Some people have been canvassing that it should be changed. I'm not one of those. I've had experience in court. I've seen re-hardened criminal in court. I've visited prison in Nigeria. I've seen those people that are not supposed to continue living with human beings in this world, and they are not even supposed to even be consuming our money in prison. And I don't have any apology to say that. I've met people. I've met those I handled a case for that they left. That I handled a case for a guy. The guy escaped that case. All right. It was an armed robbery matter. The man escaped. After I spent about 6 years to handle that matter, 6 good years. He escaped based on what we call alibi. Alibi is a defense that you were not there when it happened. All right. So he got away with it based on alibi because the police couldn't fix him to the scene of crime. Okay. They caught him, but they couldn't fix him to that scene of crime. So because of that, and in criminal matter, he's the prosecutor that must establish their case. Yours is just to sit down and be pinned and be, pigeonhole their case. And if they are not able to tailor things together to prove your conviction, then the court will allow you to go. Because the principle in law is that you must allow even 9 criminals to go instead of punishing one innocent. So once you find one innocent there and you don't know who exactly is, allow the 10 to go. That's the principle in law. So this same guy that spent 10 years, he will always come to court with his Bible. That time, God, I've changed though. I'm now a Christian. I now pray. In fact, I'm the pastor in the prison there. That's okay. As they are releasing you, don't go back to that thing again. No, forget it. In less than 1 month, the guys called me. What is happening? He said they are alleged that he robbed somewhere in Benin. I said, don't ever in your life call this my number again. In your life, you've escaped one, and in less than a month, you're going into it again. So as far as I'm concerned, I've seen criminals that life doesn't matter to them. They buy people, so my point is, death penalty is still part of our criminal law, except we want to change it. There are many offenses. Murder is a capital offense in Nigeria. Armed robbery is a capital offense in Nigeria. Treason is a capital offense in Nigeria. Of late, we started putting kidnapping into it, terrorism-related matter, capital offense, and so many. Under Sharia law in some northern states, blasphemy is a capital offense as far as they are concerned. All right. So, and co, like that. So if what this guy, I've not really, but that is what I actually picked from that BBC report, that they went to a policeman house and they had BBC now put it where, you know, it's you can understand BBC. BBC is a British corporation that is coming from.
Ogbeni,
Yeah,
if you don't mind if I interject you briefly.
yeah, you can.
So when these laws were inserted into the criminal or the penal code, can we say that the lawmaker did not have in mind a corrective measure, but a punitive one? You just said something now that armed robbery is judgment is death by hanging, or let's just say capital punishment,
Capital
right?
punishment. Yeah.
So in that regard, our criminal justice system was set up for punitive purpose only, because I don't believe that human beings are incapable of change. Now, earlier you generalized that this particular scenario that you dealt with about an hardened criminal that kept doing the same thing over and over. When you generalize and say, well, you don't think people that actually committed robbery should be subjected into that, don't you think you're generalizing in a way? Because I don't think every human being are incapable of change. So the same people that you lump up together and put them in the prison with the mindset of taking them out of system. You said that you don't think they merited being taxpayer money being spent on them. So that means they've been condemned by the court of law, and also they don't merit to be among the living, so they should be taken out. In as much that they have enough time to repent and to change and to be useful for the society. Don't you think generalizing in such a way makes mockery of the kind of justice system that we have?
No, I don't think so. Let me explain to you. I know Baba and even you will know what happened in the 80s. In the 80s, armed robbery in Nigeria was a menace. If you can remember, a menace. Ishola Oyenusi, Lawrence Anini, Monday Osubo, all those guys, Shino Rambo, Babatunde for Lorun Shaw, Baba Oniles. You know all of them now.
Lynn Smith.
Yes, those guys. So the government had to do something. And that is why sometimes I tell people, don't be comparing us with some countries. We have our own history. Learn our history first. This law came from somewhere. It didn't just come in a day. All these guys.
Ogbeni, can you please remind them of Obasanjo's shoot at sight?
I remember now. In fact, at a point in time during either Murtala Mohammed or one of them, they started taking them to Bar Beach to go and kill them so that everybody can see. They will publicize it on the TV so that CEO, you see the way they are killing them. If you like, go and join the gang. Why? Because it got to a stage that everybody in Nigeria, you fear for your life. They will write your street that they are coming, and there is nothing police can do. They will come. And so we look at our own history. That's our history. And then this law came and they felt, look, let's include this thing into our into capital punishment in Nigeria. Let's put it there. So that whoever is not ready to listen and you want to be a menace that will put fear in everybody's mind, then you should go for it. That is one. Another area where this thing came into our system, our criminal jurisprudence, was firearms. The way people were bringing it in the 70s. Almost every border in Nigeria, if they open 10 trailers, 2 or 3 of it must contain firearms of different sizes and of different lethal capacity. And they felt, look, we have to have what they call Firearms Act. Because if you don't have it, see, one day, the kind of firearms that will be inside this country and can lead to the collapse of the country. And they say, okay, Put it as a capital offense. Whoever is not ready to listen, let remove them from the society. Do you know there are some people presently that are canvassing that rape should attract death penalty? Because they believe that rape, but for instance,
I even want them to include fake medicine.
Do you know in India, statistics shows that if you pick 10 men in India, 6 must have raped before. And that even the rest 4 that have not yet raped, is either they don't have opportunity yet to rape, or because of their religious conviction. But they want to, but they won't just do. And because of that in India, some people are canvassing that, look, don't compare us to America or UK. Don't compare us to Africa, where rape doesn't attract that much penalty. There's a peculiarity in our own society. So let's put it in a capital offense. Some Indians are canvassing that. So every legal system, every society, you're coming from a place, you're evolving, and you need some laws to serve some purpose at a point in time. In Nigeria, I believe corruption should attract a more severe punishment than what we have presently. That when they pick you, if they like, let them do political witch hunt. Another party, when they come, witch hunt the other one too. A time will come when Gary go find level. If that in attract death penalty or life imprisonment, something like that. But this is where I'm going. Our political class cannot just be played to gallery because people congregate on the internet and they are broadcasting, oh, see this young boy, they came from stealing. If the young boy was actually harmed and then convicted for armed robbery, and now because social media is now calling it stealing, shouldn't the governor find out what exactly happened rather than saying, I'll set up a committee on what happened and I'm commencing process for prerogative to release, prerogative of mercy? What kind of contradiction is that? Won't you find out what happened first before you are talking of prerogative of mercy? Then why are you giving prerogative of mercy to somebody that has been convicted of capital offense? When as our system become that? But you can't blame them. Why am I saying this? After all, Buhari, during his time, those 2 governors that were convicted by Justice Banjoko in FCT, Buhari gave them clemency. They're outside now playing their politics and enjoying their life. They cleared them. Jonathan, during his own time too, he released late Alamasia, and that one enjoying his life till he died. So, but my own is this: when they keep talking of judiciary and you keep undermining judiciary, the few gains or the few ones we can see in the judiciary, I think we should watch out for that space. We shouldn't allow media mob to bully us into doing things that we're supposed to take our time to do. That's my take in that regard.
Which time we go reach my turn now? Who the moderate?
Oh, Madam Sita, sorry.
Before you close up, I want to state that I do not
I'm the
moderator. Chichi, which time we go reach my turn now?
Good evening, ma. It's actually good evening, ma. It's actually your turn.
Wait, Joe. Wait.
Let Madam Sita
Yellow of woman, just hold on.
Sita, go and sleep.
It's not yet bedtime in there. Is it hungry or polar? Where is Madam Sita there?
Okay, but I go sleep again.
No, don't go. Don't go.
Wake up.
This
Madam Sita, before you talk, I just want to talk
something. Ogbeni, before you go, before you finally, I want to state that I do not agree with some of your stand. The world is changing. Recently, Nigeria Prison Service changed its name to Correction Services, and I believe they are trying to inculcate this corrective or correctional process of which prisoners are rehabilitated to the point that they become useful to the society. That should be the main reason for establishing that agency. But because, like you said, our peculiarity as a Nigerian the way we do things in a way we view it, but we shouldn't view things from the, that small tiny tunnel. The world is changing, and now the prison service under the Ministry of Interior are trying to change that narrative by making sure that those who are incarcerated are actually embark on certain trade where they learn things before they were allowed to be released to the public. Now, when we say that because somebody was harmed and there was no life lost, and in those days where those laws were made, they were made because they wanted to tackle the menace in the society at that time. But as society is changing, those laws were not, they remain the same way. Now, there's nowhere where a punitive, harsh punitive measure deter people from committing crime. Till today, people are still carrying hard drugs. People are still being caught and sentenced to prison. But the harder the punitive measure, the more attractive it becomes to people. So I think it's high time the legislative take it up and change some of those codes in a way. If a life is not lost, I don't think the person should be subjected to death. But when a life is lost, even when a life is lost carelessly, manslaughter becomes the charge.
Can I ask you a sincere question?
Yeah.
Can I ask you a sincere question?
Go ahead.
Have you about 3 questions I'll ask you? Have you cross-examined an armed robber before?
Yeah.
An armed robber?
I've interrogated, yeah.
Now, if you have interrogated an armed robber before, can you confirm whether you know that once an armed robber picks a gun to go for robbery, if they meet any obstacle that could open their identity, the rule is that they must use that gun to protect themselves. Are you aware of that rule?
No.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
It's not a must.
Is it not inherently human that they will do so?
No.
That's natural.
No.
So
no.
Okay.
No. We've seen cases where a situation push people robbing by being harmed.
Yep.
And they don't intend to use it. As a matter of fact, the guns were not even loaded. And they were caught. And that situation.
That's different. It was because the gun was not loaded.
But the purpose of being harmed is to cause fear.
It's not only to cause fear, it's for their protection. See, when an armed robber, if you interrogate them well, they pick their gun, they cause fear for you, and then they protect themselves. Now, the rule, which is natural, is for every human being to protect himself. So when they come, they expect to get you off guard. If they don't get you off guard, they must use that weapon to protect themselves.
Not every robbery.
Instinctively, they will.
That's natural.
If push comes to shove, to some extent they will, but not well. In some cases, armed robbers don't just strike. They must have done their due diligence and see and try to maximize the risk as well, or minimize the risk. I wanted to say. Now, some robbery happens spontaneous, and some are calculated move. And for the one that they've already calculated, they already have their plans ahead. In a way, yes, you could say that, oh, well, they're protecting themselves. But we've seen cases where people just...
See where I'm heading.
Okay,
Adewale, have you been robbed before?
That's the next question.
I'm actually coming to that. I'm waiting for my opportunity to question it.
The answer is yes. The answer is
robbed
yes.
before at gunpoint.
Have you looked
in
down
Nigeria,
the barrel of a gun before while being robbed?
The question I don't know.
You have looked down the barrel of a gun while being robbed.
Times. You will pee like 20 times.
And when you were being robbed, were you certain of two things? That gun was not loaded, and that the individual that is pointing the gun at you does not have the conviction. I'm talking about at that point in time. Were you certain? Because you are talking retrospectively now. Are you certain
that the gun was not loaded, and the individual pointing the gun at you, shouting at you under distress, does not have the conviction to use that weapon to harm you.
Let me tell you what a client told me. It was an armed robbery case. He told me that, Oga lawyer, even if it's you, when during our operation, we were operating, and even if it's you, we meet you at that point. I don't recognize you again. No, I go use this thing, fire your head. That na me where they do the guy's case. They tell me, I go fire my head. It doesn't, because when they get to the operation, he say, no man know anybody's land. And that question I wish to ask you again is this: have you lost somebody to armed robbery before?
No.
You have not. So what I tell people most times,
No wonder you are speaking like this.
No, it's not no wonder, Madam Sita.
It is. Some of us have.
No. You guys are taking one-way traffic and assuming that every criminal harmed meant to use that harm. And I'm telling you guys that there are some criminals that even the weapon that they have on them was meant to scare their victim.
You are talking
that's
about
the point. That's the whole idea.
So
the whole idea is that you should not
but
go
not
in
to
there
discharge
with
it. Not
no.
to
It
discharge
doesn't
that
matter
harm.
if you do discharge or intend to discharge. I don't know your mind.
Yeah,
I am
but-
not God. I cannot see into your soul. However, I can conclude that you went out there using the authority of fear, which is a weapon. That you decide not to use it, that you are incapable of using it, is not something I can conclude at that point in time. All I know is you have instilled fear, great fear in me. And I'm complying to your command at that point in time, not because I want to, but because you are instilling fear in me.
But there's no life lost.
Okay, so it's Madam Zita's turn for her to speak. I don't want her to leave.
Before she speaks, Chairman, let me just start this. So we have to understand one thing. Armed robbers, before they go on that act, just know that they're not like every human being. They are always high, right?
Always under the influence. You took that out of my mouth.
Definitely.
Under the influence of something.
So you just expect the unimaginable, so you don't just say, well, they are going there with the intent not to. Of course, you can discharge that at any time.
Okay.
Right? Yeah, so that's just what I want to assert there. So go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Madam Zita, please, can you speak? Thank you so much.
Chichi, what do they talk about? What are you people discussing?
We discussed about Dele Farotimi being released on bail, and this innocent boy that was sentenced to death.
Did you say innocent?
Stop using the
statement innocent. She asked me, I'm giving her my own narrative.
You're not gonna kill me.
I think that is a misrepresentation of the facts. He's not innocent.
Somebody carry gun, go meet somebody, they call him innocent.
He's a thief.
What happened?
Social media.
Baba, can you please no, Mr. Dewela, you were here in the beginning. Can you please explain to Madam Zita the story?
Okay, he's just a young man, already 31, and was sentenced to death or life, and commuted to a life sentence later. And we now is the whole story unraveled when the mother went to a social media outfit, a blogger, to narrate her own side of the story, that he is our only child and is innocent of the offense for which he was sentenced to death. And the governors now want to pardon him, give him clemency, and also want to institute a commission of inquiry to find out why the judge condemned the boy to death.
Okay, so in the first place, the boy did not commit any crime. They condemned him to death or what?
He didn't commit the crime.
He didn't.
He did.
armed robbery.
And so why did the mother said he was innocent?
You know what mothers will do now?
Let me explain to Madam Sita.
Which mama go green?
Let me explain to Madam Sita what happened. Madam Sita, see what happened. That guy, they've convicted the guy, the boy, and they told the mom that the only person that can release the boy is the governor of the state. So she's been going up and down, up and down. She now had the opportunity to come on social media with one actress like that. She has a popular social media.
Biola Adebayo.
Yeah, she was the one who interviewed one girl that later died that time. So she now publicized the thing. But the narrative the mama brought was that that the guy was convicted, to death for just stealing. That it was just stealing of hen or chicken. That was why I was convicted. So
He
the
killed
noise
somebody in the process.
No, he didn't kill anybody. So that noise, share everything on social media. Why would Nigeria criminal law is bad? Is not this? Is that? That's why would they convict somebody to death for stealing chicken and all those things and everything? But BBC News, what BBC brought out, although the governor immediately has come out and said he has kickstarted process of clemency to give the guy prerogative of mercy and release him, and then conduct investigation on what actually happened that led to death penalty for stealing. But if you go and read what BBC released, what actually happened was that the guy and his friend went to a policeman's house, and BBC described what they carried as old-fashioned wooden gun. So obviously they carry gun, but they call it old gun. Carry old gun to that man's house to go and steal. Unfortunately for them, the only thing they could get to steal was chicken, and left the place. Or maybe they were caught or something like that. So what I sense is that he was not charged for stealing. He was not charged for stealing. Stealing is not death penalty in Nigeria. He was charged for armed robbery. So what we are debating with Adewale is saying, look, if the guy has not killed anybody, even if it's armed robbery, we should change our law to say, even if you are harmed, but you didn't kill anybody, you didn't attract death penalty unless you kill. That is where we are.
Okay. The Nigerian law says if it's armed robbery, it's death penalty, right?
Of course.
You kill, you no kill, it's armed robbery.
Yes, sir.
Because the law see it as intent to cause harm. So whether that harm happened or that harm did not happen, the law will see it as circumstantial. That's why it did not happen. Because if the circumstances come up, you would have harmed somebody or commit fatality. In the first place, well, as you said, the only thing they could get was chicken. It's actually funny that somebody will carry arm to go to somebody's house to steal chicken. That's funny. But the mother that is saying that the son is innocent, that he stole, I don't even look, honestly, sincerely speaking, sometimes I feel the world should match break and let me get off. Because if a mother should come out and say that the son only stole, I keep wondering the kind of mother that is. Because he is not even seeing anything wrong in what the son did. Stealing is an offense of his own. And then armed robbery is an offense. Am I not right, Obeni?
You are right, I've explained it here today.
Stealing is a crime of his own.
Yes.
And then armed robbery, if it includes arm, is another crime of its own. Yeah. So it's actually double penalty the boy is supposed to receive. So I don't know why they are making it look simple. Yes, it morally is wrong. Legally is wrong. But if you try to put a human face to it, Like, okay, if he didn't kill somebody and then is the woman's only child, maybe if he has served some time in the prison, let's release him and monitor him. That's putting a human face to it. Not that the law is wrong, or not that it is morally right for somebody, a young man, to pick an old gun, to go to harass a family and take their chicken. I don't really understand. We shouldn't be discussing this kind of a thing and making excuses for such a thing to happen. Honestly, sincerely speaking. Because I've been a victim of armed robbery before in Port Harcourt. They came to my house, well fortified. When they came in, I knew they came in because there is gadget everywhere. The moment you enter my compound in Port Harcourt, the moment anything lands on the floor inside the compound, I get alert. These boys came armed to my house. I was ready for them. They used sledgehammer, because my house was well fortified. They used sledgehammer to bore a big hole on my wall to come to my house. And I would have killed them if I had wanted to. And these are very small boys. And when I took my friend, I came back from the United States. Actually, that was the person that we are looking for. When I took her to the route where they never knew that existed in that house, what did they live with eventually? With all the guns and the sledge machine and opening a big hole in my wall, what did they live with? Laptops, iPad, television sets, some of my gadgets, and that's what they left with. And at that point, a life would have been taken if I did not act fast, if the house was not built in that way. And somebody will tell me, when those boys were caught, that somebody will say, because they did not kill Zita, they should leave them to go. I mean, come on, man. We shouldn't be saying things like this now.
Madam Zita, is those kind of people that go out that then go ahead and actually then kill in the future.
These boys are 17, 18 because they caught them. There is one bad habit I have. Any place I'm living, I get connected to the security apparatus around that area. So as they were sledging my house, the DPO knew they were in my house. The body camp commander knew they were in my house. This so-called, you people said they should end. NSAS knew they were in my house. So they waited. They came to my house. Before they leave, my house was already surrounded. They picked them. When I saw them, I almost fainted. They said they're from the Middle Belt. Those boys were 17, 18, 21. The oldest among them were 23. 7 of them came to my house to do what? Alerted by the opposite gate man that some people came from overseas into my house. And that was how I would have been killed. And somebody will tell me, look, leave these boys to go now. What is that? And I am sure, actually, I think they wasted them anyway. I think they did that. Because the moment they caught them, me and my opposite neighbor and the other guy living beside me, they said we should go away. They don't need us any longer. They just gave us all the things they took and said they don't need us any longer. We should just go. And that we should never come for them. And I knew what they did because I come from a family of law enforcement agents. When they tell you like that, I understand what they mean. The sharks will be fixing on them.
What was the trauma like months later?
Oh, whoa.
That's the problem.
Baba, that was a very good first question. Let me tell you a little story about myself. Okay, let me tell you how dumb a human being can be. Do you know what I did? I told my brother that I can no longer live in that house. Okay, where are you going to live? I went and lodged in a hotel. And then this idea of somebody wants to hurt me never left me till I left Nigeria.
That's the problem.
It was as if these boys were following me. It was as if I'm sleeping, I keep seeing their face. I am somebody who has so much guts. I drive from Benin to Enugu alone. You won't believe it. By the time I get to Enugu, it will be almost 11:30 to 12 midnight. I don't fear. I travel from, what's it called? I travel from Calabar to Benue, non-stop. By the time, and it's not that I leave early and say, let me leave early so that I will. I don't. I travel anytime I want to. Sometimes when I'm arriving at the environment, it's 2 a.m. in the morning. Some people think I'm a spirit. But after that incident, it is unexplainable the trauma I passed through. In fact, that incident was one of the reasons I took a transfer. It was trauma. I don't even wish my enemy. Do you know why the trauma was too much? Everybody in my office was saying, if these people can they can't pass through my door. They can't pass through my window. They couldn't pass through my gate. They can't pass my fence. So do you know where? I have a water outlet because I made the drainage in the compound to bear. So the compound was a bit bare because of in Port Harcourt, when it rains, it's ridiculous and it rains quite often. So when I was building the house, I made it slip so that when the rain falls, I bore a hole so that the rain will go direct to the drainage. These people I don't know the chemical they poured on the cement melted. Immediately they came into my compound, I saw them. I said, hey, I called my friends that came back from US. I said, I'm robbers and my compound. I said, shh, don't worry. They can't enter. I can't enter. I thought they were joking. These boys could not pass my door. They could not pass my window. This is a global platform. They chiseled the wall. I stood watching people chiseling the wall to come into my house. They used a sledgehammer. Everybody in the street was calling everybody they can call. They thought I was dead. And nobody knew how that house was built because it was some group of Yoruba boys that built that house for me. So I have a hiding place that nobody knew it was existing. So I escaped with when I knew, when the block, the part of the wall that I knew can pass a human being, I took my friends away. And luckily for me, my brother it was on a Friday, my brother traveled because he wouldn't, maybe they would have shot him. Where I was seeing these boys raiding my apartment, my whole house with gun. And the good thing about it is that they took everything. They did not touch my friend's passport. The handbag was there. I picked all that they brought for me, dumped it on top of their handbags. It looks like rag. So they didn't touch it. They marched on them and walked away. You can imagine your wall being chiseled for somebody to come into your house, and people sit down here to make excuses with gun and sledgehammer. With guns, even if it's not loaded, what about the sledgehammer? They would have hit it on somebody. It's not good. Something that is not good is not good. But if you say, let's put a human face to it, the deed has been done, nobody died, let's give the boy a second chance, that's a different argument. I rest my case.
Madam Sita, let me share an experience. If I have time, let me use little of your time to share an experience of a case, the first case I ever witnessed after leaving law school. It was in Oshun, somewhere in Oshogbo. That judge is retired now. It happened in Polytechnic Ede. Those guys were courtists, these poly court guys. 6 of them. They tried to woo the lady. The lady didn't accept. The next semester, the young girl came because they were disturbing her, obviously. So she came with one like engagement ring just to weigh them off. And that was the problem. And they came to our house at night, all these university court guys, but bully. They raped this girl. They all have their round on her. And then after that, as if that was not enough, as they were going, they now saw, this boiling ring. Boiling ring, that's boiling ring they use in Nigeria to boil water.
Yes, I know it, yeah. In those days when we were in the university.
They saw that small one, that small boiling ring. They've already dented, they've raped that lady. They now plugged that boiling ring and inserted that thing into her genital.
What?
That was what they did. That was my very first criminal matter I ever witnessed in Osun State, Oshogbo. They did that and they left. So the neighbors, all of them, came, the rescuer. You see the day they brought her to court? That girl couldn't stand, couldn't sit, I can't even understand. She later passed. She passed after.
She died?
Yeah, she died.
Obviously, now.
She testified, I think. She died before we left that time because it was 3 months program we went to do in that chambers, and she died. And I remember when we returned to the office, our boss back then was asking us which of us believe that death penalty should no longer be in Nigeria. Nobody could say yes. Even some of my friends that they used to make all this noise of death penalty is bad. I said, they are just westernizing you. We are evolving. We have not gotten to that stage yet. We still have so many animals among us. There was another one I witnessed in Ibadan. They took us to Ibadan, one of these high court in Ibadan. The guy and the friend, they were hunter. They went to the reserve to hunt, and not knowing that he actually tricked his friend to the place. And on getting to the place, all those deep inside reserve now, they told the friend to be going ahead. That's why he shot the guy. Shebi, if you shot the guy, kuku pie the guy now. The guy no pie the guy, shot the guy in the 2 legs and tie him down there and told him the reason why he shot him. I'll tell you the reason later. So he left the guy there. He came back home alone. So everybody started looking for. He said they went to hunt yesterday, but they returned differently because his friend said they will still go further and everything. And After about some few days, the man that was in the bush, the first one was a police officer and came and arrested the dad's friend. Everybody were even saying, you arrest your dad friend. No. Said no. So after they did what an average police would go and do now, don't let me mention that, and the guy confessed and they took the guy to the place. See that guy. They met the man there. The man was already dying. This man also passed eventually, but they took him to court. It was this lawyer. The lawyer has passed to self. That's Sam Akande that did the case back then. And what happened? They brought the guy to court. He will start telling us that he's devil. And what happened? Because when they were younger, because they grew up together, when they were younger, they both saw a lady. And it happened that the other one was the first to go and ask the lady out. And the lady eventually became that one's wife.
That's all?
That was all. So ever since then, he has been nurturing that thing like, one day I will kill you, and the way I will kill you, that was what he told the guy when he shot the guy, that, look, you took my girl. I'm talking of men of age 60, so they are early 60s. So the lady they are talking about is now as old as the lady they are talking about was the one who is our first son is that police officer. So you could know that something that happened maybe 30-something years ago. The guy, and
so
eventually,
problem.
so the point I'm trying to make is, when you are saying, oh, let's get rid of this capital punishment, I tell people, go and experience, go to court and see what is happening in our society. You won't be advocating these kind of things.
Apart from that, the areas in life that have tried it, take for instance, in always, when we talk, we say, some people will say, don't compare. But when they see the good thing, they want to compare. In places like Chicago, New York, California, when they don't catch and release, what is the level of crime there? They claim that deterrent is not the best. Catch them, warn them, and release them. And you will see that same person doing that thing 3-4 times until he kills somebody. I mean, I don't get it. Why are you encouraging people to be? Why can't people just do normal thing? Why would you want to kill somebody? Why would you want to rob somebody? I don't get it. But which governor of the state, which state is this thing happening, if I may ask?
Osun State.
Dancing governor.
Oh,
Dancing governor.
Jackson.
Oh, shit.
It's
I thought
Jackson.
it was...
No, it's Jackson now.
Dancing wants to pardon the boy.
It is make everybody see me say how they walk. Can you imagine? I'm not. I sympathize with the parent too, because
it's just a human face. If you want to put a human face to it, you can say, okay, fine, everything has been done.
Fine.
Chicken, it don't steal. Person, okay. But this kind of a thing can be very dangerous. I hope that boy will not come out to harm that man.
It's one of the reasons why I can't take up the job of a judge. I keep saying it. It's just a thankless job. So now that judge now, his life is also endangered.
The man where they stay from too.
The man where they stay for, his life is also endangered, because you release somebody in the society who
I hope they will grudge him. Huh?
Because he has a grudge. He has a grudge against them. Even if his grudge is unfounded.
Of course.
Madam Zita and Ogbeni, I asked Adewale earlier on if he's ever been in a situation where he's looking down the barrel of a gun. And we also asked him if he has any relations that have died as a consequence of armed robbery. I have 2, actually. My father's cousin they were waylaid along Lagos Ibadan. He was a very large man. They were waylaid. Two of my aunts were with them at the time. They were coming back from a function in Lagos, a family function. He was a very large man. The man was, I believe, he's over 6'4". The assailants waylaid them. They had a gun.
They brought them out of the car. He's a large man. He was an elderly man as well. He's mid-60s. He hesitated for a second when they were giving them orders. And because it was very large, and because I guess the assailants felt, well, he was going to be hard to control, they shot him dead. Mr.
That's
Adewale,
what they did. Yeah,
Mr.
that's
Adewale,
what
I
they
hope
do.
you're listening.
That's what they do.
They shot him dead.
Because my brother is 6'2". That's why I made a comment here. I said, in my family, we are very tall. My brother is tall and huge. I was thanking everybody, including everybody that came overseas for that function, that brought them all the way from overseas, that this gate man opposite house arranged these robbers. Everybody, including the street people, was thank God my brother was not around, because they would have gunned him down. Honestly, sincerely speaking, but they wouldn't have gunned him down because I have a place nobody knows that exists. But it would have been difficult to control my brother because he too would have fired them. So it would have been a total mess. But thank God he wasn't around.
So
when
I
they
do
see
hope
them tall and huge like that, those are the first people that attack.
I hope Choma is listening as well. So some of us actually come from some of us have had the misfortune of losing loved ones, decent people, wonderful people.
Yeah, I'm listening.
Innocent individuals. Choma, please let me finish.
Gigi, let me tell you what happened to me.
No, it's because you called my name. You say you hope I'm listening. I just want to say I'm listening.
Yes, I hope you're
listening. Let me tell you people what happened when I was fresh woman in the university. We went to the bank. I and my friend Rita. We got to First Bank. It was First Bank. I have to call the name of the bank. 4 armed robbers stormed the bank. In those days, you know, when you have to queue up in a line, everybody lie down. As they screamed, my friend turned like this. You know, when you turn to look at where the noise was coming from, it was as if the gun was pointing at her, because she was on the line of she has some issues with her account that the mother said she paid in, so she wanted to confirm it. Me, I was in the line of withdrawal. This girl, as she turned like this, it was as if the nozzles of the gun was pointing at her. She slumped, weed on herself and pulled on herself. Instantly, the rest of us were on the floor. They killed 2 people. I will not call the branch. And then, I don't know who they were looking for. One of them came and put his dirty boot on my friend that have weed and put on herself and said, "We've never even started the shoot. This one don't die." I don't know if that my girlfriend recovered from that incident till she died. She died of car crash anyway. So what am I saying in essence? You don't make less of that incident. People actually do lose their life in such incidents. People pass through traumas that they can never overcome in their lifetime in such incidents. Living in a house, you spend almost, in those days, ₦1 million to 45. Gadgets everywhere. Thinking you will sleep with your 2 eyes. And somebody chiseled the wall to come in. For what? End up living with cans of, because all those laptops and those, I call them cans. They end up picking my cans and walked away. Because of simple cans, they would have killed somebody. And somebody sit down here and make excuses for them. That's okay. Next person.
Madam Zita, let me even give you the second story, which is just as terrible as the first. another uncle of mine, my father's cousin, if that man were alive today, quite possibly he will be the king of where we come from. And he'll be a very consequential king. Wonderful man. Well-known man. He was an engineering contractor. He was assailed coming back, I think, somewhere between Ondo and where we come from it was coming from the Ondo, I think the Akure side, coming towards Ibadan. Anyway. And they stopped them along the way. He was a large man as well. Not as tall, but was a large man, probably under about 6 foot, but was larger. He was a larger man, the way Nigerian men can be sometimes. Rotund man has lived a good life. During this operation, the man had a heart attack and he died.
Can you imagine? If you've not experienced it, somebody will come and tell you, okay, now. I don't even know why somebody should say that. Honestly, because
within, and this was a man, I opine that if he did not die in that situation, he would be the king of where we come from. Without question. A wonderful man, my father's second cousin. So when Mr. Adewale, and I'm a very kind man. I have worked with Amnesty International. I do contribute to a freedom initiative to help individuals who are innocent and who are unjustly being punished across the world. I'm an individual that set up a chapter of Amnesty International at the age of 14. And since then, I do till recently, we write petitions, we write letters. I mean, I'm someone that spent considerable amount of time actually campaigning, going on the streets, doing protests. So I'm not a heartless individual. I'm a very kind individual. I continue to be a very kind individual, and I continue to be very sensitive and sensible to the human condition. But one thing is something I know very well. You cannot, because Mr. Adewale was speaking earlier on about correcting individuals. You do not correct individuals at the age of 19 after they've been hardened.
No, you don't. You don't. That's what liberals do.
The society is built when the child is young. However, a society that does not punish bad actors and punish them consequentially will suffer. That is something I know and something I'm very certain of. Bad actions should be punished absolutely.
That's why they lost an election in the United States. Americans had it up.
In the United Kingdom, my cousin lost a son to knife crime. In the United Kingdom, you will be stabbed to death for something as simple as an Apple Watch. Those boys will get nothing more than 14 years. 14 years will be 14 years, 10 years. You now have lost a son, a brother, a sister, a father, a uncle, a aunt to knife crime.
Let me come in there. Let me come in.
I mean, I think we should be very serious.
Let
because
me come in.
There's trauma. People that have suffered from trauma should not. I mean, I think you're just renewing their trauma by suggesting that there should be some, unreserved, I'll stop because I'm getting a bit upset at this stage.
Okay, let me come in here. Be coming down. Let me come in here. You see, actually, I'm an advocate of capital punishment when it takes life, unless it's by accident, unless it's proven beyond reasonable doubt that you accidentally killed that person. I can say sentence you. But an intentional act of killing, I believe, should be a capital punishment. Do you know why I said that? A woman who is in Georgia, that the daughter was killed. Recently, the case was judged and they gave the boy life imprisonment. I was sitting down wondering. My head was shooting popcorn. I begin to think of how somebody who is serving life imprisonment is being taken care of. His feeding, his clothing, his soap, all the accessories. And then I look back, I remember the woman. And I say, so this guy paid this woman's daughter. And then they're going to use this woman's money to take care of this guy in the prison the rest of his life. Ooh, woos. I said, what kind of judgment is that? Because for me, it should be capital punishment. You're using the taxpayers' money, which includes that woman's money, to take care of a man that paid her only daughter in prison for the rest of his life. Is that good? Is that fair? For those who are soft in crime, is that fair? I'm asking. Is that fair?
So, Madam Sita, what do you think about the headline, the 4 conditions set for Faritomi'S bail? Because he's been granted a 30 million naira bail.
Actually, I told you people I don't like talking about that guy, but since you people keep bringing it here, let me say this. I don't know why I don't even know why they kept him there. That case would have been charged to court with immediate effect, like fast. Because I actually want him to bring his evidence to prove what he said. Honestly, sincerely speaking.
Exactly.
I want him to make nonsense
of the judiciary.
Of the judiciary, of the rot, according to you guys.
Make it open the nyash.
Let the nyash be blown open. Honestly, sincerely speaking, even if the way he was talking, I would love him to do that. Even if it's the only thing he will do for Nigerians, that will be fine. This is a global platform. I'm speaking from the depth of my heart. No hard feelings. I don't even care who he's supporting or who he's not supporting or who he believes in. I don't really do care. I want that guy to go to court with evidences in his hands and said, yes, I wrote this. Yes, I said this. Look at, based on this. Let it be that his evidences were not enough. Are you getting my point? Let it be that his evidences were destroyed by the defendant. But I actually want him to bring evidence. Let 2 of them battle on the evidence. No, the exhibit A is wrong. Exhibit B is right. Exhibit A is... That is what I want to hear. Anything outside of that, I'm not taking it. Because you see, in our lives, we work so hard to be where we are. That's why when I see people attacking a very wealthy person, it really upsets me. I don't like it. To get there is not a joke. Whether you think it's by hook or by crook, Either way, it is never a joke to be a billionaire. Trust me, it's not a joke. It's a hard work. Whether you call it evil or not, just like Desani Alison Madeke has disappeared with our 20 billion US dollars that can build Dangote's refinery and get change. Nobody is looking for her. That's hard work. She has bamboozled all of us.
She's our sister, Madam Mihai.
The moment you hit her bum, she will take a picture and tie gel on her head, no makeup, and tell you that cancer is killing her.
You know that Dele Momodu is one of our PR people now. She's dying of cancer.
Mm-hmm. So these things take a lot of thinking, it takes a lot of intelligence, it takes a lot of hard work, either with your brain or with your hands. And you have to break all odds for you to get there. So when I see somebody who gets there, I will really want you to put in a lot of hard work to bring him down. And if you are not ready to do that, you should go to jail. Honestly, sincerely speaking, you have to put in extra work too to bring him down. Because I noticed that most people who fight very wealthy people, they don't listen to their testimony. There is an adage in Igbo land that says, if they tell a child how we become billionaire, the child will say, God forbid, make una de be una billionaire. I don't want to be. It's a very, very prominent, one of the explicit adage in Igbo land. What are they trying to tell you? To be a billionaire, it is not an easy task. Trust me, it is not easy. If Elon Musk tell you when he used to sleep in the garage, trying to get a Tesla tray to be functional, maybe you didn't listen to him. It is not easy. It takes sleepless nights. It takes a lot of thinking. And for you to understand, for those who are Christian, remember, the Bible says the word of the world is in the hands of the wise. That wise doesn't really mean you are wise. You are wise. He didn't say wise legally or wise in good way or wise. You can be street smart. So, Chichi, you see that you're Faritomi. I want him to go to court and prove all he has written. Otherwise, I tell you something, they're going to screw his ass.
Madam Zita, your Chichi talk say it's freedom of speech and Basbos.
No, it's freedom of speech. I am an advocate of freedom of speech.
But she said it is Basbos and people should not be emotional on the social media.
No. There is nothing like emotional about it. It's freedom of speech.
But she said that people should not be emotional and that you should receive it. You should receive it.
Freedom of speech is a speech. I don't know what people understand by the word speech. They didn't say freedom of defamatory statements. They didn't say freedom of abuse. Unless they say freedom of accusations. I told you people, I found myself in a courtroom in the UK. And then, just as you people said, the judge, I said, I want to say something. The judge said, it's a freedom of speech. Speak. It's your freedom to speak. When I made the first sentence, I made the second sentence, the person asked me, how dare you say such a thing in my courtroom? And you people know me, how affirmatical I can say something, more especially when I'm sure of it. I can be very affirmative. When I want to say something, I'm very sure. And I have this kind of guts that opens door for me. I looked the judge straight in the eyes, made the second statement, and he asked me, how dare you? If I say it again, he's going to say, what you said I have the freedom to speak. So where is my freedom? It's a young lady. Freedom to speak doesn't mean you can say anything you want to say. Otherwise, the whole world will be in chaos. It sank. So, Chichi, freedom of speech doesn't mean you should open your mouth and say whatever you want to say. Otherwise, man, the world will be in chaos. So he has the right to say whatever he wants to say. But if somebody calls him out, he should be able to defend his speech. But that wasn't a speech. That was a documented evidence. It's a written document. So he should face the drama. I want him to prove himself. Oh, honestly speaking, he should bring all that they have been doing. I don't know about any other person.
He will do us all a favor.
Huh?
He will do us all a favor if he does that now. We'll all be happy with it.
That's all I want him to do. I don't even know why. Honestly, sincerely speaking, if I were him, God forbid, I can never be an asshole like that. If I were him, what I would do is, I have the evidence. Somebody like Showere, I wire it to him, wire to, you know, that kind of a thing. Wire to everybody. By now, everybody go hold on before I even enter court. In case if they delete the one I have. I remember in those days when I was working in HR, I used to print documents and come and give to my husband to hold for me.
And now, against in case
in case if somebody goes to my tray, my audit tray, and delete everything. When you say I get hard copy. So, my dear, he should have given it out, eh?
Can I say something?
Go ahead.
All right. So I mean, I hear you, and I of course listened to Shoma earlier on, but I believe there's one thing that we are forgetting here, or we are missing. You know, with the kind of environment we live in, Nigeria, okay, we have, you know, not look into the kind of culture, okay, that is surrounding us. And of course, I'm talking of you know, for example, the Afe and other pressure group, that might have influence in this case, right? So I understand you are looking at it from the West, and of course, Chairman too might be looking at it from the, you know, from the position of the West. But if we want to go down, even to the left, like going to the Nigerian thing, if you want to do the Nigerian thing, I look at this case as, you know, going nowhere. You know, it's going to be, we're going to just shout, you know, people who are for Faritomi will just shout, people who are for Afe Babalola will just, you know, shout, you know, make all the noises they could make from now till, you know, the next 20 years. I see that this case is going nowhere. You understand? So all I want to say is that we should factor in culture, the culture in the society we live in Nigeria. So if we want to just oppose it with the kind of culture that is practiced in the West or anywhere else, it's not going to hold any waters. So once this is already a defamatory offense, yes, but it's going nowhere. That's just it.
Can I please, Madam Zita? This thing has been burning in my soul. This matter of defamation. And I'm happy Baba is here. I'm going to make a statement and I will translate it because I happen to be a cultured person. Like I said earlier on, I'm a decent individual, and I tend to. I'm not malicious, and I don't expect that anyone should be, should be punished greatly beyond what is reasonable. Baba, is Baba here? And Obeni.
Yeah, I'm here.
Baba, I want to make a statement.
I'm here.
Because I'm young, but I tend to learn from the wisdom of the elders in how I tend to want to live my life. A famous musician sang a song, and in it he said, I will translate this. Abanije ènìyàn tó ń báyàn jẹ́ kiri, ìjọ tó bá dẹ́kun àti banije la ó bà ọ́ jẹ́. And what it translates to is this: an individual who maliciously slanders, on the day that you stop slandering, that's the day that you will be put to slander. The defamation is in fact one of the sins, and in fact one of the 10 commandments admonishes us as Christians not to slander, and not to maliciously slander individuals, and not to bear false witness. And in Romans, slander is one of the practices that must be put to death if we intend to follow Jesus, according to Romans 11-14. So we can see that from a moral perspective, defamation, because people are talking about the West. In the West, sir, if you defame an individual, it's one of those things that can wreck you for life. Because the individual you defame would come for every single thing you own. You will lose your house, you will lose your job. You will spend the rest of your life. You will go into, in fact, most people that actually, people when they come for someone for slander, that person usually goes into bankruptcy, because they will come for every single thing you own. That is the situation with slander in the West. So when people talk about defamation in the West, and we're talking about the West, in fact, one of the worst things you can do in the West is to slander an individual, to intentionally slander an individual. It is, in fact, you will be ruined if you try it. So when we talk about the West, when we talk about what is morally appropriate, I think we should actually look into our soul and think about it. Because like Madam Zita said, you cannot spend the entirety of your life building your name, building your character, and at the time when you are meant to just go go and meet your maker and go and meet your ancestors, someone comes along and defames you so badly and causes the world to see you come on, what he has accused Afe Babalola of is not quite something that is very, it's not some lightweight stuff. He has literally accused him of being the king of corruption in Nigeria. That is essentially the interpretation of what he has said. He's the king of corruption in Nigeria. That's the only way I can describe it. And he's literally ascribed almost all judicial corruption to this man. I don't know if some of you have actually read the contents of the book. So I'm actually open that Dele Farotimi can actually help all of us to show Afe Babalola as who he claims he is, and to expose the judges that are colluding with him. Anything short of that is morally, ethically, by all standards of human conception, a sinful act.
But it's not out of.
Can I ask a question? Obeni here. Let me ask if Nigeria is doing what is other. If you commit a crime in Aba, must that crime be judged in Abia State?
So
in Nigeria.
Yeah, must it be judged where?
In that place, in the state where you committed it.
Okay, so this is it. is yes and no. So if you commit an offense in Abia, for instance, and both the offense and the completion of the offense, you did it in Abia, you must be punished. You must be tried in Abia. You can't be tried in any other state because crime is territorial and crime law is territorial in Nigeria. It's per state. Each state have their own criminal law. But if you commit a crime, there are some crimes that extend to other states. If you commit a crime, because crime has elements, so if you commit some of the elements in one state, another part of the element in and I will give you an example. Part of the element in another state, you can be tried in any of the two states. Let me give you an example now. Let's say cyber crime. You are sitting somewhere in River State and you open your computer and you are doing cyber stalking. For instance, you are duping somebody online. When it now comes to the collection of the money, you now travel down to Anambra to collect the money. Now, some part of the element of your crime in Rivers, some in Anambra, they can try you any of the two states. So that's my answer to that. Is anybody still there?
Yeah, I'm here. Zita, you asked question.
Okay, I said first trial, you appeal. After appeal, it goes to Supreme Court, right? Does it?
Yes, it goes to the Court of Appeal. After Court of Appeal, it goes to Supreme Court, and that's the end.
Okay, Supreme Court is no longer in the state, but?
No, that's it. From Court of Appeal, it's no longer within the state.
Okay. So, in essence, just like everywhere in the world, any crime you committed, it will end up in the Supreme Court.
It will.
If they continue dragging it.
Yeah, it will.
Okay, that's all I want to know. So this man committed the crime in Ekiti, right?
So why they put him in Ekiti is because a crime of defamation is committed at every point where that book is being read. So if you
so it's all over Nigeria.
Yes, so they can charge
Madam, even all over the world, they might even still bring it. They might still bring it to the UK.
Yeah.
They might bring it to the UK. They will bring it to anywhere anybody has. And that's one thing. People are buying the book and publicizing and making it public that they've actually bought the book and read the book. Anytime anyone goes on social media,
pamphlet?
It's a book, madam. A book that has been published. It's voluminous, so I think it's at least more than 60.
The thing is, let's educate ourselves. The book is self-published. If he had had a publisher and presented the manuscript for them to proofread, no publisher will publish that book.
Baba, are you sure that even that the reason he had to go and publish it himself is because no publisher is mad enough to
rejected it? Maybe, yeah, it's possible. It's possible. The thing here is, like you guys said, I really am anxious. That's why I'm happy with the criminal case, because that is faster than the civil case. And if Afe Babalola dies today, a criminal case still continues. But in a civil matter, once Afe dies, the case dies, because you can't defame a dead person. Am I correct, Ogbeni?
Maybe ourselves. Come, that Afe Babalola, is he not that very old man that owned university?
95
the man
years,
is 95 or 96 years old. Can you
He's
believe?
And he's practiced law over 60 years. Faritomi is 56 years old. So he's practiced law more than even he's been practicing law before Faritomi was born.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Faritomi has been practicing for like maybe 26 or 27 years now.
So all of us, the thing is, everybody, all of us will say it here. Judiciary is corrupt. Judiciary is corrupt. When we generalize, it's no offense. But when you start saying this judge is corrupt, this lawyer is corrupt, is corrupting the system. That's where the problem is.
Baba, all of us will read books. It is even possible for you to make an insinuation, but you use Mr. A, Mr. B. You wouldn't actually name a name because you are not.
No, even that,
certain.
they said that nuance. They said they can take you to
It's
court.
Subjective. Yes.
Yeah. So just generalize the judiciary.
The man mentioned names of judges, at least almost 4 judges. He mentioned the name of Afe Babalola and at least another 2 or 3 senior lawyers.
And then judges, including Rod's Viver, including Pedro, including Mrs. Phillips, including Mrs. I remember this woman's name who married a bishop. All those he mentioned their names.
I hope he has proof. And like I hope the NBA, Nigerian and the NJC can then do a judicial review. That's fine. All of us deserve to know the truth. If there are judicial officers that have been corrupted,
and I'm anxious, very anxious. I want to see that proof.
We want to see the proof. We do want to see
so that we can shame those people.
We should all be happy that it's out now.
But all this beggy that Obasanjo and Obi and Reverend Cook are doing, I don't want to.
He said nobody should beg for him.
Is Obasanjo begging?
So when Peter Obi got to Afe Babalola, Afe Babalola told him that Kuka and Obasanjo already called him to appeal to his sensibilities.
I don't think they went there to beg.
No, Obasanjo didn't go there to beg. He called them.
Look, I had him, Faritomi, like 2 months ago on YouTube saying they will come for me and I don't want anybody to beg for me. Even before we got wind of what is this case, Baba,
which is solid.
He said it. So
he knows what he's doing. He has
death wish.
It. He knows that what he wrote, they will come after him.
Madam Zita, I think what happened was this. In Nigeria, there's a tendency that people say outlandish stuff that cannot be proven. This is not the first time that Afe Babalola and Dele Farotimi have actually had a defamation issue. I believe Afe Babalola actually took him to court for defamation before and won the case. I believe at some stage at the Supreme Court, the case was dismissed.
No, that was Dele Farotimi's case, not Afe case.
Yeah, he took Baba Bello to court and the court threw it out.
And the court threw it out.
That case was not.
So I think there's some malice and there's some, so there's already some malice already.
I know what I sympathize with the judges because they don't have voice.
And they can't say, but they have voice. I don't know why they're not speaking. They are retired.
No, they can. Okay, now that they're retired, they can grant interview, right?
Why can't they talk? They can even sue him too.
But Baba, you know one thing. You know what? I hope Dele Farotimi is right, and I wish him the best of luck.
I pray so.
In fact, if he can reveal the dirty secrets of this evil man, wow.
Yeah,
He would have done the world.
Let me tell you,
he would have done the world of good in the country.
Let me tell you,
I agree with you.
If that guy has proof, he won't blink an eye.
He will publish it.
Now me they tell you.
This guy he has a running show.
No, Zita, don't let's preempt him. Let's believe that is reserving it.
No.
Yes,
let's just believe it's reserving
he's keeping his gunpowder dry.
If you have done anthropology and there is a course called anthropology or human capital development, you can easily read such people.
Adama, you don't come. Chioma will soon join you. Don't worry.
He is this type of humans that get so bitter and they write things, they don't have proof. They make sure they write it in a way that they can get some people, because normally in the judiciary, people believe that you have to give a judge some money for him to judge the case to your favor. Even in the Bible, they said unjust judge. The woman disturbed him. You know, stuff like that is already a thing in every human imagination. So he believes that if he writes it, it will be a go for him. Yeah, those judges are very corrupt. We know they're corrupt. You know, that kind of a thing. Those are the kind of human beings this guy is. Telling me that he has an evidence to prove this, he ain't got nothing. This guy,
he might have it. No, don't just preempt him.
I am not preempting. Don't come back to call me a witch. This man got no proof. Let me tell you, this guy that speaks like this, so bitterly, you know, they call them speaking ignorantly with all manner of guts and impetus. If he has an evidence, I'm telling you,
he's not ignorant, Zita. He's a lawyer. 25 years practice.
He's going. Hold on, forget all those bullshit.
Okay.
He is going to put in that his book. He will put a kind of a photocopy of one small thing to give them the idea that he knows what he's talking about. Now, they tell you, you see this guy, not with this one will come for whether make a video of how Nigeria will jump up and down and then get jail with politicians and deal with everybody. Is it not that guy? Is it any other person? If that guy has a proof, he will so circulate it that everybody will be hailing him by now. Now, they tell you, he ain't got no proof. Anyway, I don't even know how people prove corruption. Anyway, I don't even know.
I hope he does, though. I hope he does. I hope he has something solid.
I don't hope. I pray.
I hope. I hope it does have his proof.
Let
but
me give you
either
how
or,
difficult.
you know, I mean, in my own opinion, I think this case is
let me give you how difficult it is to prove corruption. Even when you caught the person red-handed, let me tell you how difficult. I'll give you a typical example. When I remember Farouk, the one that was stuffing dollar in his cap.
Yeah,
Farouk, he has completed his sentence now.
Hmm?
He has completed this jail term now.
He's out.
Yeah, he's out now.
They show video, prove video. He has to admit. If he did not admit that thing, it will be very difficult to prove. That is one. Do you people remember a governor that they caught with 250 million cash? Transportation. What did he say?
No talk amona, then God be that.
Hold on. They fear anybody. I know they fear. You don't know how much guts I have. I don't give a hook. The highest they can do is to abuse me now. And so what? Was that able to be proven? No. What did he say? He said he has a contractor that wanted to be paid cash of that magnitude. What did anybody do to him? Nothing. So for you to see Afe Babalola collecting cash from somebody, I don't know how you are going to prove that that cash is for bribery to give a judgment. I'm just trying to give you an example how difficult it is to prove this bullshit this man is writing. Honestly, sincerely speaking, that somebody wired a check to you. What is written in the check? Is it written, this check is for to help me judge a case? What if he said, I bought a land from you? How are you gonna prove it?
Madam
So he
AI,
ain't got no proof. You people
don't even
forget
go
that
far.
thing.
Madam AI, the former Chief Justice, you know what Buhari and Co were accusing him of? Shebi has got Shebi. They've settled it now, and they've dismissed it. Or not get.
Hey, Ogbeni. Ogbeni. I was going to add to
Papa.
yeah, I did, man.
It's been a while.
Yeah. Yeah, I was going to add to that question you're answering them. I was actually regarding the jurisdiction thing. You guys remember the two Nigerian boys that they carried a sextortion act against one American boy like that, where they called it.
I mentioned it earlier.
Oh, you mentioned it. Oh, okay, okay.
Justice
Where
Smollett.
Yeah, yeah. You know, they had to, even though they were in Nigeria when they were doing the whole cyber thing, cyber crime, committing a cyber crime. So they were tried in the US. They were flown to the US to be tried, you know.
Of
So
course.
that's how I knew that you can
They
be
are
tried.
brothers, so they are not just friends. They are siblings.
Yeah, they are two brothers. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. So that's how I knew that anywhere they can try you, you know.
Yes, now complete your offense anywhere. They can try you anywhere.
Dele
I
might be
was telling
innocent.
one.
If Dele had evidence of what he's saying, I put it all in the book, man. The guy, you know, why would you write book? Accuse you have evidence, you won't put evidence in the book.
Listen,
We
let me tell
shouldn't
you,
preempt him. He
that
has
guy,
proof.
you don't
I beg, make
listen
we
to
wait.
his voice. If you listen to him, he sounds like a failure. He's so bitter. Such a person have an evidence. You won't believe what he will do to Afe Babalola. I am telling you, he won't just say it in the book. He is going to cut a little bit of the evidence and add to his book to make them know that you dare not touch me. If you touch me, I think they see the tail. If they see the tail, I go just open the nyach. Everybody go see him. That is the kind of
That guy
person
get
he
brain.
is.
Madam J.I. I give the guy. He get brain. My lie.
So you think his book publication is just to make money?
He get brain. The guy get brain.
No,
The
he
guy
said
has
it's for charity. The proceeds will go to charity.
he
That's what he
get
said.
brain. He get brain. You know that they say when you want to hide a lie, where do you hide it? For book. Because for generations to come, people go there, and people be referencing it.
So, Mr. Arrow, can
you
can we hear from Akin, because he believes that the case will be dismissed, right, Akin?
Yes. Well, with the kind of system we have in Nigeria, right? And if you compare it with what has been practiced in the West, as I've said earlier on, this case is going nowhere. It's just dead on arrival, you know. And I understand that given a different opinion, some leaning towards Afe Babalola, and of course, some of us Dele Farotimi. Okay, and looking at what Afe have been doing for the last couple of weeks, with regards to seeking bail for Afe unconditionally, you would understand the kind of politics that has been played, right, in that system. So, I mean, that Afe is stepping up to ensure that there's bail for Dele without any condition at this moment. She'll speak volume. Okay, Dele is not a small boy when it comes to Afe, and of course, Baba Afe Babalola too. Definitely somebody that is highly respected in Nigeria. It's a legal icon. So defamatory case against him is his right to actually fight for what he has established for ages, for many years, for somebody to just come somewhere from nowhere to kind of rubbish him, So again, going back to the kind of society we live, Dele have been, he has done what he has to do, but moving forward, what's next? That is a question we should be asking. What is next now that he's been released, right? Though conditionally, right? What's next? So what's next is that I see this case being yanked away at some point. So I mean that's what I can say about
Mr. Akin, when you
Why
say
do you think
away,
so? Why do you say so?
Baba, I did want to ask him, when you say yanked away, do you mean that it has been resolved judicially and justice has been served to the accuser and to the accused? Or are you speaking of a political solution? Are you speaking of a judicial solution, a dismissal?
I'm not even bringing a judicial solution into this. I don't see a judicial solution being the problem. I look at the political solution more than judicial solution. And of course,
Why should we have a political solution? Should we not seek that? Should we not seek for a situation where corrupt judges and corrupt lawyers are exposed?
Yes, I agree. But again, looking at our culture, again, I mean, I wish we are talking on the angle of, okay, Afe Babalola lives, in the West. Dele lives here in the West, and this defamatory thing is right here, right? Yet then we can now have a very good, sensible conversation.
But are you saying it's going to be a political solution? Is that what you're saying? Because Afenifere is involved.
With the Nigerian thing, yeah, it's most likely.
Hold on. It seems like you're thinking Afenifere is some kind of relevant
No, I'm not. I'm coming there.
And the fact that this guy, the people in the power, in absolute power, I'm talking about the executive, the judiciary, I don't see where this guy has friends. The only friends he has in Nigeria is obedience. So I don't see how political solution will.
I want to ask.
Afe is not a friend of Tinubu. I hope you know. I hope you understand.
It still doesn't matter, but a friend of mine, an enemy of my friend. How do they say it? Enemy of my enemy is my friend. Yeah, have you ever heard about that? This guy here has been slandering Tinubu all over everywhere. Now you think because Afe Babalola and Tinubu are no friends means Tinubu will not give this guy some kind of political support or something. This guy, the only friend, this guy here, Dele Farotimi, this guy has been irritating almost everybody. The only people he's been pandering to are just obedient. The only friends he has is obedience in Nigeria. That's it. And the obedience are not, they are powerless.
I'm not even talking about the.
So, Akin made a wonderful, spectacular submission. So I want to
which is, can you articulate it so that we understand it?
I want you guys to take it.
You won't be able to now.
And try to understand him. So continue with the conversation.
The Afenifere part, the Afenifere faction, I mean,
not to make him feel bad. Because he's
the obedient part of Afenifere probably is the one that are giving him support.
Can I ask? Can I ask you a question, please?
All right, go ahead.
You said something about if it is in the West, and you said it is in Nigeria, so the case is going to die. Is that what you're saying?
Oh, definitely, 100%.
He wants it to die now, so he doesn't want justice.
Hold on, let me finish. The case is going to die. Is it that kind of settling out of court? Is that what you're saying?
Possibly, yes.
Or you are saying the case is going to die, or that Afe Babalola will not do him anything and then he will just walk away? Are you saying, well, they're gonna talk over it and then discuss it and then end it like that? That's the point I want to understand.
Okay, good question. So with regards to if Afe Babalola will continue to pursue the case, yes, he can try, but like I said, at some point, right, that case is going to vanish. It's going to die. It's going to be yanked. Okay.
Based on what?
Based on the society we live in Nigeria, the way we do.
Okay, can you be more clear about what is part of
this? A good thing?
Hold on, I asked.
It's not a good thing. I don't support it.
Exactly. So why
you're not being clear about what you're.
What I want to know is that what you are saying is that if Afe Babalola take it to court, they will throw it away. Is that what you're saying?
No, the court will not throw it away, but because of the okay, let me make it clear.
Influence.
Let me hold on. Yeah, sorry, pressure group, e.g. Afenifere.
Hold on now.
You mean obedient part of Afenifere?
Hold on.
I don't know. Answer. It could be obedient. It could be whatever. Okay. That's number one. Secondly,
I didn't get the first part. You said if I'm messing up with his name. If Babalola decide to pursue the case, it will be thrown out. That's what you just said.
Well, that is your own interpretation of it. That is not how I
So
put it.
okay, let me.
But you have to make yourself clear now, so that we will know.
Please clear me, or he's not gonna win it.
Okay, listen. Let me make it clearer. Should Afe Babalola decides that okay, I'm going to continue with the pursuit of this case, okay, with the kind of society we live in Nigeria, okay, you know, I always go back to that to make reference to our society in Nigeria. Sorry, Nigeria.
What is it society? Can you define this society?
Hold on, now let him finish, Mike. Leave him.
But you need to define that society.
Society is the society is a society full of corruption in Nigeria.
Okay.
You get it? That is it.
Okay. And
that's
then what will happen?
That's okay. Look, I'm not in support of what this guy did.
Forget about whether you are in support. We are just discussing. Let's hear you. We are just discussing, honestly. Okay. No side taking. Let's converse the case. What you're saying is, if Afe Babalola decide to pursue the case, he's not gonna win, or the case will be thrown out because of the society in which Nigeria is, a corrupt society. So if somebody like Babalola bring a case to court, because Nigeria is corrupt, they're not gonna listen to him. Is that what you're saying?
Of course, they listen to him. That's why they picked
so why did you say Lagos if he decide to pursue the case? Conclude your sentence,
Madam Zita.
Trying to say Dele will bribe the judge.
Try to understand my question. Try to understand my submission with regards to this issue. Okay. Afe Babalola is an icon. Okay. Dele Farotimi is a human rights / lawyer activist, right? Now, there's no way I can sit here and to say, okay, I want to make a comparison between these two gentlemen, right? There's no comparison to be made there. Afe Babalola is, way higher in terms of everything than Dele. You get it? What I'm saying now, I'm not trying to link the defamatory case to Afe Babalola as a person. I'm linking it to the kind of transparency that is missing in the Nigerian society, and of course the judiciary. Okay, which is what I'm sure Dele was pointing at in his book. Okay, do we have criminal judges? Do we have criminal lawyers in Nigeria? Yes, we do. All right, that he does not have any proof, presumably at this moment, doesn't suggest that what he has written is totally wrong or is totally, defamatory. We do not have that, we don't have that right, the moral right to kind of condemn what he has written, unless he's been, looked at in a different way by the political class. So now let's go back to the Afenifere, which of course somebody was, I think Mike Wright was saying that the obedient part of Afenifere. I don't even know what that means, because Afenifere, as long as I know, as of yesterday, is still Afenifere. I don't know if there is.
They endorsed Obi now. So we all know they were.
I still want you to explain to me why you say if he should pursue the case, it will be thrown out, or rather, he's not gonna make a headway. That's what I wanted.
Madam Zita, I've explained to you now. We have criminal judges. Ogbeni here will agree with me, unless he wants to be you know.
I don't agree with what you said, though. that
Hold on.
case will not see the light of the day.
Hold on.
Okay, so
Hold
I
on.
understand where he's coming from, because many of you guys didn't expect him to get bail. But look at today he's going to get bail.
He will surely get bail. Now, have you ever seen
Yeah.
any?
Why wouldn't a human being get bail? Did he kill? Even people who kill people
Because
get
some
bail.
people said that he will stay till January next year. But as you
Should be a
can
joke
see,
now.
Nigerians'
Well,
power,
Get bail.
the power of
You may-
social media. That's what Akin is trying to say. The influence of
No,
social
there is
media.
nothing like power of social media. If
Okay.
you see many, and
Power
that's
of
why I
social
keep,
media.
and
What
that's
is
why I keep
all
advising
eyes
people.
on the judiciary? Hold on.
I
Is it
advise
not the power of
people.
the social media of all eyes on the judiciary
No
that
power
got the
anywhere.
judiciary so mad?
The court
Okay,
will
let me ask you a
do.
question. Let me ask you this question. What?
The court
Okay,
will
what
still do
next?
what they
What
have to.
next? What next in this?
Let me tell you what next. Let me
Yes.
tell you what next. If you can give me just 2 minutes to
Please go ahead.
probably try to debunk what you have just said. Look, as far as I'm concerned, and in most time we like saying this, because of the kind of society we have, because of the kind of society. And that's why I said Madam Star should not push you too further to explain. I've seen that people using that a lot. In that same society they're talking about, Farouk Lawal was tried and jailed, right? Abdul Rashid Maina is in prison. These are highly politically exposed people. Tafa Balogun was jailed in that same your country. Bode George was jailed. I hope you know who those guys are in that same country. Shasoka, when they picked that guy, even Lucky Gbinedon, former governor of Edo State, had his own. Ojuzo Kalu, if not for Supreme Court, he was also sentenced, right? In that same country. All those Joshua Dariye, James Ibori, even Alamasaya, all of them in that same. But sometimes we just pick our society as nothing can happen in that society. Is it not that judiciary? I aspire people most times. Try and just look inward and see whether these things are not happening. Just few names I've just mentioned to you now, highly exposed people, political people that you would never, you would think they can't be jailed, but courts jail them in Nigeria. So for me, as far as I'm concerned, let me tell you, only 2 people can stop Faritomi from going to jail. First, Faritomi himself. If he has the evidence to prove, he will have his day in court. And for the person that is saying his power of social media, forget it, there is no power of social media. An average person that do go to court and understand the procedure in court knows that Faritomi will surely get bail and be out. Even people that commit even more grievous crime still get bail. Bail is discretionary for the judge, but what he has committed is demeanor. All right, it's not felony, it's not. So he will surely get bail. It's a bailable offense. So everybody knows, even so already we should fight to get him out. We all know they will get bail. All those one are bobo. It's just a noise. He will get bail. Now, whether he will meet the bail condition is another thing. The condition they're giving me today now, I realize that they have given him a leeway. The one the Federal High Court give him, that one will be very hard for him to meet, because that one, you need somebody who owns land in Ekiti State. I wonder who will own land in Ekiti State and will grant Dele Farotimi bail. I still wonder. I don't know where they will get that person. Now, today now, the bail condition they've given me is not saying the person must own property in Ekiti State. So they've been able to help him to expand it and say 30 million. Peter Obi said he will meet all those conditions. Fine. Dele Farotimi will surely go with bail. So 2 people that can end this case. Farotimi himself, and that is if he's able to produce evidence in court for his defense, he will escape it. Or Baba, that is if Baba himself withdraw his complaint and say, I have no issue with Farotimi again, and he's gone. Now, you've mentioned Afenifere. Forget Afenifere. Afenifere has made their own clear. They said, Farotimi is one of our members. But they said, we're not here to protect him. All we are saying is let him be out to have his day in court. And in another breath, the same Afenifere said, look, Baba has a legacy that we are here also to protect Baba's legacy. So They have good relationship with both Baba and then Faritomi. And Afe Babalola that I know, if you know the role they play during Bode George, you will understand this. So, and that's why I tell people, read more about your society. Leave this west thing you always talk. Read more about your own society. There are many things happening in our own society too. Then you can have what we call native intelligence of what is going on in our space. During Bode George, was it not the same way they were going up and down? At the end of the day, Bode George was jailed in that same in Lagos State and went to serve his term, his jail term. So the point that because we live in a society, people have been jailed, they jail people in our society, highly exposed people, public figure has been jailed in our society before. So Faritomi is not going to be the first person and not going to be the last person. And I don't see Chief Afe Babalola withdrawing that case. They've crossed the Rubicon. And that's why I love what he did for Peter Obi when he came to him. You can have a tete-a-tete, then you go. Then after that, I continue my case. So that's the way I see it, my brother.
Yeah, thank you for that submission. Yeah, well, while you said, you gave few examples of people that have been jailed. We still have people that are still roaming about the streets. All right. Example is the former Accountant General, Jorin Buhari, still there, right?
He is on bail. He is on bail, and his case is going on.
How long will it take? For God's sake.
Honestly, I would have agreed with you. If you're saying like, hey, the way Nigeria is where people have a case and sometimes they just dismiss it, they find a way. Yeah, that happens when you have connection with people in power, where you can just make phone calls and say, your brother, pardon me, this and that. If you have that friends in power, like Ojuzo Kalu or people like that, or some people you just mentioned. But this guy here, he can't point out a friend he has in that corridor of power or anyone that this guy, like, literally hasn't irritated. Like, he doesn't have that friends. He doesn't have friends there. So he doesn't stand a chance. I mean, unless maybe he start to make a move to befriend them and find a way to make people to like him, where they can now say, okay, yeah, let's.
Mike,
do you have to have friends?
No. I'm talking about the corruption part.
Yes.
It's real. No one can deny it in Nigeria. Yeah, if you are connected politically, you can escape. You can escape a case. You can even escape. We've seen it happen now. I mean, a lot of politicians, we know that they really committed an act. But before you know it, their case, they just make a phone call, the case gets dismissed, or political solution, that kind of thing. But if you are saying in the case of this guy here, that literally, like, just doesn't have friends in that corridor of power, man. Like, no. I don't see that him escaping. Like I said, the only way he can escape if he can prove it. That's it. That's what Benny said. Otherwise, there's no escaping.
Mike, he asked Peter Obi and Tanko.
He has midgets.
Unfortunately, he doesn't have Abure again.
He has to wait to Peter Obi win the election now. The guy, I forget it, man. Forget it. The guy. People like Tinubu will be dancing in his in Aso. We thank God, dude. Because the only reason those ones will never have gone after him is because they will say, they are abusing power, this and that. But the person going after you is not.
That's all right, none.
That guy's in the mess, man. Forget it.
Ogbeni, what do you think of this Professor Shidi Odi Kalu saying that Ekiti has expunged criminal libel from their statutes?
Don't mind that guy. When last has he ever handled a case or been to court? Have you asked yourself, Baba? When last did you see him in court?
Yeah, has he ever been in court? He's always on the side of activism.
Which activism himself? Who you see, when they say activism, I know somebody like Ganifa Emi will just be checking in his grave. When they said somebody human rights activist, I know Gani will just be shaking in his grave like, who are you called that? Do you know what activism is? And that's the question. Baba,
Those ones are content creators, man.
I'm telling you.
He said it. He said that during Faritomi'S time and then during the time of
activism. How many people has he released?
But is it true it has been expunged?
No, expunged from where? What
the statutes of Ekiti State.
The problem somebody like that she has, because I first saw his article. There was an article he wrote, and Olumide Fusika's son replied him, and I've seen him. He has kept quiet again, so he's bringing another issue now again. You see, Dele Farotimi was charged under Criminal Code Act. Dele Farotimi was not charged under the Ekiti State law. The part of the Ekiti State law.
Exactly. I just got it right.
Act. But unfortunately, people like Shidi Odinkalu don't go to court. I can't remember the last time I've seen him in court. He called himself human rights activist.
I didn't know the guy was a lawyer, sir.
He is a lawyer. He's a lawyer. He got professorship from somewhere in the US. You know this honorary professorship.
Honorary.
It's honorary. It's not.
But not all lawyers. Not all lawyers go to court now. Some are just academic.
No,
it's honorary course. Are you saying it's honorary course?
Yes, the professorship. Go and check it now.
I thought it. Oh, I didn't know. I will check it.
You know, Baba, go and check it now. He got the professorship from one state university like that in the US.
Are you sure he didn't get it from the Nigerian Student Association?
They gave him based on his activities in Human Rights Commission. He was
I didn't know that.
After I think DG of Human Rights Commission, then they dash him. Not that he wrote some papers and then published. How many of his publications do you see outside there? Somebody said he teaches law at Harvard. Which Harvard? Is he Harvard in Abia or the one in Anambra? So that is just it. And that's why I keep saying, when you think lawyers are lawyers, yeah, it's fine. Yes, lawyers are lawyers. It's just like your medical doctor. Somebody like Doyin Okupe now. I don't know if he can diagnose anybody of any major ailment again, because as a medical doctor, and he confessed himself. He said, yes, it is true, because he's been in politics over years. He's been in public advocacy. He has left medicine, but he's still a doctor, right? You still call him a doctor. That's how you find lawyers too. That's not many lawyers. They've not been to court for donkeys of years. But when there are issues like this, they come out and be talking. And they won't even talk the one that their residual knowledge can carry. And they won't even go and sit down and go and read again and update. They'll be telling you things that you can't even, as a pricing lawyer, you can't even relate to it. You'll be thinking, are these people really normal? Why are they? So that's the way I see the man. I think he should concentrate more on the sex toys that his wife are selling. They should concentrate more on that than be ridiculing himself about legal matters that you're not versed again in it. You're not. Those ones that are practicing are coming out. Some will not. And let me tell you.
Well, Ogbeni, I think he got it on basis of academia. Shidi Anselm Odikalu received his PhD in law from the London School of Economics and Political Science, LSE, in 2007.
I said
he is a professor of practice. He is
professor
a professor of practice
that is it.
in
So
international human rights law at the Fletcher School of Law and Diplomacy at Tufts University.
So, Baba, do you know who they call professor of practice? So it's not professor of academics. Did you get now? Professor of practice is that because he was the DG of Human Rights Commission, then they believe that he has practiced human rights, then they gave him that professorship. Not that you're a lecturer of the university, you are publishing papers, and then you become a professor of academics. He's a professor of practice. Do you understand now? Just like Osekume.
Okay, that's right. That's a qualification. He's a professor of practice.
He's not professor of academics.
In international human rights law.
That is it. And what is the international human rights? It was DG of Human Rights Commission.
Okay, I got it.
They can't dash them. So sometimes people like that just do a quick check on their background. You understand the angle they are coming from. They are not that deep. not that deep. And they have this way of using one big brush, to paint everything, paint everybody. They are the only one who is holy in Nigeria and righteous. Others are sinners. Others are this. And when they see somebody who is probably a bit doing well, they have this kind of narrative of the reason why he's doing well is because he's corrupt. That's the kind of general narrative they have. Oh, the reason why he's doing well is corrupt. And the reason why they are not doing well is because that person is the one that is not making them to do well. That kind of mentality. And that's the kind of mentality Dele Farotimi had. I remember when one man was trying to invite him on this plan, I said, he won't come. He's a sadist, as far as I'm concerned. People like that don't come to this kind of program. They would like going to some platform where we won't mention their name, where people will massage their ego, people will rub mind with them, and they are hailing them and praising them. They don't like people challenging them.
They like going to echo chambers,
Yes, you'll be hailing them, and then they'll be feeding those ones with some grammars and tell you how Nigeria will collapse in the next 2 days. Can you imagine somebody, you publish a defamatory statement, you are against somebody, you are aware that there's a charge against you, you are aware that they have summoned you, you are aware that there's a bench warrant against you to pick you. Now you now address press, and you are now chronicling what will likely happen to you, that this will happen, this will happen, this will happen, and all this thing will happen because it's as a result of the corrupt system. No,
I said it earlier.
all those things you chronicled out is as a result of what you know will come and haunt you because of the consequences of what you have done. It's just like somebody, you've gone to rape a girl and you know you'll be caught, and now quickly run to the press to say, look, they will come, they will pick me, and they won't grant me bail. They will say I rape. They will, oh boy, you rape now, and you know the consequences of what should follow somebody. So why? I don't know. Nigerian space, we charge you. But as far as I'm concerned, if not to, they want us to scatter, they should just tell us so that we don't have law again, we don't have court again. We only have some people in the space that are just there. They determine who is right, who is wrong, and then we should know that we don't have a country again. But not to pick and choose. On the other platform, I learned that I was listening to the same Odikalu recently, and he's just saying he's not aware that in jail, that he doesn't even know he's in jail, that he's not aware that Ijele is in detention on criminal defamation against the pastor. And I said, okay, you won't be aware. Now will you be aware? Because the only one you are aware
That's
of.
preposterous. How will he say he's not aware? Come on.
That's what he said. That's not aware. He doesn't even know him. He doesn't know Ijele. He doesn't know that. So you just wonder, and they will now say they are human rights activists. They're just businessmen. They're just people who want to gain traffic to their opinion and just want to be popular, and then talk, then try to show this far leftist disposition, and then let people hear them and go. That's the way
why is Ijele still in detention?
They say he can't raise his or meet his bail condition. That's what Blue Shell is saying, but I don't know much of his case. But I know he's very wrong. Maybe they made the bail condition
why can't they
so
charge him to
stringent.
court?
It's the court that will give him the condition for bail.
No, forget about the bail. If
to bring him to court,
then process the case. Now continue with the case. Actually ridiculous.
I think he must have appearance dates, but he has not been brought to court ever since he's remanded.
So his bail condition is the issue now.
That's what Blue Shell was saying in the comments.
You don't say,
I mean, why is he not trying to raise money?
No, bail is not even about money. You don't pay cash.
His bail condition is also 50 million.
This is one of the reasons why my father stopped me from being a lawyer. You see this kind of jelly. I for enter that pastor. I go enter that pastor. Wallahi talai. If I'm a lawyer, now those kind case where they like. I go bring out my law book, dust am. How many days is somebody supposed to be in detention? Therefore, don't buy me now. Because it's going to be so much of an embarrassment. Because these pastors, make I shut up my mind. Make I shut up
So
my
the
mind.
same pastor that tell us to turn the other cheek and to forgive our neighbors,
Make I shut up my mind,
the
though.
same pastor
Because I
that
have a way of
Madam
scattering those pastors. Make I shut up my mind.
Mike.
And his followers are still coming to
Mike.
his church every day. They can't tell him that Jesus forgives us.
Mike. Madam Sita. So you don't think that all those guys that we have in our space, that they are tagging themselves human rights activists everywhere? Because I've seen them now. They are naming Faritomi also human rights activists. I don't even understand our media again. Faritomi human rights activist. How many people has that guy released in prison? Or how many?
Didn't you hear when somebody said it here now that he's a human rights activist?
Human rights activists.
Those guys are all hypocrites, man. I used to follow their mouth before. Even me too. I used to like, oh, that guy's a human rights. They are all hypocrites. Even Shore that will claim he's a human rights activist.
Somebody, even the case he's talking about, no be land and they sell. Then they do a money left for Lagos, they sell land. Now human rights activists, they sell land. You know, sometimes when they will just spin the narrative and they are not deep thinkers. That's just the problem I have with many of these guys. They are not deep thinkers. When you call somebody human rights activist, do you know what it takes for someone to be human rights activist? Do you know what Gani Fawehinmi suffered as a human rights activist? How many cases is he handled? How many widowers? How many rape victims? How many prisoners, motherless, fatherless, homeless, that Gani Fawehinmi will just see and pick the case up and then start fighting? But these guys don't do all these things. They will do the activism on the face of newspaper and on the TV, attacking government. That's what they do. You don't see them with, okay, we have released also prisoner, this person that. Why can Odika Lu that said he's activist and collected and got a professorship of practice based on human rights activists doesn't know that Ijele is in detention with all the popularity and noise about that guy's case? But he won't. Why will he know it? He will not know it.
When when the kind of started his ranting, when the guy was going all ranting. People like that, they will say, they didn't know who the guy was. They didn't know. We don't know who Kanu is. When the guy got arrested is when they all came out like, release him. Oh, so now you know him. Now you know him. When the guy was, he was out there ranting, doing spin all this tribal bigotry against Fulanis, Yorubas, all those things. They all kept quiet. When people asked them, we don't know who he is. We don't know. They didn't know the guy was talking. When as soon as the government arrested the guy, they now all came out like, now we know him. All these people, man.
So if Ijele, Madam Sita, Odika Lu should go and take up Ijele's case. After all, it's human rights activist. Me, I know human rights activist. I'm a commercial lawyer.
Honestly, now that kind of, if I am a lawyer, well, for me, what we're doing is we're doing well. If I'm a lawyer, I would be a very seasoned one. That kind of Ijele's case, that's the case I like venturing into. They might try to kill me, but they won't. I will so embarrass that lawyer. That pastor go beg me, make we settle out of court. Walai talai. Let them just be doing their yahoo because it's a funny society. Faritomi is a human rights activist because he's saying some people are collecting bribe. Now he's a human rights activist. I go tire.
Is a disgrace, man. You see the killing that's going on in the southeast. You know, Ijele is the only southeastern guy. No, that's been standing, moving, going against that stuff. You understand? Yeah, that's been really talking. Even
I know.
I mean, I always want. I look at the innocent people they are killing in their region. Like EJ,
Yeah.
the only guy from that region that's been going around. The guy's even been on AIT talking about what's going on there. You know, how to stop it. And all
But
the Kalu doesn't know him.
Odinkalu doesn't know him. Can you
Oh,
imagine
really?
the level of hypocrisy? Doesn't know him.
The same one the Kalu that came on Rudolph channel saying and the guy, I think someone debunked. He said he's been going around the southeast and visiting families of people getting killed on a daily basis, this and that.
Yes,
Come on, man. Stop lying, man.
that was against Ekpas and this thing. I watched that.
Yeah, again.
He was on the same platform that I was denying that Ijele thing, and he was saying, is the man not a pastor? Why will he do that and everything? I said, are you just hearing this case now? This nonsense, man. So you're just hearing this case now. I are the custodian of human rights activism in Nigeria. Yeah, everywhere. If he said Rufai now, you know how to reply Rufai the next morning. I'll be telling him I has killed his people,
I'm even waiting for them to come after Professor Soludo, because 2 days ago he granted an interview and said that even releasing Nnamdi Kanu will not stop the violence in the southeast.
But I said that here before now. Now one kill me.
They won't kill Soludo for that thing he thought. That guy is too brave. I don't know why he said that. He is brave, knowing full well that they will come after him.
Baba.
Yes, sir.
Have you noticed that Samuel Ekpa has spent more time in prison than Dele Farotimi?
Of course, he's not coming till next March to court now.
Okay.
His next adjournment date is March.
We know they see ban now. It be like see our
because IPOB actually threw him under the bus.
Yeah, they fear you now.
Because it's not Nigerian court, so they don't put eyes on Finnish judiciary. Nigerians could be so jokers just did our space. Where?
Yeah, but I'm surprised Soludo said that because.
But I said it in this platform now. I said it from the one that is.
Soludo is bold now. Soludo don't tell them. Soludo said Igbo land is an egalitarian land. It's not where you shut anybody from talking. Even a 5-year-old boy has his opinion, he must talk. He has said it severally. And so that is strange to him that now they want to be shutting people. That is egalitarian society. It's not where you just shut people down. You know? For me, I just this Afe Babalola and Faritomi case, the way I see it for me is we better push it and get it to the end. Either ways. Faritomi better has his evidence to come and prove. Or he better jejely give in and go to his jail, jejely. And
that Baba will not give up. We look, Ekiti
How
state is
will
a very
he?
small.
Baba will not blink first.
Baba
will not blink.
That's
he owns Ekiti. Do you know the airport in Ekiti? He is the one sponsoring most part of the airport building.
The guy has walked his way.
He owns Ekiti literally.
No, that man has a legacy to protect and a name to protect.
And his School of Medicine is about the best so far.
Yes. The only
in private
way,
universities.
For me, the only way he can protect his legacy is to see this case to a logical conclusion. Is to that case. If he doesn't, I don't know. Where they are both obedient. Another thing is they are both obedient.
Yeah, Obi. That's what I said the first day. Obi Baba.
Now why Obi go there now? And the Faritomi is complaining now that he didn't send Obi to go there. I said, nah.
And for
it's because he's saying that because Babalola did not agree. That's why.
And OBJ too. Now.
Akins, the Afenifere you're talking about, their secretary, that splinter group, Mr. Ebisheni, was a Labour Party candidate in the last Ondo state election. So that's like Mike tarred them with a brush of obedience. That's Afenifere's obedient group.
Yes, but Baba, yeah, I know that but you know, he denied it in on the Arise platform. There's no splinter group.
How can he, when he contested gubernatorial election?
Afe is one, you know. So and of course, I don't think there's two secretary general. I think that's his title, right? In Afe. I don't think there's two. I don't think there's anyone that has come out and say, hey, Ebishe is not the secretary general. So
I think it's faction.
That has been in contention long time now.
Even
Baba
conflicted.
Baba, what's his name? Adebanjo. They've told him that Faritomi is back on the throne. He should just step down. There is so much confusion in that affair right now.
Is Afe even recognized in Yoruba society? I mean, are they relevant in any traditional way? I don't even know that. I always hear the name.
I don't reckon with them.
I don't reckon with them at all. I don't even see them.
It's a gathering of some few elites now.
That's what it is now. Because if you go to anywhere in Yoruba and mention any of them to any people, they don't know.
Why did Tinubu go to them? If you're not
why did Tinubu go to them? Yeah, we just, like we said, political.
So he went to Fatiroti. He didn't go to Adebanjo. He went to Chifa, and Adebanjo was not in that gathering that day because he went to the house to receive his blessing, and he removed his cap. The coconut head was shining, and Chifa Fatiroti blessed him that day. The Ebisheni was not there.
That was not Ebisheni's fashion now, was it?
No, I'm just telling Akin so that you will know people in that gathering that day.
What is their traditional rule? Is what I want to know.
Chief, the former Babangida's man.
Don't get any traditional rule. It's just a gathering of some few elites that just made decisions. Just
exactly. So there's no traditional title.
Baba.
No traditional title.
Why is it that every time somebody being invited to Arise Sleep, it's like more or less authenticating that this is the authentic authority on the subject matter, as if they know it all? I always come across people like, oh, come bring them to Arise, as if the Arise is platform to authenticate. I don't get it.
They go to other platforms too now, like channels, you know, TVC and the rest.
I don't get it. With the propaganda going on with the Arise TV and the same narrative stuff.
You see, one thing that I find in this age and time, with noise, you can arrogate anything to yourself, and people will believe it. Because when I look at the followership on YouTube of channel, is 3.3 million. TVC that I even thought is not anything is 1.2 or 1.3 million. Arise is still under 1 million. You would think Arise will be having followership of 5 million. So it is a noise they are making.
Fact, Baba, nobody watches Arise TV in Nigeria. It's mostly diaspora and those their supporters online. They don't.
I watch it just for the value of
I think
to be able to know what the other side is thinking.
I think people go
That's
there
the value upon which I watched it, so that I can have a balanced thinking.
Simba, I think people go there for some particular programs, and then they just go all those what is trending in media, those three.
Yeah, the Queen of England, the Duchess of Sussex, it's the rubbish they always talk about.
They will go and pick news from social media and then be overflogging it and be like.
You know what I find amusing?
The news
Nigerian morning show particularly. You bring in a guest, and all you want to do is just find fault in what he's saying, and so that you can counter him. And in doing so, they will end up heckling that person. Before he finishes his sentence, they come up with another one. And their outside influencers will be sending messages to them. They will be looking through their phone to ask questions. And I think that's unethical. And I don't even know people who go there. Because I won't stand for a journalist, if truly they are journalists, to treat me that way. I will walk away. I'll remove the mic and walk away. on a live program.
But Baba, did you see the that Mr. Ibisheni that was being interrupted by Rufai numerous
That
times? He couldn't even allow the man to get the word
I
out of
call
his
it
mouth.
heckling. That's what I refer to as
And
heckling.
his question was coming from a place of ignorance. You know what
No,
he
he
was
just wants to
asking?
impose his own
Yeah.
opinion.
He said, oh,
All guests, he does that to all guests.
who filed the charges in the first place? As if, oh, he has the right not to get the guy arrested. But somebody make a grievance no, and the authority take it up and they charge him. They say, well, why would they do that? Baba Afe Babalola started it. Well, yeah, they started it, but once the law, I mean, maybe Ogbeni can contradict me. Once you
Of
file a
course,
charge,
you're
you
right.
report to the police will take charge and arrest the investigate and arrest and all
It's
that.
simple
And
now. Let me give you an instance, a very clear example. Let's say there's an incident of, let's say, theft, or let's say stealing in your streets, and you reported to the police. The police take it on from there and make some arrests, and then they are prosecuting them. And you are now blaming the person who reported to the police. They say, but they are charging these people to court now, they are trying them. And they say, yes, but somebody reported. Why would the person report them? Somebody reported a crime. You're blaming the person. You are not blaming the thief. You're blaming, and you are not even saying, okay, it's the police that is holding the people. So why is the police still holding them? That's a good example I can just give. I don't understand. Rufai, well, they say study agriculture. I just think they should be sending many of them to NUJ to learn more before coming. But I think that's their selling point. Their selling point is bring you there, make sure they extract whatever their own narrative from you, heckling, shout, lament, and then they go. There are more people to watch them, they get more money from YouTube, and they are good to go.
Hi, Remy. Welcome. Do you have anything you would like to do?
Remy is here. Hey, I'm in trouble today.
Remy, are you
No.
Who's enjoying
I'm,
the cold
I'm
in Finland?
listening. I'm listening. Continue, guys. No problem.
Hey, Remy, this jail in Finland, I heard that jail is a very dangerous, one of the most dangerous prison in Europe. Is that true?
Well, one thing I know about the Finnish prison system is that they can keep them wherever they want, but the treatment will be good. But there's no bail condition here for that kind of crime that Simon Epa they accuse him of.
So when is he going
it's
to
not
court?
even March, it's May.
When is he going to court?
Yeah, by May they will send him to court, and
May.
the rest all that
May.
So the guy being in that prison in May.
yes,
May.
he will be there until that time.
Oh boy.
So
May.
and another thing is that those people that came here all over the world, they are now on watch list. I told them that time, people are stupid. So if you think because the chat they are putting in is terrorism financing through online and so many other stuff.
Remy, sorry, let me understand. Those people that came for that declaration.
Yes.
They're on watch list.
Yes.
They'll be on EU watch list now. EU.
Oh, wow.
So if you are
for associating and financing his cause.
Yes, so you're in trouble.
I said it here last time. I said there is only two ways to stop that thing. The only people who can stop it are the Igbos. They get so angry about it. Deal decisively with the people involved and it will end. Secondly, unless it's not calling them terrorists, if you criminalize it, like all those people wiring those funds, just like Remy said, if you put them on the watch list and when somebody gets to the airport, they quarantine you one corner and ask you some certain questions. Before you get to your destination, your account is frozen. And you begin to run round for all the cases.
You will also say that the rhetoric has already gone down a lot.
But by the time you do
because
it
if you're in this Europe,
all your records are in your hand, and then
But I mean, you have a point there. You know American to get American visa now. Like you see the kind of list of questions they will ask. Oh boy, to get the visa, they will ask, have you ever supported any a group accused of terrorism? Have you ever supported a group as a fund, or have you ever funded a group that's accused of
They've
terrorism?
always been asking
Even
that question.
vigilante, have you ever been a member of any vigilante, or have you ever
Yeah,
supported?
they always
All
ask
kinds
that
of
question.
questions they're going to ask you. Like, if you say yes, they'll say if you say yes to any of these, almost now, just stay away from anything.
Mike, they've
It
been
has to do.
asking that question now. Haba.
No, before it's not that much. Like there's a lot
That
of
question,
questions
you
they ask
count
now.
it. If you have any relation that like 10 years ago has gone for visa, if you see the form, count it. It's about 30 questions.
Yeah, they just ask
On this
That question has
terrorism stuff.
always been there, always, every time.
Yeah, it's always there. And this on this terrorism stuff, have you ever joined? Have you ever done this? Have you ever anyway, anyhow? I mean, it's always there. It's a lot of questions. Then we rephrase the question, reconstruct it, rephrase it, but they're hitting as a particular thing. Those people are ridiculous. In fact, look, Simeon Ekpe's case is different. Honestly, when people want to join it with that of Nnamdi Kanu, it's really unfair. I know Nnamdi Kanu started all this madness, but Simeon Ekpe's own, I don't know whether he's seeing that thing as a what's that? This popular TV show in the United States that started even before I was born. They keep improving on it. What's that popular TV show? Hi, who can remember me? You don't watch it. Star Wars. I think the man is seeing that in a Star Wars. No, those I'm like, what is going on? I don't understand why that guy did what he did, though. Honestly, I can't lay my hands on why he did that thing he did.
The declaration of Biafra, which one?
No, the killings. I think
That
he
was
has mental
the
problem.
killing started with Kanu.
No.
I don't know how people have put all that killing on Ekpa. It
No.
started with Kanu now. The ESN, Kanu created the ESN government.
No. Don't tell me about it.
When was
Listen,
Gulag?
let
This
me
guy
tell you.
Gulag, when he was killed, Kanu was still out
Wait
now.
now. Egweke, after the Egweke, Nnamdi Kanu was arrested, released on bail by, what's that senator's name?
Yeah, Baribe. Yeah, that's what. Yeah. That after that first release, when the guy, before that first release, I was even supporting the guy. I was even one of you that said, this guy, because I thought all he did was
It
just
was the
insult.
Egweke.
But that first release, when they released him, was when the guy just went all south. Like he went criminal, man.
No. Hi.
He created ESN. He started sit at home.
No.
He said he must not even cockroach does not move from one cupboard to another cupboard. The guy turned to one big terrorist, man. He was calling for Sanwo-Olu's head, and Tinubu's head,
He
and
was
Wike's
talking
head,
now. Wait
and this
now.
politician Gulak. The guy assassinated the guy. The killing was going on. We Nnamdi Kanu now.
Did he call for shooter site in the southeast?
Do you want me to play the recording? When he said they should take soldiers' gun and buy the soldiers,
You
he
don't
was telling
understand.
people where the guns are even
They
high,
are
where to
still
go and pick it up.
calling straight.
I think Kanu was even worse than Ekpa. I'm sorry.
No.
Ekpa didn't really say that much, to be honest. Like Kanu was on steroids. This guy literally vowed to turn Nigeria to Somalia. Ekpa wasn't that much. Ekpa's one is just giving support to what Kanu started. Like, okay, I support.
Listen, let me tell you.
But Kanu was worse than Ekpa. I'm sorry. I don't know what people are saying.
Kanu was not attacking Southeasterners. Yes.
Saboteurs? They buy a lot of saboteurs. People they call saboteurs.
That one is easy. Saying by saboteurs, like people who get into their way. I don't know how to put it. Simeon Ekpa had actually had mental problem. You don't have a clue what that guy did in the Southeast.
The thing is, the thing was getting worse and worse and worse. But because people are now blaming Ekpa for the state he got to, but it was already going that route. We can't establish the whole thing. So people are just trying to blame Ekpa for how it became worse. And one of the reasons why it became worse was because Kanu was arrested. So his followers now went AY that their leaders arrested. So they started doing those buying for their leader to be released. But people are not blaming Ekpa for that. All Ekpa did is just saying, okay, me too, I want Kanu to be released and I support whatever is going on. But Ekpa is not the one that created those ESN and unknown gunmen. It was Kanu that created them. And they are just acting for their leader to be released. But everybody just blames Ekpa for the whole thing.
Nah, Ekpa did a lot of things. So Njoku Menaru, no good deal. Nobody in the Southeast will call for the release of Njoku. Now me they tell you. Nobody no governor in the Southeast will go and tell you to release Njoku. I'm telling you. Njoku took that madness to another level. So Remy is here. Oh yeah, speak, Remy.
Last 24 hours because
And Mr. Simba is also here. Do you have anything you would like to contribute, Simba?
I don't see Simba here.
Okay.
You mean Remy?
Yeah,
Remy, so the fit put on for
Yeah,
code for
yeah,
this
I'm
winter.
here now. What did you say?
The fit put on for code for this winter.
One thing here is that it's a very organized society. Even wherever they will keep him, they will treat him nice. But I learned that the place they took him is where they usually kept their own knuckleheads. Okay,
They are good knuckleheads.
Yes.
So you guys have knuckleheads in all those peaceful countries. So you guys have criminals there. Like
Do
crazy
you know
people.
what they are doing here? If you this place is very good though. Do you know that if you get drunk, the police will come and carry you and take you to your home? So
That's why I'm wondering now. Like you guys don't have tough people in those kind of countries.
Hey, dude,
Like,
why?
where they
Oh,
pamper you
yeah.
people.
Is it not every country? But I don't think up to that level of the Nigerian own or other terrorists or whatever. But they will have some people that at least maybe they're also giving them one problem or the other. You have free speech, but at the same time, that
You
free
know, they
speech.
used to have a very high, when I came here newly, they used to have a very high suicide rate.
Yes. In fact, they still have Madam Zita.
But it has, they were telling us here that it's come down.
I think the reason is because it's an individualistic society where you don't even care about your neighbor. It's
I
only
think
about
it's all Oyibo. They are like that. It's their nature. Even here in America. See, once you go to white neighbors like this, they talk to you.
Even here too. Even here they're like that. But this
It's the Oyibo
place, the
culture.
difference between Finland and this place is that these people are more, they're individualistic in terms of family. They're more of family, I think more.
You would think that this is the same set of people in the same country. They don't even greet one another. The only time you can see them
It kind of surprised me. Like in Europe, it's like they do that in Europe, I mean, because I was thinking the reason America is like that is because people come from different parts of the world, so they can't relate to each other's culture. That's what I always think. That's what I always thought. Like, there's the reason why Americans don't talk to each other, they don't greet, they won't. Well, and now I realize if they do it in Europe, then it means it's
Europe
just
is
the
even
white,
far
it's
more.
the white
Yeah.
thing.
I think it's the white thing. The only time they get together and they can talk anyhow is when they get a little bit tipsy or get
when they're drinking or they're watching a sports or something like that.
And watching a sport, you cannot unless you go to some pub, and then when they are watching football, they drink with the
And even when they engage in conversation, nothing is coming from the heart.
No,
they are just saying. being calculative, and they are, even when they laugh at you, say,
One
no,
thing I
the laugh is not real. It's not real laugh. It's just
one thing I cherish about them is that even if you take your own position, life is about interest. But an average Nigerian always look at it too much emotionally. Everybody have an interest. Even the media has an interest. But the average Nigerian does not believe that. They believe that what is about empathy. If it's about empathy, this Europe and America, they will never grow.
It's true. Their own is not by emotion.
You have to do what you have to do to make your country grow. And some of the action they are taking might not be very palatable to the rest of the world, but they will take it, and nothing you are going to do.
The thing about the Oyimbos is if they don't take what you are saying personal, if they don't like what you are saying, they just abandon you and they just go their way. Well, if you're gonna say what what the black person doesn't like, you will still come hang out with you, but that thing they hold against you. You find with
one thing I've learned about them, the highest thing they can empathize with you is just one sentence. I'm sorry, and it's over. When they say I'm sorry, it's over. That's it. No matter what happened, that is the one phrase. I'm sorry, and it's over, and they walk away, and that's over. But our own, we want to push it unnecessarily.
Black and drama. Now 5 and 6. We love drama.
The drama is too much. Because look at that.
The black Americans and the whites, they are complete opposite. You go to say this one are from Africa. This one is from Europe.
Look at this.
That is the country they're born devil, but their mentality is different.
Look at this Faritomi you have been talking about. It's an unnecessary dispute he put himself. It's unnecessary. That means you yourself, you have a problem. This thing happened 11 years ago. You did not fight it. How come you put it in your mind for 11 years? What kind of man is this? This is the man that is malice. So that's what we are talking about. For 11 solid years, and you are not even a party to the case. You are not directly a party to that.
And he's a man who, that women, I know say they carry something for mine for years. Like my sister will remind me of something I did when I was 10 years old that she's still upset about. When my brothers, man, something I do to him like last year, don't forget, man, don't move on.
Don't forget, he's a civil rights activist now. So why should he forget such a thing?
He's a civil rights activist, and he's still upset with something somebody did to him 11 years ago. He's still carrying on.
He has to carry it over, definitely. Yeah.
He's a civil rights activist. What makes you a civil rights activist?
As long as he didn't get justice in the previous years.
Mike, the question we should.
By the way, why are they still holding him? Is he not a content creator?
So the question we should ask Faritomi is this: you also accuse the institution, the judiciary. When you practice as a lawyer, have you won some cases? Why are they not biased against you? So you see, when you think deeply, you will see in between the line that what he's doing is out of hatred and out of envy and jealousy. Because these people are more successful than you, and you have to look at things very deeply before I form my own opinion. I see a kind of envy and jealousy. Because sometimes a man, when you see another man richer than you and more popular than you, there is tendency for you to be envy or jealous unnecessarily. Because you are in the same institution, you have been to the court several times, won some cases. You do not accuse that institution is biased or maybe corrupt. Now, because it does not go your own way, 11 years you did not fight it. Now you are coming out to fight it now. It's not only out of the judiciary is corrupt. There is more to it. And if you look at the tendency of this man very well, you can see that he pretends a lot, and that is the word. The word will cherish you when you pretend to, especially on the side of the so-called low level or something like that. But everybody just pretend, and at the end of the day, when they get what they want to get, they will jettison you. And the problem with Nigeria is because of the literacy level. The literacy level is not so high, so people that are also literate, sometimes they don't also read between the lines, or maybe they also just told where their interest lies. And that's why I believe that everybody in this world is all about interest. So they would block their eyes and their ears against those ones that does not favor them. Unfortunately for this man, he will be hopping from one court case to another court case. And if you go to another court, they might also remind you in prison again, go for the bail of that one. Oh my God, it's a big trouble for him for the next 10 years.
I think you made a very good point. I think I go with that your example, interest. You know, than of course being jealous or because he's a sadist. No, I think it's interest, more of interests. You know.
The thing I don't like about Dele Farotimi, when I listen to the guy talk, he doesn't offer any solution to any problem. All he just talk is just rubbish, condemn, complain, condemn. I'm like, guy, really, all your caliber, tell us the way forward now. What's the solution? What's the move?
Have you ever seen any obedient with solution to any problem? Tell me one that you know. Is
the complain, condemn, and then they will praise somebody that you know.
They don't get solution. There was a day I was watching what's this guy? Lekon, the one that worked with Osinbajo has now become journalist too now. He's now sermonizing, pontificating on Channels TV. I've forgotten his name.
Wiki PA?
No,
public.
It was Osinbajo's PA back then. He's on Channels now. He's pontificating too now. He don't chop Nigerian money now. He's also pontificating and telling us how Nigeria should be good.
No, you know that type of person and Osinbajo, they use part of religion to enter Nigeria.
Yes, now we know.
So that is the interest they use, and you would think that they are holy, they are the righteous one, but at the end of the way, they also eat your money. So when you turn the coin to left and right, the result is always the same thing.
They'll be there. Same result.
So
Ahead.
They use that way and be like, it's the best one, which is a lie.
Okay? The guy brought Aisha Yusuf and Showore together to his studio, and he has asked them so many questions. So there was this question he asked them. I was so happy. I was eager waiting for them. The guy said, now if you become president today, you Aisha, you Showore, let's assume one of you at least become the president of Nigeria today, and you've all been condemning judiciary. Where will you start your reform from? What exactly do you want to see the change? What's your plan? What will you do? What's the action plan? Do you know they can't answer this question? The guy kept coming back to that question again and said, what I'm saying is, we know the judiciary is messed up. We know, that's the narrative. But if they give you the reign of power now, today, tell me, what will you do to reform? Nothing, the only thing two of them were just saying, there's not even in the judiciary to reform. Judiciary is messed up, nothing to reform. I was just wondering, so we should just cancel the judiciary.
They just condemn.
We just cancel the whole institution. Then anybody can just commit crime, nowhere to seek redress again. But I'm used to it right from university days. We know them. Those students, activists that will be pontificating theory for you, tell you about Malcolm X and Kamas. They are nothing real, no reality. And in their own private life, you ask them what they are doing, is directly against what they are teaching about Kamas and all those things. So I know people like them. They don't have any plan. I still keep saying it. If Showore is saying he has an alternative, tell me the constitution that you have drafted that you think should be alternative to the one that you are condemning. Bring it out and say, look, I have a blueprint. This is my blueprint. They don't have blueprint. They are just there to become more popular, be in the street as if they are still fighting today, get grants from NGO to feed themselves, and then they are just there. That's the way I see it. And unfortunately, that is activism in Africa. That's what we see as activism in Africa. People like Ghanaian and the like, they will just be rolling in their grave like, This is not activism, you know. Yeah.
What Africa need right now is no activism. What we need right now is innovators. Right now, I mean, at this point, I'm sick of this whole. In fact, it's all black world. All we produce is just bunch of activists from Malcolm X, Martin Luther King, all of them. Even in Nigeria, we celebrate a bunch of activists. We don't have someone who can say, "Oh, inventors," or people that came up with some ideologies, solution to problems and things like. We don't have them. So at this point, I'm just sick of hearing. There's nothing new you want to tell me. You can't come out. I'm the new activist. I'm gonna go and sit down, man. If you want to come here and talk, don't come and be telling me about how things is bad. Nobody something new. There's nothing bad I don't know about that. You want to tell me? Tell me a solution to something. Give me a landmark idea. Something. That I can see and say, wow, okay. This guy found a solution, discover a solution to a particular problem. Okay, now let's get on the streets and go and protest for the government to, take that, implement that solution or something. That's the only way. Don't come and protest about something is bad. No,
Mike,
let's go and protest about something to change that we've discovered a solution for, and the government don't want to accept the solution.
Mike,
that's what I want to.
Give me 1 second. You know that Showore is coming January 4th. So I would really love I would love for you and Mr. Obeni to really be here and give him this energy. That's all I want to say. Continue.
You know what? One thing
be quick with your question. One question. I don't like that rubbish.
No, Shema, I want you to understand one thing. If he comes to this platform, a lot of people, some people might not be even interested to ask him questions because they do not see him as a material. It's just that some people see him as a waste of time. I'm sorry I classify him to that angle because I believe in one thing. I believe in progress. But when you are doing the same thing all over the years, for so many years and nothing, and you continue to regress, look at the vote he's getting. And the way he's doing something, the way he talks, is so... I'm not comfortable with the way he talks at all. It does not show that a person that is preparing himself to lead a country. No, it's not that kind of person. So don't attribute any importance to him or any something. To me, it's just chasing something and finding a way to get money to his pocket. And when you
should know that Showore himself knows that he can never become the president of Nigeria.
So why you trouble?
He's just being consistent. Look, what you should give to him is that at least he's consistent, right?
Consistent on what?
In his rhetorics about Nigeria.
Which rhetorics? Can you tell me what is consistent about? Okay. Protest every day. Can you tell me? Look. There's one thing I want you to know. Like his party, how many candidates has he supported to be a state assembly member? How many of his people from his party has he supported to be federal house since he started almost 8 or 9 years ago, 10 years ago now? What is the ideology of the party? What have they done? He himself, what has he done for his local community?
I don't think he cares for all that, because if he does care for all that, he would.
So if he does not care about other people that will invest under his party and it's only about himself, what kind of person is that?
Well, that is one reason he cannot become the president.
So that is the one reason why this kind of people, you don't need to waste your time to talk to them. Sometimes I'm sorry, I'm not.
No. You cannot discountenance. You cannot discountenance. What?
No. I'm saying that. That is my own opinion. I'm not saying that people should not talk to him. I too will might probably listen to whatever you want to say, but I'm not interested in asking any question because I will look at everything. That this is your party. You are the chairman. You are the secretary. You are everything. And what is the party ideology? How come even some party that are not as famous as yours, Accord Party, some of them, they have one rep here, one house of assembly there, Zini Labour parties, but yours, nothing. So that means whatever you have been saying for 10 years, either people are not listening or people are just close their ears. They don't want to even hear or see you.
People are listening, but they don't want a Showore to be the president of Nigeria.
People are not listening. If people are not listening, the sympathizers are supposed to have been more than that, and they should have at least elect some of their members into the State House of Assembly or even a councillorship position. You can't get that. And what are you there? Are you just there just to go on the street every day and just call out the leaders bad names and call out the other people bad names you don't like? Is that what you are doing for 10 years? And then you continue to go home with the money they are giving you all over the world.
Well, he's got ideas. Remy, look, he's got ideas on how he wants the country to move. And I must say he's got some good ideas. Maybe not all, but at least some of his ideas are, something we should look into, right? But
give us the example of his ideas. Give us one.
Well, he's been consistent on the issue of making the Senate and of course the House of Rep, merging them together, okay? And I'm sure he was the one who proposed this issue of one-term
presidency, 6 years tenure.
Is it 6 times? Okay, well, 6 years. 6 years.
No, that was Atiku idea. And the issue about joining.
So that hold on now. So that's all. I want to know the ideas you're already telling.
No, I'm coming now. I'm just. Well, that's second. Okay, third. He proposed this issue of believe student loan before Tinubu conceived this idea. I believe, yeah, he did say that. And,
no, I disagree, Akin. He said it should be a grant and not a loan. It's a grant he's been talking about. In fact, he said free.
The guy always offer socialism.
But it's not. But Baba, is that impossible in Nigeria? For God's sake,
free
is not impossible.
To university level, Akin,
yes.
come on.
Maybe that's exactly that's too yeah. But
it's debatable anyway.
It's possible now.
It's not something we can just discuss fleetingly. I think it could take hours to really robustly attack that. So let's skip it, whether we can afford it as a nation or not.
So our major idea is to scrap all police barrack.
Okay, yeah, good. That's one of it.
And it's a very silly idea.
How is it silly?
We've debated it there before, and it took hours on that debate. I think it's a silly idea in a developing country. You're just implanting a Western idea into Nigeria. Is a third world developing nation, and you now scrap barrack. You now put police within people to be staying inside the population.
I tell Benny, you are not telling us his major idea is to start exporting hemp. Igbo?
Okay, marijuana. That's another idea.
But you have to give us the backdrop of that. You have to give us the backdrop of that, Remy. He didn't just say importing Igbo. No.
I support that one, sir.
I understand now that we can make some money from it.
There you go.
I understand.
I think it's one of his major policy I resonate with.
I think that's the only idea I can say makes sense.
It really makes sense, that idea. But it's
export to not import to export. If it's import, then it gives down. You go import to go into.
Sure, Baba. That guy just, to me, he still see himself in that university activism thing. Yeah, I'm not sure has outgrown that thing. Seriously.
What's an activist? Always an activist. That's
I know, but they grow for the outside society. After all, somebody like Femi Falana was an activist back in Afe Babalola University, but he has outgrown that now. He's doing he's more focusing. When you see him, you see maturity in his activism, and you see him getting more not
at the age of 50, so already still hanging out with 20-year-old, 19-year-old,
jumping in the street, running up and down, doing Aluta. When last do you see Femfano singing Aluta Victoria? You go to court, you go and defend, your case. If you smell any problem anywhere, you pick. You see the way Fenfano handled that former Enugu State governor who incarcerated his wife back then. He dealt with it, went to this thing and went to court, got an order. Shime got an order, got the lady out from there, and that's activism. Not every time you just go and stand before EFCC office and be singing and Luther, you and that base university lawyer and all of you just.
We're hanging out with university students. This guy, man, he's still hanging out with. He's like me, still hanging out in the corner. I used to hang out when I was 19, 20. I don't grow up as that one now. You were hanging out with university students, marching on the streets in your. In 30 years ago, now you're in your 50s, you're still hanging out with university students.
Do you know what baffles me and surprised me most about the activists we have in Nigeria is that they will have time they have time to wait in the studio to do makeup for them, do all those things, and then they beam the camera on them and they start pontificating and then jump from one TV station to another, radio station to another and be talking. But when it is time for them to attend public hearing of amendment to all these our laws and code, you won't find them there. I still keep saying it.
When it's time for real work, they don't show.
You won't find them there. They set town hall meeting on amendment of the constitution. You won't find them there. But they would rather go to the TV and be saying the law is bad, the constitution is bad. But they amended the constitution. Public hearing, go there. You won't go there. Where's your own blue white paper? Have you written anything? What provision is the problem? What is the alternative provision? You're not writing anything.
Even National Assembly have called on all Nigerians to come when they are scrutinizing the budget, to come and tell them what they want to put in the budget. They invite them, they will not go.
They will not go.
I was asking you to go and write your paper and go there. Go and tell
they
them
will not go. You would rather see them on channels the next time condemning the same budget.
They won't do nothing. They don't want to work, and they want their country to just turn to America the following day.
It's not as if they don't want to work. Let me tell you one thing about them, and that's what I was arguing with somebody in the chat box here. Many of them cannot withstand the rigors of real academic debates or analysis. I'm telling you. Pair them with people who really understand the subject matter. Look at the VAT issue. When Ali Dume came out and started lambasting VAT. See when they brought that guy. Is it Abimbola? What do they call that guy? That VAT guy. That tax reform guy. See when they brought that tax reform guy. He shot all of them. He shut their mouth because they were trading statistics to start figures to figure. And then they went down to specific provisions of the reforms. And then people now began to be saying that, so what is it there now that you are condemning? We can't say anything really. So many of these guys, we're in university now, we know them. Many of these guys cannot really withstand thorough academic engagement or debate or analysis. Going it down deep and say, okay, let's pieces it. What are the figures? What are we saying here? Many of them, if you ask many of them, what exactly is the provision that is wrong with the constitution that you have been condemning? They can't cite one provision for you and say, this provision is what we must remove.
You know what? Even when they were doing all these town hall meetings, stakeholder meetings recently all over Nigeria, none of them came out and condemned the bill. They don't even know which gray area they are going to attack anymore. They talk about derivation, and now they're no more talking about it. They don't know what they want. They thought that derivation will favor Lagos, but it actually does not favor Lagos. In fact, Lagos and Rivers will even lose more. But this derivation is only on VAT. It does not mean they are still going to be collecting their FAC. So, but the problem we are having here is that most of our governors sometimes they don't want to work and they don't want to be creative. Even here, if I tell you the VAT rate here, everybody will shout, bang, it's 25.5%. and Nigeria, we are still talking about 7.5, and you want your economy to develop. What are we talking about?
It's 20 in UK.
It's 25.5. They just increased it from 24%. We are number 4.
Do you know what rent? Do you know what rent tax is in UK? Is 40% rent tax. If you have a property and you rent it out, your profit on it, you give 40% of it to government.
So that is why they do that also so that they don't just increase the rent arbitrarily or arbitrarily.
Yeah. If they start rent tax in Nigeria now, Yawa go gas. You see them.
No, they can't. Too many things that they are doing here. They can never try it in Nigeria because
you
Nigeria
can't try it. Try what?
But still, we Nigerians, we want our country to be okay, but we want to do that. We want it to be free for us. We don't want to pay for it most times.
You see, inheritance tax in UK is a big deal. That you have a property and your children are inheriting it. They have gift tax. If you give
I think they also have here, but I forget the percentage of it.
If you give a gift to somebody, you go and pay tax because you are giving that gift.
Yeah, let me tell you.
You must declare everything.
Let me tell you a funny story. Somebody sent a phone to one of my classmates before from UK. When he received here in Finland, he thought it's going to be free. He covered another like 70 euro to take the phone. The guy was shouting, how can it? They said, no, that is the law here. You know what?
Remy, do you know what mistake a lot of Nigerians, Africans make here? When they're young, they spend all their money in this consuming in the West. For example, there was a time where I had a house and I was paying $1,000 a month for $1,000 a month for tax. And I'm like, what the heck? And it's not even guaranteed that property, and it's a risk too, because property value can drop. All it takes is just one gunshot in one neighborhood, and the property value will drop, and you can lose your money.
And it's not guaranteed that your children will inherit it too.
It's not even guaranteed.
No guarantee.
So I saw a lot of Nigerian men that came here in the 70s, 80s. They are now in their 70s, late 60s. They are no longer strong to work, and they don't have anything. They have retired. They don't, So I say, dude, at this point, I invest more of my wealth in Nigeria now. Like just invest it there and again, some people when they divorce, the wife take everything, that kind of stuff,
That's a good decision you made, though.
Yeah. So I'm like $1,000 a month for tax. Are you kidding me? For what? I got rid of that. Now I rent a luxury apartment and I pay less.
You made a good decision.
You know what? Here, if you are into property, do you know the appreciation level? It's not up to 2%. So it's not like maybe America or China that when you buy a property in the next 5 years, you're expecting like 10% or 15% profit. No. So they control it tightly. So the only advantage is that you are just saving that money in case you sell it in future, you can get some part of your savings back. That is
Let me tell you what I've concluded now about properties, particularly in UK, is this. Once you have one that you can settle family inside and they are there, you have that. If you're going to take the second one and all that, ensure that the only thing you're paying is the minimum down payment and then pay wholly interest on it. So if you rent it out during your lifetime, you take benefit of those rent out of it. And when you're gone, you release it back to them. So you've not suffered anything and you're gone. Because
the advantage that is just there is that the rent, the mortgage you pay monthly is lesser than you rent it out.
Yes, once it's less, you are okay. So you take the fruit of your labor while you're alive and while you're here, and you leave their property to them because it still remains their home for life.
It's their property now. You don't own it.
Of course, when they give you a deed, the deed of that say, just go and read the recital, read the history. You see somebody, the owner in the 1890 something, they will tell you now passed. Successor of something passed. So at the end of the day, you see, what? You don't even own anything.
You don't own anything in this Western world. Nothing to pass on. Even your children you don't own them. In America, they start teaching your children that come, your parents don't own you. You are your own. When you are 18, you move out. Your father cannot.
So
They will
just do your
disappear on you,
thing.
eh?
Get the money, take care of your children, take care of your family while they are still here and while you are still with them. So that when you are gone, you know that their thing is back to them and you've taken advantage while you are alive. That's my conclusion on that. Then, if you now want to have a very befitting one, just make sure that your Nigeria that they all condemn. Go back there, and have property there, nice one, rent it
You
out.
know the funny thing, a lot of Nigerians that die here, even their relatives don't even know where they buried them. Some of them
That's
they
it.
cremate them. Sometimes some of them die, they can't get hold of their relatives, their children. Some of them, their children are broke, struggling, so they don't have money to say they want to
Do you
start
know?
shipping papa
Do you know
back
the?
to Nigeria. They will
Do
just, you know what they do? They just burn their body in America.
yes,
Here.
now cremate. Do you
They
know?
cremate them, so
You
no
know how
memory.
much?
They're gone.
You know, Oyinbo in UK, for instance, when they are getting to a certain age, they start planning for their home burial themselves. They don't wait for any children. They start
They
doing
plan, yeah.
this thing. They start their funeral manager and everything. They plan ahead because it's a big money to do funeral. So when you immigrant now pass, it's always very difficult. Sometimes people start contributing, So, and that's why for me, you see that Niger that you see all of them stigmatizing, demonizing, you meet someone else, never in their life, ever their dead body go back to Nigeria. So
Most of them are miserable. This American, this West, they are miserable.
no problem. I asked them, have you seen any old man here in UK before of age 90? Do you like the life they are living?
The question you ask yourself is this: when you build a house in Nigeria, if you are lucky to build it under 2 or 3 years, you are forgotten, you are not paying any mortgage. But when you live here, and that thing, even if you cannot even afford to travel for 2 or 3 months without no work, because you have to pay that mortgage. You have to pay that loan, this loan, that loan, that loan. But the impression they gave, and a lot of Nigeria fall for it. Some people will put it out there. I'm 1 year in Canada. I already bought my own house. Did you tell them that this house is
next 30 years you are still paying?
I remember when I bought a car here a long time ago, and I was having a conversation with them in Nigeria, like I just bought this car, this and that, and the people started asking me for money. I say, yeah, I don't have money now. They say, why you going to lie now? You will just buy car. See the car we just buy.
Don't tell them in our finance.
So that thing push a lot of Nigerians to also say, I must jack out, because I'm not saying abroad is not good. Though. Once I jack out, the thinking what you are thinking in your head is that within 1 year, I already bought a house, I already get a car, I already get this, I'm ready to become a millionaire. It's dream die first, okay? So it's so funny. So
easy like that too.
Yeah. But when you now look at your Nigeria, people does not know what they are enjoying in that country. If you have a fairly good job and you have your own house, you solve the problem of water by having a pumping machine in your house. You solve the problem of electricity by having a solar energy now. What else? You have a fairly
Country, Remy, that country, Niger. Hey, when I'm there, that's where I really experience freedom. Because I don't have to think about that bill coming into my mail at the end of the month. I don't have to worry about government might come for me because of one tax issue or one law breaching or something. You know, in America, they can just send something to your mail, say you don't break law or something like that. when IRS like this, whenever I get mail, when I'm my business mail, I see IRS on top. Yeah. I don't think what I do.
Mike,
you drive, you don't even know when ticket can come.
Man. Your mind is never at rest in America, man. You don't even know what to sue yourself.
The ticket people, the
ticket people,
they can still send ticket after 21.
They are the worst. They just look around every now and then.
They can still send ticket to you after 21 days of the commission of the offense. I say, what? 21 days? So you even know that you run far.
I don't know how it is in UK. Then in America, here, when they give you tickets, they will tell you your court date, maybe 3 months from now. Now you have to remember that day, because if you forget that day, don't show up. They don't issue warrants for your arrest. Mine is not at rest in this Western world, man. You're always thinking. And at least one thing like this, they can arrest you, man.
Mike, this December alone, see the traffic that goes to Lagos. Everybody is going to Nigeria because they know that wherever they exchange the currency, they will have a good time in Nigeria.
If you have money in Nigeria, that's the. I don't even know how people complain. See, that suffering in Nigeria is only for people in abject poverty. Even people that are poor in Nigeria, they are not as poor as food is their problem. They are happy. People that have food, they're happy. Like as long as there's food available, it's bad now. I remember when I was growing up in Nigeria, the only thing I was concerned about is as long as there's food. Whenever there's food available, there's food in the house, almost nothing. There's nothing when it would take my happiness. I'm happy, man. Happiness, they don't chop.
I'm not saying Nigeria can be true to be factual. That country is in a mess now because of so many things we do not do right for a long time. Fine. But it does not mean that some people are not making it there.
Yeah, it's in a mess of people that are very poor, that can't eat, that can't. Even those people gonna there put themselves because
now people just exaggerate it too much. They will even tell you that people are dropping dead on the street. People don't die like that. People are just come on, man. It's like you don't have people in Nigeria. And when you ask them a question, they will tell you, of course, Nigeria is tough, but we are still going by. And the word that can come from you is that some of them will ask for help. Even if they can help themselves. And if you can also help, you go. And if you cannot help, you say, I'm sorry, I cannot help this.
You know what create poverty? A lot of people, right, when they leave their hometown or their town and they now move to another town, maybe Lagos or all those metropolitan cities, where there's no distant relatives, you understand those things, and they are now alone. They now depend on just the industrial, because in a signal city, it's the same, which is same all over the world. Your survival depend on industrial economy, like commerce. You have to find trading or something or job, because without that you are just stranded. Whereas in your rural area, you guys depend on, let's say, farm somewhere or something like that. You can depend on nature. So these people live in mass and they now go to this urban environment where there's no even relatives, some of them, and then they become destitute. That's why you have so many destitute all over the cities, in Nigeria.
And they don't want to go back home because of losing face or so many other stuff.
They all know, and they're used to the city life, so they don't want to go back to the village now, the rural parts.
There's a particular young lady. She told her story. It's very simple. She said she was tired of the work she's doing in Lagos, and she was thinking about going back to farming, go to farming. So probably went back to village. Maybe the parents have 3 acres of land. So she started with 1 acre of land planting tomatoes. And she felt the tomatoes germinated very well. And in the second year, she go more better. She go to greenhouse farming. Immediately. He said from the proceeds of the first farming, he go to greenhouse and he planted in all the 3 acres now. Tell me, this kind of woman in the next 3 years, if she became a multimillionaire or things are going well for her, people will say, how does she get the money? So if
we don't have fast food growing Nigeria. Tomato, if we plant tomato today, is rising by before the end of the week.
A lot. Just 1 acre. In fact, so many places with tomato that they are even tired self.
This soil is so fertile that there's no reason why anyone should be hungry in our country. Nigeria is the only soil where you put on top of the roof, grass will start growing on your roof.
I think
without even doing anything. You put any seed in the ground, it will germinate quick.
I think what I see is that some people who know what they are doing, an average Yoruba man that know what he's doing, have 2 or 3 jobs or 3 things that bring him income, not only on the salary alone. They can have some small farm. They also have a shop where they are selling something, and they also get money from their normal salary work. But for me, I think that, of course, no matter whether you like it or not, it's government go, government come. Just make opportunity of what you are today when you are still living. But if you are continuing to talk about, people are suffering, even you yourself, have you helped yourself or help your family member? How many people?
Most of the people that complain, that we also know things,
They are Nigerian diaspora. Like I said earlier, they don't offer solution. All they do is just lament, complain, and then when you ask them, okay, what? Then we say, oh, in America here, in England here, we have this. You know, they start comparing, you know, what they have in England. You know, we like guys, sit down, man.
I remember that there was some of my friends after we lived like 2 or 3 years in China. Then the next story is that one boy just tell us that you already got a land in Nigeria. What are you guys waiting for? I might never go to that place. It is that boy.
You see, Remy, you see the difference between a Chinese man and a Nigerian. When Chinese people, before, you know, China was once a backward place now, you understand? They were not this advanced before. When their people traveled to Europe and America and they saw the development, whatever they have there, the people brought that thing to their homeland, you understand? They brought that technology and they learned it from those people and brought it to China, you know. But Nigeria, okay, you now living in the West, you saw the technology, whatever they have. Instead of it to say, okay, let me learn this thing, go and research and figure out to make it. All they do is sit around online and cry like.
Yeah, what also work for them is this: they are also ready to sacrifice for generation get unborn. That is one.
And no black man has down.
And two, they did not copy the Western democracy. They evolved their own democracy. They know their own people, and they know how to cage them. And before you say turn your eyes around, everywhere is development. They make sure that they put their people to work. I remember when Shanghai was building, they started with 6 subway lines, and under a space of 2 years, you cannot be 2 to 5 years. You cannot be that 6 subway lines. We are talking about Lagos have 2 subway lines now. With 6 subway lines, under 5 years, they turn into 22 subway lines. 22 for God's sake. Come and see people from interland, migrants coming to Shanghai because they find work in construction. What Chinese did was to continue to expand and improve on their infrastructures. And when they do that, they connect their interland to major cities. So if you are a farmer, it's very easy for you to bring your produce to the city. And from the city, from one small city to big city with train, a fast train, they continue just to improve on everything. And their people are not all of them.
You know, in America here, you will see roads. Choma can attest to this. You see roads, they will name FM this, FM that. Choma, do you know what FM means? You know, FM means farm to market. That's what that road means. So they designed a road from rural, like the farm area, to like the urban, you know, places where, you know, agriculture, produce, farmers, you know, they, you know, from farm, their farm produce just go straight to market, you know. So they call the road farm to market. You know, those are the kind of things I think Nigerians should do. Like they just design like maybe rails through rural parts.
Do you know here, this is a temperate region. Do you know what they plant? They plant a lot of trees, wood, and that is what Finland exports to the rest of the world. You cannot see a fallow land, though. There would be a lot of wood. And when there's a fallow land, you will see they plant grass for horses or cow or whatever. So majority is wood. So in this wood, they still keep their the natural animal that is there, like maybe reindeer, maybe wolf, maybe fox. And when they see that there's a lot of, and then they introduce rabbit. But when they see there's a lot of rabbit in the city, they bring in a lot of fox. And once fox kill, they cannot kill all the rabbit. The rabbit continue to populate. Anywhere you go in Finland, you will see rabbits pumping their head like this. I'm talking about big rabbit, as in very big. And we all live together.
No, rabbit, they have baby like quick, and also they have a lot of baby.
When their population becomes so uncontrollable, they introduce force to kill them. But how many will force kill? And fox and rabbit, they already know how to dodge themselves. So what I'm just trying to say is that their people sacrifice enough. Not all about, I know that every country have their own corruption. Like China, they also have corruption there. But the people there, they think that this is our country. Whether down or up, we are going to make it together, suffer for it together. And when you see them, they become super rich. You cannot see them doing that egoistic, something like African man, that I am the village head. Everybody must bow down to me. Everybody must control me. you will see their leader in short knicker with eating the same food with the workers. And you might not even know who is the leader or who is the owner of the house sometimes. So the way they bring themselves together, work together to uplift their country, is something to emulate, to be frank. If they want to build road or construct anything within some certain particular time, they will do it. But Nigeria, you are still shouting, 4 years, you are still on it. Oh my God, it's just a waste of energy and waste of resources most time. So, and at least China is 6 or 7 times bigger than Nigeria because it's a big country. It's a vast land. I think Babachi is here. Maybe you want to say something. Babachi.
Hey, Remy. Mike, how you guys doing? What's going on?
How we doing, man?
Oh yeah, doing love of country, have you? Yeah, well.
How about you? Drone still they fly over you there in Boston.
Yeah, like what is that? Is it alien something or what is it? Because they don't know who is doing it now. Oh, I think just messing with us or something. I don't know what.
I don't know.
Maybe they are acting a movie. Maybe it's a movie.
Yeah, I don't know.
And what is really going down there in America? They are talking about reducing money for cancer and then shutting down the government. Babati, what is happening in your House of Rep? That there's a lot of wahala or something.
It's just more of they're trying to create a wedge. You know, like it's like if I want to bring you down, right? I have to look at your strong areas and try to destroy you. So, you know, Trump and Elon Musk, they both have main character syndrome. They both suffer from that. So, they want to create a wedge between those two. Okay, so that's what they're doing. So, you know, if you notice, they are calling Elon Musk the president now.
Yes, but
Yeah.
is Elon Musk, does he contest for any House of Rep seat or what?
No, they gave him that dodge position now. It's just like to look through.
I was
before you pass anything, just to cut the waste. So what happened was the bill was supposed to be over 1,000 pages, so they struck it down to about 150 pages. Him and Ramaswamy, because Trump does not want that debt sitting during his government, so he wants them to do it before he comes back. So.
So, but at the end of the day, they didn't get what they want because they say it's a fail or something like that.
They're gonna make a deal. You know, they're gonna find a way around it. So.
Whatever, it's always like that.
I saw the green line. You know, they got the money from the federal government to help them out already.
Yes.
And they're already doing the what is it called, feasibility study. I saw at the Indians.
Yes. They will start the green line soon.
I saw the Chinese they were on those roads looking at the route, and I'm like, no, they're going for the 3 together.
You know that that blue line, by the grace of God, probably in the next 6 months or next year, they will complete the final phase of the blue line.
Mm-hmm.
And that green line is even in the hinterland of Lagos, I think, or Joy area or something like that. I forgot the route.
It's like on that island VI.
Yes. No, the island, I think the green line is the island, the Lekki side.
Mm-hmm.
The purple line will be for Joe and the rest. Okay, if my memory is right. So I just hope that Ogun State also appropriate money for this continuation of red line in his budget.
No, they did for the red and the blue.
He has to do it. So he has to.
Yeah, but the purple also goes into Ogun State too.
So that's fine.
It goes into Songo and the yellow one. Yeah. So, but they
That
all
means you already connect both big cities together like that.
at this one.
Unfortunately for you, they are not in the Ogun State. We enjoy more through Lagos this line, and that is what there's a city beside Shanghai. They call it Kunshan. That is how did that city develop very quick. You connect the subway line to that place, and before you know it, under 30 minutes, you're already there. I think we should study more countries that are developing very fast using various forms of infrastructural development to develop. I think it's.
But don't you think that them making the marina the central station is a mistake? Don't you? Because on enough space in bed to make it.
They should have made places like Judicial area.
Like you have a central where everything links. I want they are making marina
but making marina the hub does not mean most of the train will back there. It's just like an interchange. I think
the connecting point to everything.
Yes. So most of the train will probably come from their Dushaga area, but they might have a place where they are parking all of them at night, or maybe when all these lines when they become functional in future, people will jettison their vehicle because no need for you to drive now. You don't need it anymore. Because you are going from Iju, you are going to Marina, you just hop on the fast train. In less than 45 minutes, you're already there. So, and it also eats traffic a lot.
Yeah. Mike and Remy, by the way, do you guys have Uptown's contact?
I think it's only one man that you can.
The guy is causing wahala on Twitter. I don't know what.
What is the problem again? I think
what did one man say is wrong with the guy, sir?
No, I think he posted something trying to raise funds for something. But people they are saying that whatever is getting money from that is a fake video. That was not true. They know the person. That is a scam.
Wow.
And people are releasing video.
You can't trust that guy.
They are releasing videos so that the person that said that it's A is really B. That so
according to what one man said his family member, their house got burned because of gas explosion. And that day, one man showed video of 3 young guys in the hospital with 3rd degree burn, and maybe they are now. One man is trying. Uptown is trying to say anybody that can help. And
so Uptown is not the one that got burned.
No, it's not him now.
So you want us to come and donate?
No, they were already. According to those people, they said they were already giving him money. Turns out that it was not, according to them, because for some reason, if everybody just coming after him for some reason, I'm like, what's Uptown?
Because this guy's in Nigeria, man. So Uptown is trying to raise money for somebody else, but we are paying directly to Uptown. Now you think if we pay money to Uptown will actually give all that money to them? Come on now.
No, it's not even that. They said even the video is not even legit. That is not even.
Yeah, I can't trust these people, man. In that Nigeria. So, the guy wants to use his, say the economy don't hard now, so the things are very Uptown too. So the guy go on find way to make money. The guy, Uptown is from Anambra. Where is he from, sir? I will give my money to that kind of person.
But I hope that it's not a fake.
He's fake, man. That guy. Uptown.
I hope it's not a fake, because if it's fake, hey, you better not come to this platform. People will drag him.
No, it's not that. Like I will give him benefit of doubt. What you should do is come on one man show.
Yes.
Maybe the first 1 hour, just clarify everything. Clear the air of, because I don't know.
So we have to send somebody to go there. It's not difficult. I can call someone in Nigeria to go there, visit, see the whole, investigate, confirm before anything. You can't just take that guy's word, man. You can't trust.
So you know what, Mike? To me, what is playing out is very simple. We shall also go back to the interest again, because he is the one, the architect of this. Some people might try to malign him, probably to also get his share of what they are donating, because they thought that what he's doing is not right. Maybe it's also fake.
No, Remy, you don't understand. What happened was Peter Obi tweeted that to Uptown, okay, that they are Uptown family member. So this what if you look at Peter Obi's tweet.
Obi know the guy.
No, it said is. So let me read this. It says, today I visited the National Orthopedic Hospital in Enugu following the heartbreaking news of ghastly explosion that occurred a few days ago at the home of one of our obedient family members, Uptown. Tragedy incident.
So be that Twitter.
Yeah, that was Obi tweeting Uptown that it was his family member. So Obi,
you sure it's not a fake Obi account?
No. Go and look at Obi's
so
account.
if Obi know the guy, then Obi can help him now.
No, that is the same story one man said. One man said Uptown said his family member, Uptown family member, got into this gas explosion, and 3 of them are in serious critical condition. That they are up. Me, I even thought they were in Lagos. It's now that I know they were in Anambra.
I'll verify that one.
But they're saying that they are not his family member. That's the thing. That so it should come online. Maybe one man should just give him time to explain himself. Because
I think he should go back to his page.
In Nigeria, everybody's a family member, even a friend.
He should go back to the X handle and explain himself there. Because one man is not a platform. You can also come here probably to also clear some things up if he likes. But I think it's through that X handle, he should also clarify himself. At least he can, but maybe now he cannot type or do whatever because
Uptown also replied saying that thanking Obi for visiting his family members. That's what he said. But people say that they are not his family members, so he needs to clarify. He needs to clear up that space. I just see this. I'm like, how am I seeing Uptown everywhere? What's going on here?
So what I learned is that when you put yourself in that public domain, sometimes you have to be careful. People will be on your side today, and before you can even turn around, they already start to backstab you or whatever. It might be true that what happened to him is true, but look at what they are doing to him already. The same obedient family they call themselves. Look at what they are doing to him already. So you can see that a lot of people that are in this group are also in it for the money.
Obedient don't trust each other, man.
Yeah, it's for the money. It's not basically because of one ideology or no ideology.
Do you know the new Biafran nation? They're already fighting over money. You know that?
I know. I don't follow them now. I know nothing about them. I know they follow anybody. I know they follow.
No, Mike. Do you know? Oh, Nicolo was in bed. They actually have a phone call recording to post. They have a phone call recording.
Who has the phone call recording?
This guy is trying to, one of those no-nonsense guys, unpopular. I think they did their own research or something of Uptown. So
when it happened last week or 2 weeks,
sorry.
because you're trying to gain sympathy of people, you make it look like, oh, you are involved with his family. But I agree with you that by the time we further, if you would take my advice, let's chase it down, but let's not do it publicly. You hear what I mean? I'll make some clarification, but don't push further onto it, because I have confirmed that there are truly people are involved and they're in pain, and I've sent money, people have sent money, people have visited with them. But we need to also caution Uptown. Let's find out the timing, because it is wrong, because this is why we're talking about the judicial system. If something happened yesterday and you say it's today, it is a lie. But now somebody is going to suffer for your own life, and I know you understand what I'm saying, so that we don't.
So Mike, I tell me, they have.
What are these? I'm not sure.
No, basically they did their investigation. They're not blood. Uptown.
So Uptown wants to use them to raise money for him.
That is just it. owó tọ̀dọ̀ àwọn yẹn ni wàhálà ti wà.
Wàhálà dé báyìí.
Wàhálà ti wà nìyẹn. So.
Shit. Wow. So.
Ìtọ̀rọ̀ owó àwọn èèyàn sáìdì yẹn trust wọn àtọ́.
Ìjẹ́ iṣẹ́ ọmọ sáìdì yẹn nìkan gbogbo èèyàn náà ni tó bá wò náà wọ́n ń kàn wọ́n máa jẹ́.
Gbogbo Nàìjíríà àbọ̀ tí wọ́n yẹn wọ́n ti di owó máa sá lọ ni. Máa já dànù. Àyè bí yẹn bí wọ́n fowó ṣe wọ́n ni mẹ́ Ọlọ́run. I dealt with them all my life, man. They are just at one point say, man, anything money I don't. No way.
Yeah, well. Oh no, why? Because it's a very big man online now, and it's about reputation. You don't want to mess up your reputation online.
Money. Those guys will sell their reputation for money.
Well, that you're not too ambitious. Because I would not put myself in that position. Once people be tweet about you.
You care about your reputation. There's a level of kini. But when you come out like they will sell their face for money, sell anything. They won't be ashamed about it. They won't even come out to defend their image. They don't care. Some of them will even know they are going to prison. They will still do that thing. I don't deal with some people. I tell you, man. When it comes to Nigerians, I know Nigerians well. Nigerians of different regions. The reason why the only Nigerians I will always respect, or even that earn my respect the most, are Northerners. In Northern, they have conscience. I'm telling you. They are the people that they have conscience. In Northern, we have opportunity.
So you might say
if the Northern steal your money, Remy, in Northern, if you steal your money, if you remind him that I stole your money, after some time, the fact that I keep reminding him, he will return that money.
You might be right on that.
Because the conscience will hunt. I just know them for that. But Southwestern, maybe.
You might be right about that, but look at the people living, especially in the Northeast and Northwest. Look at the poverty there. Look at their leaders. Look at their elite, what they are doing to the downtrodden there. It's unfair. Why should you continue to encourage them to have more babies, and this baby will end up in the street? Why don't you enforce it so that everybody go to school? Let them be learning so that your region will also develop. All this fight about VAT they are fighting about is just about the elite, those of their governors or whatever, the imam, the sultan or whatever they are getting. It's a easy money. Just sit down, collect the money and share it. You don't want to put your work. But what about the people that are working in the South? It's unfair to them. So if you think they have conscience, they cannot steal your money, fine.
No, I'm talking about individual. Don't take it to who's talking about generalized and politicians.
Hey, but you have to look at it from that angle too.
Now, I can't. I'm talking about interaction with Nigerians as a culture.
Right.
That's what I'm saying. So talking about
in terms of people to people, if they say their word is their bond, and fine, you can be sure that sometimes if you deal with them on money, it's so easy, you can just transfer your business easily. But in terms of helping their own region or their own state, I don't think they are doing a good job.
Which politician is helping their own state in Nigeria? I don't know why you guys always make all these things about. You guys always make the problem of Nigerian leadership or politics regional. They are all the same. The only governor that we can say is doing something, maybe someone who just doing infrastructure in Lagos. That's it. None of them is there any governor in Southwest sending everybody to school in Southwest? Is it not? Let me tell you the reason why we are this education in Southwest is the culture. It's because we had a culture of education in South. That's why everybody is sending their children to school. In the North, they don't have that culture of because they never really developed. The British never really introduced that Western this thing to them, and our system is Western. So that's why maybe they are lagging behind in terms of sending but don't see here trying to make it look like in the South, our leaders are sending us all to school. And in the North, their leaders are not sending
them. If they are going to Islamic school, that at least they are training them using Arabic. their region supposed to develop. I think when you go to like only like UAE, Kuwait, and the rest.
When you're talking about what is development, give me what you mean by development. Is it infrastructure?
Not only infrastructure, what about human index?
Yeah, human index, like I say, is a culture thing, it's a family. We have in the South, when the British were in Nigeria, they introduced their Western this thing to us. In fact, when British were in the South, most of their missionary schools, most of the schools in the South, even till today, if you go, all the St. Gregory, St. Finbar's, most of the schools were missionary schools. You understand? And the reason why the British were building those missionary schools is because they want to Christianize the southern part of Nigeria. They knew it was impossible to Christianize the North because they're already Islamic. So that's how the whole education thing came to the South. And we got way ahead of them in terms of education. And that culture continued. A culture of go to school, go to school, go to school.
Okay, what do you think should be
And that has nothing to do with leadership. You can't say the only leader in the South I ever believe in educate everybody was Awolowo. The rest of them, they're not sending to school.
So what do you think should be the solution for all this? I'm not forget about even the out of school children, because there's so many unemployment in Nigeria. So and there's a lot of people they don't have the skill, no skill to do something. The only thing that most of these people can do that they always push them to is just to become a farmer. Just go and do the hard job, dig the ground. But in a very good country, most of these children, if we put them together, some of them can go to vocational college and learn skills, even if it's about agriculture. And some of them can learn other skills. But they are not doing that. I'm not exonerating the government in the South also, because some of them, I don't even know what happened to the Southern people too. It's like they use cheap route to just zip.
Yeah, let me be honest with you. What's his name? Remy. If you go to the North, I can arguably say that the northern governors are probably investing more in their. Just a recent governor, they gave the governor of the year. They are probably, you see more road being built in the North, more spending being done on infrastructure, more of those things being done. I'm telling you, you'll probably see. Now, again, what I will tell you is the difference in terms of that education thing is that in the South, we have a culture of education in the South. It's a culture of, and not just education, just Western education, Westernization. Like in the South, it's a place where if you don't speak English, people will laugh at you. If you know this one no go school, you are illiterate, they will laugh at you. In the North, there's no culture of laughing at somebody for being an illiterate. They don't have that. They just, the only thing they believe in, if you're an Islamic person, an upright person, yeah, that's their culture. So it's a cultural thing, which is a problem, of course. But if you're talking about leadership performance, it's the whole country. There's no difference. It's the whole country. All the governors are doing is just building roads and fixing. They will be mediocre, cheap road, and say, I build this one, I put water here, I put that one there. They are all the same thing they are doing. They're not, it's the same thing. They just say, I fix that road, and people will hail them. I build this housing. That's what they are doing. They are not investing in their people. They are not investing in same people, human development index. It's the certain people, families that are doing it for themselves. So if you want to solve that problem, just this the whole leadership that we have to change, the whole system, the whole thing. So it's not really a regional stuff. But what I'm discussing earlier, where I would say I have respect for people, is I just leave based on my interaction in my time in Nigeria, when it comes to character, Northerners have better character than the Southerners. I'm sorry. They have better character. There are people that will not stab you as a friend. You see them from the lens of leadership and Boko Haram and all that stuff. For me, I'm talking about my own interaction with human beings.
I think I agree with you on that one.
And you can even see it on the platform, on the podcast that we do, all these shows. When Northerners come here, look at all the shows. When a few Northerners come, when they open their mouth and start talking, they are talking they are more noble. But we start and we are fighting each other, just lying to ourselves, trying to deceive ourselves, particularly those from certain parts, they just, you see Pansat. Have you ever seen Northerners are reason like Pansat or Uptown, those kind of people? They don't talk like that. They will tell you when you're having a conversation with them, you actually knowing that they're having honest conversation. There's no deception, just come out, propaganda, all those things. They don't do that. I have friends, Northern friends, and these guys, they were just good to me. Like, that's why I never had issue. Like, I never had reason to just dislike them as a people, because I went to the north, I live around them. They're just simple people. Though, yeah, the education, all those things, they have problem, poverty and productivity kind of things, like begging. They're not that hustler spirits. Like, I wouldn't even say that. The northerners also too. I would say the advantage we have in the south is our proximity to the Western world. We are our proximity to the ocean. Importation comes, everything that import to Nigeria all go to the south first. Anything that comes to Nigeria new comes to the south first. So we always are ahead of them in terms of everything, in terms of being exposure to the rest of the world. But we can't sit down and say we made ourselves better. And we are innovating. They are not innovating. There is a lie. There's no innovation going on in South like that. Even when we talk about businessmen, successful businessmen, we equally have successful businessmen in the north as we do in the south. Dangote is there. We can name them. We name the top 10 richest Nigerian businessmen, top 50. You see a lot of northerners there. So there are people there among them doing business. The only thing I can say is their population is just not so exposed to foreign things like we in the south do. Because if you import, like right now, if you load a container of goods, say you're shipping to the south now from Finland, by the time you start selling that thing, you already finish everything sold in the south before you even ship it to the north, before you get to the north. So most of the things that we ship into Nigeria, whether it's books, whether it's anything, you already sold it on the south before. So the southerners will consuming more, and we get to be more exposed to the world than they do. That's why we tend to be more looking more richer and more economically better than them. But it doesn't mean we are just better human beings than them. I don't see that. I'm sorry.
Oh no, I think we just better exposed. Like, so if you take away the private investment in South, our governments are not really doing that much. Or they're not different from the northern one. So I think individual effort and your global presence, sending money home and investing, that is what is sustaining the South. But I don't. So, but I don't. They have their own issues. It's just my own thing with them is everything is wrapped around religion. That's just the only. They're so blinded by that thing that that's just the only issue with them. But besides that, they are straightforward people. So
Yeah, and that kind of that religion thing hurt them a little bit because they are not open to westernization. You understand? Because I remember when I was in the north, I lived in the north in the 90s that time when we used to do Tupac. You remember Tupac and Snoop Dogg? It was the time here now. I don't know if you're old enough. BT.
Or the 95.
Yeah, around that time, it's the rain for Nigeria. At that time, now Snoop Dogg. Remember, we used to carry Snoop Dogg bag. We want to be back in that was one big UTC, that time it was Snoop Dogg, Dr. Dre, Tupac.
It was a I know when DMS came.
DMS came later, but earlier in 95, 96 was Snoop Dogg, Dr. Dre, Tupac Shakur. That's what all the Nigeria boys do that time. That's what was raining. Especially when Tupac died. Oh man, the guy became he was popular person in Nigeria at that time. When we were all doing it, I was in the north for that part of that time. The Southerners in the north were the one doing it. When those northern youths, when they begin to do it, their leaders, their people who really rejected it. That was this nonsense. No, we are not into it, because their religion don't want it, They were rejecting that behavior. They didn't want it. Well, like we start doing so. Our northern friends that time we don't deal with them. You understand? We don't do a Tupac. It's not those of us from the south. We do it among ourselves, and then we are done doing Tupac, and then we go hang out with our northern friends.
But that's the problem, though. They also they're supposed to host this Miss World in the north at one time that they cancelled because it was the year after this girl won now, but they don't go one. So they were supposed to host it in Nigeria the next year after that, but they canceled it eventually. They don't want people exposing themselves, blah blah blah, in the north, and they canceled the show. So you must welcome foreign, even Qatar, all these countries. They are they are opening up that space.
Opening up. Saudi
of all places is now doing wrong way.
That Islam is holding them back. If you want to catch up, I get it. Like they don't want the. To be honest, see, you see this. Remember you going to complain about this Western world, how we are just becoming so demoralized, But at the same time, the so immoral thing also help economy. You understand? It's part of economy. You understand?
That is where the money is.
Exactly. It's like exactly. We are selling our soul to the devil. That kind of stuff. He's selling your soul for money. That's what it is. To make money, you have to give us some level of morality.
Consumerism. That's where the money is.
That's the money. You have to consume everything. You can't start making rules. You can't sell this one here. You can't do this one here. You affect some people who make money. So that's why that's holding them back in the north too. That's why they are very poor, because there's some things we do in the south, like for example, beer economy now. You understand? You sell beer. You know how many people sell beer in the south and make a lot of money? Beer sellers in the south, like you don't want that beer. I'm telling you, Babati, I don't know anybody that sell beer that's broke. Those mama, most of the things they sell in your carton. You see 2,000 carton of beer. By the end of the week, it's gone. The supplier will come again. So that's a big economy for some people. But in the north, when you don't want someone to drink beer, some people want to make money. You understand? So that's poverty you're creating. So all this immorality thing, it affects them. And even Saudi, they realize how much money they are losing compared to, So they're going to begin to liberalize a little bit. Like, we have to allow some things to come in. We have to start, because the world is leaving us behind.
The one about I was even discussing in the morning that in December now in Nigeria, the money flow is crazy. People are spending 50 million naira a day, just clubs and parks.
Entertainment industry is where a lot of money, especially a country like us.
How are you spending $10K a day in Nigeria, going to club and passing people? Go to Lagos.
Exactly. So a lot of people make money in the south. Those holidays money. When you don't do that, people won't make money. And for example, you have a lot of northern millionaires, like all these politicians, they are steal money. There's nowhere to spend it. There's nowhere to go party and spend the money. You understand? Some of them come to the south to spend the money because that's where they will come and club and do all this and go to the entertainment industry, bars, and blow their money. You say people spend 50K a day. When they spend that money, that 50K will go in the hands of at least 20 different vendors or something, So you have economy going. But in the north, they don't allow them to do that. And you wonder, nobody have money.
Lagos is booming this because now Lagos is fast becoming the destination December for the UK folks now. So they even have all their strip clubs now, private sector, all those, man, they are really
the strip club industry now will be big money. But guess what? It's immoral. It's but people will make money.
That's it.
So we all will strip club for Kanu.
I know.
Now you see.
That's the you attract what you can now. If it's too boring, nobody.
But go find wife. You rather go to Kanu than go to Lagos now.
Yeah, Lagos.
See, that's the opportunity cost.
Not only from UK, even from Europe and America, they are trooping into Lagos like hell, man. Even Lagos is even more beautiful than here.
Lagos is no longer Nigerian that go to Lagos now.
Lagos,
Babati, last time I just traveled to Nigeria like I think is it 2 months ago. Most people I saw in that plane, Black Americans.
Yes.
I'm telling you, man, there were more Black Americans in that plane than from Atlanta to Lagos than Nigeria.
You know what? because of the entertainment industry. And you know that Jada Padlock married Whiskey. A lot of them are coming into Nigeria as guitarists.
Oh no, even in the airport, you ask a lot of Black Americans, even Caribbeans.
So many things like that. And they are living a wonderful life in Nigeria.
Because all the Nigerian boys, man, all those clubs, they are mostly guests from ATL now. Go to Nigeria to the club because they know the big boys are, they are into, we like. Look at even Burna Boy now. Where is he dating now? Chloe Bailey.
Yes, Olumide Fusika. But when I know,
So all those mid B levels.
Hey, who's Burna Boy dating again?
The Chloe Bailey, that girl that did the man-made movie. Yeah.
Hey,
that the girl is in Lagos now.
The girl's in Lagos.
Yes.
That girl.
So we can have to be more now.
And now she born because the match version. So all those girls, all those celebrity on ATL show, all those celebrity, they go to Nigeria during December. All those you will see them in the club because there's one big boy somewhere that will foot the bill. So money is really flowing in that for the whole. So I was even today. So Ondo has the longest beachfront in Nigeria. It has the longest beachfront. Yeah. So people are already planning. So that Lagos Calabar Expressway.
That is the future.
People are already buying beachfront.
Even me, I want to start buying.
And it's very cheap. It's very cheap. Yeah, but they're already buying land in that because it's not developed now. It's not developed. They're already buying. Ondo out.
Is it that coastal highway? That's the future of Nigeria, I'm telling you. All that coast. The economy is in the coast. Like when you start all that coast, man, to turn into building hotels and all the beaches use it to oh my god.
Otobari, beachfront, Akwa Ibom and Ondo. My God. My God. Oh, fine. When they develop this, so people will forget Lagos. Forget Lagos. We're going to Ondo for the weekend. Because 2 hours we are there now. I will back back.
And you know the beauty of that highway? You know what the minister said? They said they are going to lighten up all that 700 kilometers.
That thing has drainage.
Solar power.
Remy, that thing has drainage like from Lagos to Calabar.
I've seen the way they.
That is crazy. That is.
Do you know what they are doing? Apart from building that road, the federal government started to sell land along that shoreline to some big investors to build companies, hotels, and so many things like that. So you are right. So people that knows the system now, they will key in now, and in the next 5 or 10 years, you see a new set of billionaires, and then you are not saying.
So
what do you say about the drainage? I didn't hear that.
So that super highway, like there on both sides, they have like deep what are the like so it's not like just regular highway.
Okay.
So just free flow.
I think maybe they will not take that water to another treatment plant.
Yeah, so they can use it for that. But boy, core design here. Even Lagos go towards going into Ogun State. Going into Ogun State before you get to Ogun State. That those like 4 or 5 miles here. It's not on the block here. It's for private investors to come and build their resort and everything there. So even Ondo people are buying on individual. They are buying because it's on tap.
Even the first set of 47 kilometers, that one of Lagos, that highway, will commission by May next year.
Yeah. Ondo has the longest.
Is it Ondo or Akwa Ibom or Calabar?
No, Ondo has the longest, but because they have the Faritomi is the beachfront in that's the only one and they have the longest. Online, go out, Faritomi, go fine. You'll be amazed. It's like blue green, no. Reminds me of the one I saw in Jamaica. That that it looks greenish, it looks bluish at the same time. Beautiful beachfront, and it's very cheap land. That one they ran so that's where to put money. So, but it's fast becoming a thing now. December, and by the way, people are going to Ibadan too.
Yes, so
I won't lie to you. If you have money and just stay low, you enjoy Nigeria.
Ibadan man kun December Ibadan of all places. It's a thing now.
Because those of them, they started pushing all those fantastic restaurants to Ibadan also. And you know the population in Ibadan is also huge. I think we are talking about over 7 million people in that Ibadan alone. So people are also building, especially if you are going to a Ring Road, Basho, Akobo side, all those, they continue to change the scenery there. So I think more and more Nigeria are getting more smarter now. Okay?
I want to hear they were more affordable. Even people are now moving to Egba now. They're moving to Abeokuta now. A lot of people are moving to Abeokuta from Lagos now.
The rate of payments, one touching pay in 2 years. I know it's because of that is too low. That want to jack up in 5 years, they will sell their property even more faster.
No, it's going to happen. Once they finish building that Lagos to Abeokuta road, that express. Once that is done, you will see what it will go up. You will see the move out of Lagos. So once they build that Lagos Calabar thing, pressure on the reduce there. They will still have their people. They will still have the crowd up. But in terms of weekends and stuff like that, Ogun and all those states will benefit. Thomas Martin, to key into that investment in
pressure in area is good, but still Lagos will still be Lagos.
Okay. Yeah, Lagos will still be. You will still have.
California, no.
Man, Remy, Lowo beachfront at Akwa Ibom, my God, untapped virgin area. Money. See, you look at this. No. Akwa Ibom was there.
It's the most beautiful beachfront in Nigeria, anyway. Akwa Ibom. It's stunningly beautiful.
Amazing.
It's in fact, it's amazingly beautiful.
And I saw they still have the slavery.
One man. Excuse me, one man. Since you're here, can I bail out, Dad?
Yeah, no, you can bail out. Mike is here as well. So when you're ready to bail out, just hand over to Mike. So so, thank you, Choma.
Mike, I'm handing it over to you, if you don't mind.
How much are you paying me? I will text you. Don't worry, I'll text you now. You tell me how much. You don't want to say in front of me.
Sorry, well done, Choma, by the way. But when Mike is here, I'm sure he's happy to carry on. Just hand it to him. We don't want to oversweat you, so that we don't lose you to. Yeah. So anytime Mike is here, just DM him and they say, look, Mike, I'm going to bail out. Mike will take it over. But thank you, Choma. You've done an excellent job. Thank you.
No problem. Thank you. Good night, guys.
Good night.
All right.
Woman, I'm glad you're here because you brought something. Woman, are you there? Is one man there? One man don't run away again.
I'm here.
Yeah, the Uptown thing on Twitter. What's going on with your friend?
Sorry, before I tell you, what do you believe? What do you believe?
No, because this is why I know. What the picture that he posted of his family members or whatever is different from the picture that P2P posted. Number two, the day that he said it happened is different from the day that the thing actually happened. So the timeline is off and the pictures are off. I don't know what happened there. So I wanted to post and the day that
what I can tell you is that on the day that thing happened, I spoke to the guy personally and he was distraught. So I spoke to him. I think it was actually at the hospital when I was speaking to him. The other thing I can tell you is that they are his brothers, but not biologically. I don't know what sort of household you grew up in, but when you grew up in a household that maybe cousins are, so they grew up in that household together, so yeah. So
I'm saying that perhaps, because I'm not too sure, because that's what people are accusing him. I'm like, perhaps maybe if he comes here and he can clarify, just give him 1 hour and you just go back and forth with him just to clarify, clear the air.
Yeah, I could ask him, but I suspect he might not want. It's still not in The other thing I can tell you is actually his father cannot be directly involved because his father is a bit hypertensive and he cannot bear the weight of it. So the whole of that space, the emotions and a lot of the he's taking the lead on that for his family. So I can tell you that as well.
So it's like a blood, but then he needs to clarify that. Then that's what it needs to, because that's what they've been accused. And people are, and they have a video audio recording, like a phone call or something, that one of these guys have, like a 7-minute phone call on Twitter. I think they did their own research or something that day. So I'm like,
saying what? Because I saw it, but I didn't actually pay attention to it. Because people sent me it, but I didn't.
I think
what does that phone call? Yeah.
Basically saying that they engaged him and to clarify that they were not really his family members, and they were like telling, if they're not your family members, you cannot say that they are your family blood relations. And that what he posted was not the people that it happened to. So the pictures and the timeline were not accurate. So they were mad that, dude, if those things are not accurate, just come online, clarify. But I think once Peter B said that they were his family member, he didn't want to change that position now, because that would make Peter B look somewhere now. So he didn't want to change that. He didn't want to make the correction online. So, which kind
yes,
there
are still his family members in some way, Abi. They are still somewhat his family members now.
No, but Nigeria, you can't just say family members to raise funds when they're not really your blood relation. That's according to these people that they are not really related. And post so who are you posting?
Post, they were burnt now. Did you see what they posted?
And they can share the same people who post to say that's what the problem is. People will be post at Ngoto will post, they're not the same group of people. And Ngoto will post already like a week before. So
I saw
they will soon scam one man. I want to buy one man.
On 100.
They are somewhere laughing now. Hey, we don't catch you.
One man, don't worry. Maybe he's saying the truth. Don't mind Mike and
he is saying
I said that you should clarify. If somebody raises concern about what you are doing,
oh man, the level Nigerian people have taken Yahoo. I think Yahoo will be back in that country in a while, man. The way people come to you and cook story for you like this, and you'll be like, hey, when I find a girl on pan, yay.
So what I'm thinking is that those people complaining against him, maybe they want a tip of the money to donation.
No, Uptown comes from too solid a background, and they have too big a reputation for him to.
There was people that some of these people say their mother for money.
No,
talking about
he's been
talk less of reputation.
10 years, 10-15 years.
One man, hold on now.
10-15 million.
Economy is illegal. That's illegal.
Yeah, but no, Uptown school in Canada now that is very straightforward. It comes from a upper middle class background.
One man, hold on, please. The pictures he posted, you can send me a picture and I can go online and Google search it, right? I can look at that picture. That picture is from July 9 last year. Those pictures. So people actually, you can, that picture, if you that picture that he posted, if you put it on Google, is July 9 last year. Okay, if you go on Instagram, so people actually did their own research. one. That's the point. So why they were born year ago and they are still there till now in December? I hope you get the problem here, the issue here.
But the thing is, there was a video too. He posted a video as well.
Well, man, when did you start doing night shift?
I need one man. If that video and the picture is from this page on Instagram called Gist House. It's titled "A Slice of Nigeria, Olumide Jones, a call for urgent prayers after his." So it's from Gist House on Instagram, Dele Media. So that video and pictures came from those Instagram posts. But in Gotti people be posting this John Gotti post which I put a year ago. That's the issue that people are having.
All right. Watch this. Watch this.
There's no volume.
Yeah, I think he's the one whose picture is actually going viral. I don't know why, but thankfully he's sleeping, so he does not have to go through the. So this is Solomon. He has the most critical case. He has the most critical case, so yeah, I wouldn't want to wake him up. So let's talk. Funny. So he's getting better. So yeah, so I'm currently on Space, definitely. So maybe we should. Are you getting this? Like you're committing a crime, and that brings me back to what it is I'm trying to say. Currently on Space. This whole idea of posting a video is not to play your name because you have not done anything wrong. Yeah. So the idea of posting this is me. Yeah. Is for the genuine people. All right. So thank you. This is just doing this for the genuine people concerned about all this here, and so that's here. So peace out. Thank you.
Okay.
So it's Uptown, he says, is he a doctor or what?
It's not a doctor now. It's
okay. So it's Uptown, he says, is he a doctor or what?
Sorry, it's not a doctor now. It's gone there to. It's hearing what's going on online, and it's going to present a video proof.
So he put on. What is he dress up as a medical professional? Or medical person?
I think they made him wear that, for reasons of. I mean, they made me wear it when I went to hospital once.
It's a burn unit, so. But the burn unit is not even let me go.
So why didn't he make those people talk? The people he's showing. Why didn't he make them talk and give us tell us what happened and things? Because he's just walking there, video some people. I mean, you know what I'm saying? I mean, I could walk into a hospital, maybe a friend only, and tell that guy, I can use the hospital to raise funds. Do you have patient there or something? When something happens to people, I just walk there, show some people, and then give you a story about them. You cook a story, and just tell you guys like, oh, I know these people. Some people, you can cook story. I can if I walk into any hospital, some people.
That what you're saying there, Mike, is sounding a bit too far-fetched. What seems more believable is what he's telling us.
One man.
The guy continues to bring proof, and people continue to move.
No, I'm not one man. You're with me. I'm not saying that he needs to clarify. That if someone keeps thinking that actually I do something wrong from all corners, then you need to come out and say. Because I'm reading this bio obedience now. Is the one that posted the audio, whatever. Okay. So if you know this guy called Bio Obedient on Twitter, is the one that actually posted the audio recording. So all I'm saying is some things that are not adding up, like the pictures and the video go align. Even the place that don't go look the
You know,
same.
this money raising thing online is becoming a big industry. Everyone is doing it. Aisha Yusuf is doing it. They're all doing it now. So it's becoming a, it's because you can just say you want to raise money. Next thing you can raise millions overnight.
Let me show you something else, Mike. There is if you look there is Peter Obi going to visit Uptown's relative with Uptown present right there. So that man right there, that's Peter Obi right there, and he even tweeted about it. And that's Peter Obi still. Yes, Peter Obi. That's Peter Obi right there. So unless Peter Obi is also this man right here, that's Peter Obi. So unless Peter Obi is also in on the scam, you know.
Well, so it needs to. My thing is
where's Uptown in this picture?
In Goto post the picture he posted initially.
Sorry, BT. Peter Obi tweeted this picture out, and he said went to visit one of our supporters at Uptown. So he referenced him on Peter Obi's own Twitter handle, and those are the same setup. That's Peter Obi right there. Those are the people that Uptown put out, and Peter Obi on his own verified Twitter handle told us that he went on that visit to Uptown's relatives.
Okay, that makes more sense now. That makes more sense. But if it was just that early video, this one, that was not enough for me to just jump on to believe Uptown. But
what man did you?
We can't just trust those kind of people.
Did you listen to that audio call, that phone call? Did you listen to it?
No, I did not, because this guy has a lot of enemies on Twitter. So, but I didn't know they will reach this far to something as tragic as this. You know?
So, okay, so that's what I'm saying. If you listen to that phone call, then you can make your own conclusion. But at least you give the money from your own heart, and that's what I have to say. But he needs to come online and clarify this nonsense, because
You would suggest that maybe he's busy with other things for him. I think his priority should be.
You give your money directly to Uptown.
No. It's also Yoruba because me
okay. So it directly was it directly or to
offline about it.
Okay.
So I'm so lost completely in this conversation. I don't know the beginning, I don't know the middle, I don't know the end. One man that doesn't even do night shift is now joining us night shift. What is going on in the UK? One man.
Omini is the water. Something is happening.
I heard Uptown. What is going on with Uptown? Uptown is not gaining notoriety on the Twitter, Abi.
Yeah, I just because some of these guys, one of these popular, they follow me for other reasons. So when they post something, I'm going to see it. So I'm like, why am I seeing Uptown up and down? What's going on? So when it was coming from big, it wasn't like from regular guys. So it was like all these big time Twitter pages were like just.
But see, I've already told you, it's not because of the money. That's why they are fighting him. They want a piece of the action too. And then will be also went there. What do you expect now? Everybody wants to cash out, and this is December. So sometimes they don't believe one another. It might be the truth that what happened to him is true, but because of the money race, they also want part of it. It's just like that. So that is it. Everybody is in for it for what they can get. It's not because of one man. It's not
the first thing one man played that story, I thought it was Uptown. He said I was on the bed. I didn't know it was
No, he said it's Uptown family member.
Yeah. That day I didn't pay attention. I just thought he's Uptown got in the boring or something. I was like, I want to run constantly. That's what I was saying. Well, later I found out it was he says his relatives, and I'm like, I won't just. Believe. But one man show more evidence tonight, so it's a little more believable now. But what you showed earlier wasn't convincing enough. I can't just trust a Nigerian like that.
Just like what happened in Ibadan. That program was with Oriyomi Hamzat. The guy now, he himself is now on sick bed.
Sick bed, that is just acting, Jerry.
Why? No, they said it because it was admitted to hospital because of the shock that when he saw the.
You know what he's doing now. You know, it's not any shock.
No, really. Not everybody can stomach tragedy like that.
Yeah. So they call arrest because they call lock up or down or shit.
So it's not the one that caused it personally. I think people just stampede themselves into that.
No. You own a property. Over host your show. She could provide the logistical. Okay, this is
the property here inside Islamic high school, not in Loshe now. It's not.
I want to organize it. Sorry. It's part of that organized it now.
Yeah. It's in fact. It's
more capacity to verify.
The funniest thing is that people already slept inside that school overnight on Tuesday. People started arriving from Ubomosho, saying sometimes our people too. It was long because to cut on my jet. Some people came with all their children because of gift and scholarship and other 5,000 naira.
Oh, you talking about the Naomi girl, I mean?
Yes.
How they arrested her?
Arrested.
But it's not a fault now. I mean, whichever facility the thing happens.
It's a stampede. A lot of people want to come in at the same time.
But that's what I'm saying. Who owns that facility is responsible for what happened.
To school. It's a public school.
So whoever is in charge of that school.
I think they've arrested the principal also.
Yeah. So whoever is in charge of that school should be the one to decide who comes in, how many people come in, all those kind of things. Organize and control the crowd. It's not someone that invite people that you arrest. It's like me inviting people to a hall or something that I'm doing something. Like I say, I'm doing a town hall, and then 1 million people show up, and then whoever is the landlord of that place allow 1 million of them to enter, and then they stampede each other, and then you now want to arrest me because come on now.
I think what happened is they wanted to use the open field of their football pitch, and it cannot accommodate more than 5,000. But overnight, Tuesday to Wednesday overnight, there were already more than 2,000 people already camped inside.
I don't even know why Nigerians do charity in a very senseless manner. Like, and if what's this handout charity? Why don't you build? That money you want to give that handout, it won't change people's lives. No. The way we do charity, first of all, it doesn't make sense. We go out giving an handout. I think that handout will now solve the people's problem. Like you want to give thousands of people 5,000, something like that. That is in the millions. When that money you can use to put one thing in that community that will serve them for a long time. Or maybe build one library there for the children, or build one facility there for the children, or something like that can serve them instead of doing this handout politician style of 5,000, 500. What is that?
The other part of it is also some people brought another person's children. Like, okay, take my child along now. I'm not going to go, but take him along or take her along, and also that.
Yeah, just to collect handouts, and you don't even account. And the thing in Nigeria, they don't have laws where in America, I can't just say you want to stand in or something. You have to account for that money, account for who did you give, and all those kind of things. So
and how they even get the money they want to share to themselves. I want to
know. If you want to give people money, why don't you go and locate the vulnerable people, register people you want to give, and then I'll disperse the money to them. Or make sure the people you give to are people that actually need it the most. When people are going to invite and when you crowd to come and collect money, it doesn't make sense.
One of the eyewitnesses, she said that a lot of people that were there, they were not poor people. That at least some of them might be low income. They're not.
Exactly. Even the people that will come and hustle. So basically,
dress their children beautifully. For their girls, they curl their hair, they make their hair beautiful or something like that. It's not the poor people that I don't know.
You know what's even funny? If you invite people to come and get, it's people that have the means to get there first, which is not going to be the worst, the poorest. You understand? It'll be probably some middle class people because they have the cars.
Telling you, they say people travel from Ogbomoso, Iseyin, Oshogbo, everywhere to come and lodge there overnight. From sleep in that school from Tuesday night to Wednesday morning.
Now some of them just came just to see the queen or whatever her name.
They say most of them took it as a carnival for their children.
Exactly.
Failure. Oh, wait, late 80s, tell me more. Late 80s, tell me more. If you want to do anything of that size, like to go anywhere, I'm not to get approval of local government. Like even if to close the road for any party, once you get any crap, no matter what it be 100, you must get approval from LG, the local government. They will now talk to our landlord, because if it's going to go overnight, they have to involve our landlord there.
You know, Robert, you agree with me that one of our biggest problems in that country is just disorganization. You know, one man even played one video earlier about Nigerians boarding a plane. I don't know if you guys saw that video.
Also, Jam David.
Oh my God! I wish one man is there can play that video again. Just boarding a plane, airpiece. One man, you see there. I wish one man can play that video for you to see yourself. You be like, so what is so difficult in organizing just people boarding plane?
I saw the one for train now.
Let me tell you something.
Remy, that blue line. Go and watch the video online. It's a train, no.
Even the train goes there. Go my roll. Like
no way. I'm like,
it's like this.
Everywhere in the world where there's a lot of people, it can happen. I understand. Even in the so-called developer, I've seen so many things like that. But what I noticed about an average Nigerian is that put an average Nigerian in a small position. He wants to exercise that power. He wanted to do it according to his will. Sometimes they don't follow the rules and regulations. But he wanted you to know, I am in charge of this place. And this is how I want it. I can hear man Kubawa. Toba Losi Airport in Nigeria, Leko. If we go to the fair world gate, those earpiece the airline Nigerian official, sometimes they still also want to extort you.
Remy, it's not even high-end restaurants. People don't even line up. They'll be doing it. They don't even have to line up. So it starts from childhood. You don't have to follow rules. You don't allow people. Oh man, come on, then you have to line up. Oh man, queuing. You should queue. Wash your hand. No, there's a level of discipline. Man, this is now more. I need your money. See.
I like what Lagos State is doing. I hope they can use the 450 camera, high-tech camera they just launched. I hope they use it to catch a lot of people that is breaking the red light. Because if they don't catch them and start paying money, people does not want to obey the rules. They think red light is nothing. They just take it and go. Anyhow,
make money from them now, Remy. You know, there's some counties in America here. Oh, do you know how they make money? They have highways. They make money on those on that ticketing. That's how they make money. So just make money on people's stupidity now. Make money from them. Hold on, I'm confused. Why are they coming down and going up at the same time? So can't they wait for each other?
I think that is what is going on.
like somebody's coming down, somebody's going up now. No. I mean, normally you allow people to come down from the plane first before people go up. Just don't.
How do they do it? That is organization, like Mike said. How come those people that are disembarking supposed to be in the terminal hall?
No, Mike, Remy, Ibolon Roshilo.
I don't know.
Even if they get there, does it make any?
They will all get there at the same time, but they just want. It's a natural instinct.
When I board the plane, even if I have business like whatever, I always wait. Like it could make any difference. It's not going to go early before. can make any difference. It's still going to be there. So what can you rush it for? Late for flight now. You're already at the gate.
And to backbone, just stay apart. Whether they like it or not, they cannot fly without carrying you because they already clear you. So why are you rushing? Why don't you just stay?
Like that, I don't get this. Okay, if I'm flying for like a flight, okay, I get it. But if I'm going somewhere and it's direct flight, I don't like jumping up on the plane early. I don't jump on the plane. I don't get this idea of just. I think
they have to find earpiece. They also have to find NCCA or those officials that let this thing happen. They must pay a huge fine because I don't understand. This is the first time I'm seeing people disembarking from the plane and some people want to go inside like that. No, it's not done anywhere in the world this way.
Only be more flying I don't understand why we are this way. That is terrible. That is terrible. And you have foreigners just wondering, man, why are these people?
If they show it to an average Westerner, these people are just. These are people that are majority of those people that are flying that plane will probably somebody that are quite literate, and you see them that kind of behavior again. It's like if I go inside the plane force, you've forgotten that even if you go inside the plane force, if somebody is going to sit in the window side, you are still going to get up for that person to go inside, and no matter what happens, it's still going to carry all of you. So why the rush?
Yeah, but don't they do like business class first?
Yes, and airport official, we should blame them for this guy stupid or whatever.
No, even the people themselves. Okay, in America, do you know what happened? In Finland, though, if the street lights, if they go off, America, okay, if they go off, don't share. People will just automatically start doing a 4-lane and start by themselves. If you have any four lane, 4 square anywhere, if for some reason, people will be doing stop and go by themselves.
No, this is how it works here. Because it always happens here.
You don't need anybody to tell you.
When that street light is blinking yellow and it's malfunctioning, we have people that have the road. The people that have the road, they would like people that you go straight or something like that. You are the owner of that road at that particular moment. So people that are joining in from a joining road, you are going to yield, stop. You are going to wait till there's no more car coming from the people that hold the road. Then you cannot go inside.
But I mean, there's no more telling that now. You just
no police, nothing. Nobody.
That's my point. But in Nigeria, that will not work in Nigeria. My point.
Traffic in Alumad.
Blah blah blah. That's it.
And I think the reason why all of this thing always happen in Nigeria is because we don't obey rules and regulation. And I think if we have good street light and they continue to find them good money, people will sit tight. Because if you like here now, if those people that give ticket is 60 euro, now how much are you making in every day that you have to cough out 66 euro every day? You will tell yourself that I need to be careful. So when you are parking, when you have emergency, you have to put on your emergency light, and it cannot be more than 5 or 10 minutes. You already drove off.
And then let me tell you, I didn't face the traffic of the opposite or that way. I love face the other one, only because there's traffic on the other side. One time, I didn't face the other traffic.
Nigeria. I remember when I used to take bus from Ibadan to Lagos, we will face the opposing traffic on the highway. Ikulo day. Every night you are looking money, and those people they don't care.
And then don't see and the highway. To fi moto yẹn ó fi pa díẹ̀. Àwọn èèyàn tún pàtàkì fún pé ẹ kú iṣẹ́. You must be very lucky.
No, the pẹran wọn bí orógo nìyẹn. Tó bá pẹran
wọn. Àní ó lọ fi life wọ ó fi ikú tẹ̀sí. Oh, yes, I just what the idiot, man. I don't even know. I don't know. But I don't know. But that value system, you know, to go on back. Or to go on back. From that's from boarding house, from primary school now. Wash your hand, queue, say thank you, get somewhere on time. Nigerians all say value time ago. You know, I've gone to that country sometimes where you will have a meeting for 9 o'clock. I did better at 11 and trafficking, something happened in did you okay? Did you even why didn't you call?
African time.
Let me ask you, in America, if you are running late somewhere, what do? You call.
You call them. You call them.
Blah, blah. Yeah, I will let you on the call. Just put it like it's nothing. Like, what are these guys, man? I don't know what.
That's why that Africa is not progressing. We don't make use of time.
We said it was 6 o'clock. We did by 7 minutes. My cousin in there. America, that's the way they are. I have things to do, man. If it's 6 o'clock, you get there at least 10 minutes or 15 minutes before time. If they give an appointment, you get there 15 minutes before. Don't walk up and then Lago Melo.
Remy? Is Remy still on the platform?
Yes, yeah.
We need to send him to the camera. At least somebody need to check on him in the way he is.
Oh, what's going on with that guy, anyways?
All these member of his parliament, where is the prime minister? They got to see him.
So that girl, that woman, don't take over. I saw an old video of her from last year. She was talking about she's pro-Nigeria. She's for some regional government or so whatsoever, Wabwezi or whatever. I think she's a mole in that thing. But they were here.
You think so?
Yeah, I saw the video. They were interviewing her something about Nigeria. She said, "Oh, I love Nigeria." Blah blah blah. I'm like, the same woman talking about Biafra now and all this. It was within a year, so that's
that was an old video, right?
Yeah, it's an old video. Yeah.
That's like playing a Russian roulette, though. Being a move in an agitative platform like that. They find out the fire.
And she's abroad then now. So.
It's because of money. Everything I'm.
So you say?
Visiting Samuel.
Yes, so, Remy, you need to go and visit him. Where's Remy? How can you be in Finland and we not go and meet?
I was surprised. Remy was there lost him without his independence. At least. They had to do a flag there now. Remy should have been as representative.
At least he will have pretended as if he is one of them.
He's one of them. Dressing boo. Put on your at least free jollof rice now.
More independent coverage, Abby.
No, they know your face, so Mike, they will know who you are. Somebody will recognize it. I said, we've seen you somewhere before.
Yeah, but they had non-Igbos. They're just celebrating with them now. It wasn't just
not like Mike. The moment Mike open mouth and talk like this, they say, we know you, we know you.
I go there, the good talk. Even they know me, the worst thing I want to imagine now. If they allow me to chop, I go chop now.
Yeah, you mean-
But you need to calm down, no, no. That's Monday, whatever. Yeah, what's the wallet there?
Yeah, I mean, my solution is to get rid of those guys and all those things will come down, not releasing them. And when you come out somewhere, you must release them for the things to stop. You don't rush you, you know. Does that make sense?
Oh, my body one where so I went and came back and they need my baby. You don't want to do that. Oh, you wonder.
They make what's his name? Kano a hero now. Someone who is more or less like a nuisance. It's not an hero.
Oh no, Lagidi. I don't
Call-
think
calling for it's like I was like, oh,
if
release him.
they release me, if they release me, I tell you within 1 hour, 2 hours, it will stop. Oh my God, look again.
I mean, it could, but what is the point? What is the end game? At what cost? You know,
It's like one
doesn't make-
ISIS. It's like one ISIS member in American jail.
Yeah,
Telling
yeah.
Americans like, if you release me, I will stop.
Am I creating warlord nígbà yẹn now? Now.
So the whole logic is just so backward. Like I'm like, and some people are buying, they are buying it. Even some Yoruba people too. They call themselves intellectuals. Then too that we saying this. You know who always annoy me? This guy on TVC, Otitoju. You know that man. Is it Babajide Otitoju?
How is
Okay, yes.
Yeah, that man was like, Nnamdi Kanu said if they release him, he will stop it. So why the government not releasing him? I'm like, this guy, what are you talking about? are you really falling for that thing? Or I'm just pandering. I don't even understand.
Think about it. If you release him, it becomes like a warlord in that region.
It becomes a warlord, it becomes a hero, like a big.
So he can do it one year. See, that guy there with federal government too. They don't mess
with them, exactly.
You become some kind. No, you can't. Oh, they allow him to come in now. No, you have to humble him. You have to stay there. If he made Donny that way, people will know don't mess with the federal government. That's the only way to do it.
Exactly, that's the way you have to deal with people, man. That so the next person will think twice. Before you do something, you think about what happened to the last person that did it. Political, I don't even understand. It's like black people will do things backwards. You will say political solution. Does it make? I want to the guy have killed a lot of people, man. Like he's cost a lot of people their lives.
And do you know what's funny though, Mike? Nnamdi Kanu better prepare case in a lawsuit trial, because if his case goes to trial, treason is straight up.
Yeah, it's treason. Oh no, today we have a law trial now. The guy knows he's guilty. The evidence is just too overwhelming.
But if you are looking for political solution, say go to Malagidi.
The guy is not even saying he's not even negotiating his plea. I'm giving up this, or he's not even doing that. He's just trying to trick the government to release him. And he's not even saying I've done anything wrong.
Just be humble. And I'm telling you, Mike, his saving grace is just Tinubu. I'm telling you, if the if Tinubu doesn't release him within these 8 years, there's no way somebody from the north will release him. So his only hope is this 8 years to be released, because once the power goes,
what they are banking on is for a Southeast standard to win. That's the only reason most of them are supporting Obi. They are banking on maybe Obi become president, because of course I will release him.
Tinubu will not release him. He will become a bargaining chip for 2027.
But the North will not release him either now.
I think the North, actually, it's like the North is the one holding him, not Tinubu per se. Because if they're not supposed, okay, we can release him, Tinubu will release him.
No, but why really? Is it not pending trial? I don't know. If they release him, it won't even make any sense. So anyone can just.
But it's more or less granting him bail now.
Oh, you mean bail for
bail? No, they're not gonna give you that bail thing already. That one, you know what happened last time.
Don't pass bail.
All right,
the last time they released, they give him bail. The guy,
that bill has caused a lot of people paying attention. Even the leadership in the Southeast, they've backed off. They've backed off. Nnamdi Kanu. If you've been paying attention lately,
But they are agitating. They are calling for his release now. They've been the one even pushing for his release.
So who are those calling for his release? Is it Ohaneze that doesn't have leadership?
No, Mike, they are doing
even this guy just threatening Akpabio now.
No, Mike, Mike, they are doing Shekusha in public. They will say, we support him releasing. In
private, now it's not public view that we have to go by. You see,
I can't release Boboy because Boboy you pay.
What is in the bedroom is what we have to
go. Definitely now, yeah.
It's not in their favor. Respect
As a matter of fact, it takes food from their mouth if it's been released. So, they rather leave him in in jail where he is right now.
Tinubu needs the vote from the north now. He will not release him because Omar affects his own political future now. So just for his own political future, there's no need to go.
Release it. Unleash. If you start unleashing on the north again.
And
with his radio Biafra calling Northern as Janjaweed. You kiss his vote goodbye.
I need Tinubu from they wanted to do that debrief for Tinubu is from
Guinea. At least one Gabon,
you walking. You only look at his passport, it's fake. It's fake passport.
Do you know Yoruba people didn't stand up like online pushing back? By now. You see the image they give Fulani. Hey, they'll be
Sudani from Jubri from Sudan. People are believing that in the
but you know the image of the Fulani tribe has become so bad. Even some black Americans, like, who are the Fulanis? Fulanis are terrible people.
Where do you think Kemi got that from? Kemi has been listening to Biafra radio. Think about Biafra radio. Biafra radio to influence Kemi now. So that's the problem. But they are now turning on the people from the West now, doing the same thing. I call Lagidi this time around online.
But Buhari celebrated birthday. It still collect from them.
Again?
Then Yabam from they still Yabam say he's to the do birthday. Even Arise Steve said they criticize them on somebody's birthday.
But this my thing. When you do all these things, you now say, by the way, come and vote for me. Does it make sense? But I'm going to abuse you, but you need to then vote for me. Like, who does that?
The Southwest is not like Fulani. Southwest will give you back. You see what even happened during that gubernatorial election in Nigeria, especially in Lagos. That's why I knew that when they turn table against you, you make yourself look like a fool. When they turn that, what is it called? That body of a guy saying, when they turn it around.
You know, they are even releasing more. They are releasing more video of body board lately. I don't know why. You know, of him talking about
2027.
Then only why can't we make Yoruba the official language of Lagos? No, we can't do that. Why would you want to make Yoruba the official language of Lagos? Lagos is a hospitality city.
And if he doesn't speak Yoruba, I don't think Yoruba. I don't do the Yoruba. Somebody that was born in England, grew up in England, actually live all his life in England. He said the best decision he made in life is to play for his fatherland.
Oh, say Lukman.
Yeah. And he dressed in Yoruba land.
Lukman is now hot cake now. Everybody wants to.
I mean, you see, did you see his parents on his side? The father and the mother.
Yeah.
What can be more than that? What can be more than that? He was proud of where his parents come from. He dressed in that regalia. He even spoke in his native language. He greeted them. That is how to tell you. Despite all people still taking pride in being in Nigeria. Forget about our differences and all that. They still go out there and say, Nigeria, no matter how bad or worse it is, it's still my country. That guy brought prestige to Nigeria. That makes him the sixth Nigerian to have that to win that award. It's not a man. Somebody will now be talking about. Nigeria is a zoo. It's a zoo. Zoo. That's where you hear living. Zoo. That's where you are eating.
Oh, like look at this guy. Why is he annoying me? Because I was one of his first subscribers when he only had about 7,000 people. This Taya, I know the guy. I used to watch it. You know, he's been on YouTube for a long time.
It's not a big boy, oh.
So you now got 1 million subscribers. Now, I am moving to Portugal to go and live there. I'm like, good for you. Nigeria is this and that. Is you have
because you're moving to Portugal now. You have to buy. You have to buy
buy 1 million. Buy go and go there. You're a big boy now. Like, come on.
And the annoying thing is that most of his millions of his followers are not Nigerians. And you're talking, and I was like, what's wrong with these people? Do you know that people they are listening to you?
I like the guy though.
People from all over the world are listening to you, and then you're bad.
I like the guy.
No, nobody hates him, but it's just that movie, that thing, what he's just decided to do at that moment.
Just move. If you want to move, just move. Leave Nigeria. Why must you then bash Nigeria? Oh, she move. You're going somewhere else. Good for you. Why must you then bash Nigeria because you move somewhere else?
You know, there was a guy in Ghana. They call him what's his name? Wodimaya.
He's the one that made online. He's the one that made
Wodimaya had more clout, more followers than I know. But you know, this guy moved back from China and moved back to Ghana. You know what people don't realize, or maybe I'm the one thinking this way. If God could make you blossom in Nigeria, maybe He's not trying to take you away from that country. Maybe He's trying to retain you so you can be global as you want it. But when you decided to relocate, number one, boredom will kill that. Well, don't let me use that word. Boredom is going to say.
You'll soon be missing Nigeria now.
Look, whatever it is today, you look back and say, maybe I shouldn't have moved. I will understand the infrastructure he was talking about, not that readily available in
cost of living. No? You pay for the infrastructure.
But I mean, come to think of it, the money you'll be spending in Nigeria to live like a king, it will be small change you work the country you're located to. Portugal is nice, but it's not going to be compared to when you are in Nigeria. Yes, connecting flights here and there. You already made it, and you are still thinking of, if you want to do big, you have to spend big. So mixing money and trying to be stingy.
By the time it's YouTube money,
that guy looks like somebody that will be stingy.
By the time YouTube salary is no longer sustaining, the guy will realize, and they go back.
But when it's time for him to settle that, you will now realize something.
Often more travel videos globally, and he said that place you can travel more often an opportunity to travel more. You know, passport issues so deep.
Yeah. If you are contact, they tend to give you visa quicker.
Well, okay, that is fine. But why is Nigeria not your just leave? Okay, you have to move. I think that's it.
But then in Africa, Nigeria, there was
the same thing for Kemi too. Like, okay. They asked you a question about the British police. You see,
Nigerian police.
Now in Nigeria, I'm going to be a Nigerian police, but not be you. I don't. That's my problem with these guys. Just address the very address.
That's why they complain about Nigerian passport is not usable. It doesn't go to some places. They're still guaranteeing people visa with that green passport.
Some countries give us visa because they know we'll come to spend money there now.
I mean, I expect them to have aligned with the Nigerian Ministry of Tourism and all that, so that they can have backing. I don't see reason why some of those content creators cannot register with tourism or form association, just like you have the all these other comedy content creators or something, where they form a clique or something like that, whereby they will be able to have one voice and have a backing of that ministry, so that whenever they want to travel,
they rather do collabo with somebody from different country than form something with themselves.
Not sure.
Exactly.
You don't want to. But look at America now. You will see all these cast and acts. All those streamers. You will see them together.
Oh yeah.
That's what they do. Nigeria, no. I'm the super. I was here first. Who is this one? No. I don't want to join that one.
I'm the king of content creator.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's the mentality now.
In fact, whoever is taking content creating as a job is a joke.
But there's money in it.
Yeah, there's money in it, but it's, to me, is it sustainable in the long
It is.
run?
If you are very creative, like look at this girl. This.
I'm not saying there's no money in it. I'm talking about in the long run. You see, majority of these folks, majority of those people you find in the content creating that are not stationary but they are moving about, maybe destination.
You must keep evolving. Like
I know.
Look at this girl now. That
No, I'm talking about the Tayo enough type of content. Well, yeah, because a time will come he will want to settle down. So junketing the club is not going to help him.
He might think of relocating back to Nigeria, or Ghana.
Maybe he will marry Portuguese.
Let Dobu want to be Akin.
Yeah. Unfortunately, what's your in here now? Happy.
But that guy's content is good. He showed good picture.
No, because it's inspired some like this other guy, Steve Funduka, whatever. That one also does good.
That one is trailing him. Funduka is not yet catch up with him.
Yeah,
but,
because
yeah.
Want to see Nigeria because he used to do like good Nigerian content.
They haven't done Nigeria. You see that other cyclist guy that's touring the 36 states.
No.
You know the one I'm talking.
No, I know the guy that always wear like.
That guy is still exploring the country. Nigeria is big enough to even.
There's one guy from the north too. Very like he's like about 100,000.
Oh really?
Like it goes around with his family, like with his kids and children. They will go to all these resorts. It goes to places that I don't even know exist in Nigeria.
Funduka is focusing on
the Awolowo,
yes,
wealthy.
Yes,
this one does the villages or rural areas.
Yeah, it does. I mean that cyclist content can easily fit into television programming because the content is very, very rich and it's very educative, and they try to bring historical, aspect of it to his content so that people would know, where he is, what it. In fact, those guys, I give them their credit; they're doing well, but. We will see, because the dynamic of that sector, chances is that in the future it will change. I hope they'll be able to adapt, just like the stand-up comedian. The content creator is taking that space away from them too. They're making more money.
I believe that was why Baptiste says innovation. They keep innovate. They keep it up with the trend of time.
Look at this girl now. That Taoma girl now. She's an amazing. Did you know she does all these characters online? Now she's not bringing my favorite now. This Quadri, she does she does this Quadri character. I don't know if you follow her, but oh my god, this girl is something. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know.
It's not added this. She always adds, and she came about this. She added this alpha and Quadri to her.
I even prefer that alpha content that
do you know what she does? Do you know why she did that? Because she was pregnant. Are
you serious?
Yeah, she be money now. So
for some time I have not been seeing her content.
Yeah, because she's pregnant now. So she's not doing that Quadri and alpha to cover that she's pregnant. And she's doing it for a year. That's talent, man.
Wow.
That's talent, man.
Well, I used to follow her. As a matter of fact, I follow her on WhatsApp as well.
Yeah,
but
she does collaborate with Terry Crews, all these American stuff. They do collaboration.
Yeah. I saw her in California. Some of her content. I was like, this guy. People are going. They're going really far.
Now she's now producing her own movies, stuff online. So she's evolving. She's going in that Funka Kedele route.
Oh, okay.
Where you are. Look at Funka Kedele. Funka Kedele is just right now. She's the queen of box office now. She's booking a different record again. 5 billion again. She's just that woman is because she does everything direct act.
I hope they are not exaggerating their figure because federal revenue will come after.
No. I've known Funke since she was a child actor. Now she used to do this thing they should do this program back in the days.
I need to know, Abi.
Yeah, you remember? So we've always known Funke that now, but now she's like the queen of box office now.
There are a couple of them like that are actually, they are like a pace setters, like a Kunle Afolayan. Kunle Afolayan is so particular about storyline and picture.
But people hate him. They hate him for that. So,
I know.
But you got to see where did he learn from? From Mainframe. So obviously
Mainframe, man. He learned from his father, actually.
Yeah, but it's meant. Yeah, I know from.
Learned from his. But professionally, he learned from Mainframe, yeah. And then he went to this school. In fact, I saw the school when I went to New York one time.
They have one in Houston too. Just go and do your 6 months there.
The School of Arts. I drove past the place not quite long ago, but this one but the one in New York is very prestigious. And people, a lot of directors actually went through the school. Cinematography, and he's doing it. Even ordinary this phone that we carry in a hand can shoot content.
There's an Oscar winner that only shoots with iPhone.
I know. I think I remember what
that's crazy. It shoots with iPhone.
It's creativity.
Yeah,
it's creativity. Now people are just good with camera, and depends on the angle, and that's why I give it to some of this. And these days, when you go on Facebook, you will see people every time this canary. I'm traveling from Nigeria to China, from Nigeria to Cotonou. I'm leaving Nigeria finally.
I used to travel a lot before, but I wasn't recording or actually I've been doing my own video blog back in the day, but we didn't have our phone to buy to be why this good like they are now. Now people are carrying look at all these phones now. They do amazing things now. You can do editing.
Oh yeah.
So
yeah.
Well, everybody's now a vlogger now.
Everybody's a vlogger. It's to be honest, I think we have to explore every opportunity to make money, which is a good thing. That's Nigeria. Even across Africa, Nigerian content creators are still regarded as one of the best.
But they're not maximizing that thing. That's the problem. More maximize. There are few people who want to understand the. I want to be Taoma, Bobo, Macaroni. You see how he brings people in. You see this boy that does it's a Bayu or that does all this parody.
It's Bayu.
You know his dad used to be an actor now.
I know. Bayu. Bayu Baby.
Bayu Baby. Yeah, there you go.
You see, again, it will be Bayu Baby.
The one I like the interview, pastor, our famous online pastor,
Share remote.
No, pastor, the one that guy that is the pastor online. Oba Solomon.
Oh,
Oba Solomon.
Oba in this Conscolorio. Oba Solomon.
But I made you do.
Oh. I didn't watch that, but I watched the one with the K-Tension. That K-Tension drag game like crazy.
So you are okay only so you women pay you to have sex with them. Only so you are an Olosho. Only no. I am not Olosho. I'm an Oloshos. It's a difference. you. What is all shoes?
I like the way they kind of come together to support each other. I like it.
That is what works. But
I like it. I think somebody was I don't know how they able because they're even more united than the comedians, the stand-up comedians.
Sorry, the comedian one, yeah. To bad notice, don't let me this basket mouth of a person. He has what is called main character syndrome. Where if it's not him, then everybody else is bad. It will just bash everybody. Look at the way he even bashed Netflix with all the way I want 1.5 million. They didn't want to put the money in the movie. They are stealing the money. They are buying houses. Once it's not him or his friends, then it's bad. Oh, my bad market. So the comedy thing is more of also tribal too.
I know. It has what it has dangerously become.
Yeah.
When Alibaba was coming up with all these, trying to popularize it in a way, he actually took some of these folks under his wing and taking them to shows. You know, and for those who are actually conversant with the early 2000 when the whole thing now became the in thing, those who were actually running there were not that many.
They should have this show. They should have this show called Night of the Thousand Laughs.
Yeah, Opa Williams used to organize that.
Yeah, that was the one that was for everybody now.
Now that one is to launch upcoming.
Right.
So if you haven't performed in thousands of live, Night of a Thousand Laughs, you have not really made it. You haven't really, blow, so to say.